But what is that in human nature? Because I don't think rich people are different than not rich people. What is it about wealth and power that brings that out of people?
Well, part of it is the ritual aspect of it. And that clearly is a ritual. And rituals are pretty simple. Rituals are just a series of actions performed in a precise sequence to produce an effect. That describes a lot of things. It describes plays, symphonies, every movie you've ever seen. A movie is a ritual. It is a series of actions carried out in a precise sequence to produce an effect with an added soundtrack to cue you to what emotions you're supposed to be feeling.
It's a great idea. So the rich people should just go to a movie. Or maybe just go to a Taylor Swift concert. Like,
Well,
why the owl?
part of it is to create this kind of sense, I suppose, of group solidarity. You're all going to appear, and also a way of sort of transcending yourself in a way. When you put on the robe, it's like putting on a uniform. You are in some way a different or more important person. It's a ritual. Okay, the key ritual with the Bohemian Grove is a thing called the cremation of hair. And cremation, and that's what it's supposed to be. We're going to put all of our, the rich, important people. We have to make all of these critical decisions. Life is so hard. So we're going to go out here in the woods and we're going to kick back and we're all going to gather around the lake and then we're going to carry, it's wicker. It's not a real person. And then we're gonna. This is the cremation of our character. It's a ritual which is meant to produce a sense of solidarity and relief among those people who are there. The question comes down with the rituals is how seriously do you take them? How important is this to the people who carry them out? And the interesting answer to that is that for some people it's just boring. I mean, there are probably people standing around the owl who think this is ridiculous and can't wait for it to get over with. There are other people who are kind of excited about it and get caught up into it. But other people can take it very seriously. It's all a matter of the intention that you have about what the ritual means. And I don't mean to suggest by that there's anything necessarily sinister about what's going on. But it is clearly a ritual carried out for some kind of group reinforcing purpose. And you're absolutely right. You don't have to do it that way. That's not. I've gone to summer camps and we never carried out mock sacrifices in front of an owl. We did all those other. We didn't even have any robes either. So it goes beyond merely a rich guy's summer camp, although that's an aspect of it. But it also, I think, often obscures it. Focusing on Bohemian Grove at the getaway, the club, ignores that the club is around all the time. That's what's at the center of this. It is the club and its members. So despite all the talk about no weepy spiders coming around here, one of the other features of the summer meeting are things called lakeside talks. This often people are invited to go there, and one of the people who was invited, I think around 1968, was Richard Nixon, who was making his political comeback, and he was invited to give a talk where very important people are listening. And Nixon, in his memoirs, realized what was going on. He was being auditioned, whether or not he recognized that was really the beginning of his second presidential campaign. He was being vetted. So one of the main theories, call it a conspiracy theory, about the Bohemian Club and the gatherings, is that people of wealth and influence gather together. And whether or not it's part of the agenda or not, inevitably you're going to talk about things of interest. But to me, the mere fact that you invite people in, political leaders, to give lakeside talks means that there are weedy spiders which are going on. And it is a perfect private venue to vet people for political office.
I mean, yeah, where else are you going to do it if you're interested in vetting, if you're interested in powerful people selecting?
Well, see, here's the question. Are these guys actually picking who's going to be president? Is that the decision which was being made? Or are they just deciding what horses they're going to back? I think the latter is the simpler version of it, but it doesn't mean it's the other way around. But these are the kinds of, I mean, Nixon was, there was the whole 1960 thing. So he's the new Nixon. This is where the new Nixon apparently made a good impression on the right people, because he did indeed get the Republican nomination, and he did indeed become president.
But there could also be a much more innocent explanation of really it's powerful people getting together and having conversations, and through that conversation influencing each other's people, and just having a legitimate discussion of policies.
Well, why wouldn't they? I mean, why would you assume that people are not going to do this?
It's the owl with the robes. Like what?
Why the owl and why the robes?
Which is why it becomes really compelling when guys like Al Jones, forgive me, but I have not watched his documentary. I probably should at some point, about the Big Maker, where he claims that there's Satanist human sacrifice of, I think, children. And I think that's quite a popular conspiracy theory. Or it's lost popularity. It kind of like transformed itself into the QAnon set of conspiracy theories. But, I mean, can you speak to that conspiracy?
Let's put it this way. The general public, rich people are inherently suspicious. Let's put it that way. First of all, they've got all that money and exactly how did one obtain it. And I do not, of necessity, adhere to the view that behind every great fortune there is a great crime, but there often are. There are ways in which it's acquired. But I think it's one of the things I think that can happen is, particularly when people acquire a huge amount of money. And I won't name any names, but let's say there are people who perhaps in the tech sphere who, coming from no particular background of wealth, suddenly find themselves with $600 billion. Well, what is the question you have to ask yourself? Why me? Because you're one of the rare, tiny group of human beings who will ever have that kind of wealth in your hands. Even if you are a convinced atheist, I think at some point you have to begin to suspect that the cosmic muffin, providence, whatever it is, put this money in your hand to do what? Achieve great things. Just think of all this stuff. So you're going to start a foundation. You're going to start backing all the things that you like. This is, I think there's an element of ego that comes in with it as well. And again, it may not be so much what the rich person with a huge amount of money at their disposal and a lot of fuzzy ideas about what to do with it can be influenced by others. It's always that question as to who's actually manipulating these events. What's going on in that regard? And in some way, they can be a very useful sucker. Find somebody with a lot of money, get them to finance the things that you want them to do. The Bohemian Club is, I don't think, in and of itself inherently evil or sinister, but it means that there are lots of different people in it who have different agendas. It goes back to what I said about how somebody feels about the cremation of air ritual. This is either just a waste of time, it's just some sort of silly thing that we're doing, or it is something of great importance, perhaps even mystical or religious importance, because that's ostensibly what it's pretending to be. There's always this
occultism. What do you think is the power of that mystical experience?
Well, it's broadly referred to into what's occultism? What's the occult? Occult is the hidden. That's all it really means. Specifically hidden from sight. And the basis of it is the idea that what is hidden? Well, what is hidden from us is most of the world, most of reality. So the basic concept within occultism, the basic concept within most religions, which are approved forms of occultism, is that the world, the physical world that we are aware of, is only a very small part of a much larger reality. and that what the methods and practices of occultism arguably do is to allow someone to either enter into this larger reality or to access that larger reality for purposes to be exploited here. The most interesting statement about, and a key element of this becomes something called magic. Now, we all know magic, it's a guy standing on stage performing a trick. But the interesting thing about a stage magician is that a stage magician is, we know when we're watching this that it's a trick. Yet we can't really figure out, if he does it well, how that trick is being accomplished because it seems to defy physical laws. And that's what's fascinating about it. So even though you know it's a trick, if you can't figure it out, it has this kind of power of fascination. But it's mimicking something. Stage magic is mimicking real magic. So what's real magic? Well, let's go back to Aleister Crowley, because he always has to. I knew he was going to come up with something earlier, because he always does.
All roads lead to Aleister.
All roads lead to Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley, and I said this enough so I should be able to get it right, but I'm paraphrasing here. He goes, magic, which of course he spelled with a K, or CK, is the art and science of causing change to occur in conformity with will. So in a way that's sort of mind over matter, but it's the idea that one can, through will, through intention, bend reality to make something happen. Somebody once put it this way: it's tipping the luck plane. Okay, so now you got some kind of a level plane. Now, what we're trying to do is tip it a little bit so the marble rolls over one side or another. Now that presupposes a lot of things. That is there a luck plane? I don't know, but it's a good sort of idea to have. But and here again, don't become overly bothered trying to figure out whether you actually can bend reality. Become bothered by the fact that there are people who believe that they can and will go to great efforts to do so, and will often believe they have succeeded. So it's this effort to make things occur in a particular way, maybe just to sort of nudge reality in one little way or another. And that's where things like rituals come in. Rituals are a way of focusing will and attention. We're all there, we're all thinking about the same thing. And you have to imagine just how, the pervasiveness of what could be called that kind of magical thinking that happens everywhere. So, let me give you an example. Have you ever attended a high school football pep rally? Think of what's going on there. Okay, your team is going to battle the other team. You've now assembled everyone in the gymnasium. You've got people who are dancing around in animal totem costumes. And what are you chanting? Everyone is supposed to chant that the other team dies, that you will be horribly defeated, and that our team will be victorious. That is a magic ritual. The idea is, it comes into this idea, it's very popular about visualizing things, manifesting, kind of this term. Where you need to manifest your success. Well, that's just magic. That is trying to cause change in conformity with will. So these things can happen without you being consciously aware of what's going on. And you don't need to be. Because if you're all part of the mob, which is there in the gymnasium, and you get into this and you get worked up, people just argue what you're doing is you're creating a huge amount of energy. All these people are putting energy into something, and that energy goes somewhere. And maybe you can, just maybe, you actually can slightly increase the chances of your team's victory. Of course, your opponents are having their own ritual at the same time, so whoever has the bigger mojo will apparently win the team.
So that's I would say, trivial example of that, but a clear one. But I do believe that there's incredible power in groups of humans getting together and morphing reality. I think that's probably one of the things that made human civilization what it is. Groups of people being able to believe a thing and bring that belief into reality.
Yes, you're exactly right. To conceive of something, and then through intention, will, to manifest that into this realm.
And of course, that power of the collective mind can be leveraged by charismatic leaders to do all kinds of stuff, where you get cults that do, horrible things, or anything.
It might be a cult because good things. I don't know. It depends.
We usually
We don't call those cults.
Exactly.
Without endorsing this entirely, an interesting, one of the questions: what's the difference between a cult and a religion? And it has been said that in the case of a cult, there's always someone at the top who knows what's going on. Generally, who knows it's a scam. In a religion, that person is dead. So, see, I just managed to insult every single human. It's an interesting way of thinking about it, because I think there is some degree of accuracy in that statement.
Do you think, actually, the interesting psychological question is, in cults, do you think the person at the top always knows there's a scam? Do you think there's something about the human mind where you gradually begin to
believe your own bullshit?
Yeah.
Yes,
that seems to be
that again is part of magic. I think is believing your own bullshit. It doesn't necessarily mean that the head of the cult realize, but there's someone. Maybe the second. I always sort of look at the lieutenant. Someone probably has an idea about what's going on. The other thing that seems to be a kind of dead giveaway for what we would call a cult is what's called excessive reverence for the leader. People just believe everything these people say. I give you an example. The first time I ever encountered anything like that was in Santa Barbara, California, in the 1970s. I was going to grad school, and there was a particular cult locally, which I think was Brotherhood of the Sun. And it was the same. There's some guy. Among the other things, followers were convinced to hand over all their money and personal belongings to him. I believe he used part of that money to buy a yacht with. Anyway, a lot of it went to him. And then, of course, working for free upon different cult-owned business enterprises, of which there were several. And there was a person I knew who became a devoted follower of this, and it was all I could think of at one point was ask them, what the hell is the matter with you? I mean, have you lost your mind? Why is it that this person can possibly be providing it that you essentially are going to become a slave to, which is what they were doing? And I actually give that credit away, sort of sparking my whole interest in things like secret societies. And here again, as a disclaimer, I am not now, nor have I ever been a member of any fraternal organization, secret society, or cult that I know of. And that's what interests me about them. Because I'm just always trying to figure out why people do these things. Like I said, why the robes, the owl? Why? Why do you do that? And it's trying to figure it out. I mean, I couldn't even hack the Boy Scouts. Okay, that was too much of it. Because to me, you join an organization, and the first thing that comes along is there are rules, and someone is telling you what to do. Okay, I don't like people telling me what to do. I spent much of my life trying to avoid that as much as possible. And join a cult, there's going to be someone telling you what to do. Join the Bohemian Club, and there's going to be someone telling you what to do. And obviously, a lot of people really get something out of that. It becomes, in some ways, it's sort of necessary for the function. But I do not understand it, and my study of it is a personal error to try to understand. Okay,
And there's so many reasons. Uh, Primary of which I would say is the desire in the human heart to belong.
Yes.
And the dark forms that takes throughout human history, recent history, is something I'd love to talk to you a bit about. If we could go back to the beginning of the 20th century, on the German side, you described how secret societies like the Thule Society laid the foundation for Nazi ideology. Can you, through that lens, from that perspective, describe the rise of the Nazi Party?
Well, I guess we can start with what on earth is the Thule Society? So the Thule Society was a small German occult society. That is, they study metaphysics, their fancy word, that appeared in Munich around 1917, 1918. The key figure behind it was a German esotericist by the name of Rudolf von Sebotendorf. Okay, not his real name. His real name is Adam Rudolf Blauer. He was adopted by a German nobleman and got the name von Sebotendorf. And I like to say that name. So I have this real thing about vague, mysterious characters who show up and do things. And trying to figure out who these people are. So we're working in the years sort of prior to the First World War. So the decade or so prior to World War I, spends a lot of time in the Ottoman Empire. Turkey. It was known as the Ottoman Empire, which was a fairly tumultuous place because in 1908, 1909, there was the Young Turk Revolution. And a kind of military coup, which effectively overthrew the Ottoman Sultan and installed a military junta, which would go on during the First World War to make its greatest achievement, the Armenian genocide. Eventually, he created a genocidal military regime, which would lead the country into disastrous First World War, which destroyed the Ottoman Empire, out of which modern Turkey emerges. Yada, yada, yada.
And by the way, we should take a tiny tangent here. And it's just that you refer to the intelligence agencies as being exceptionally successful. And here in the case of Young Turks being also very successful or in doing the genocide, meaning they've achieved the greatest impact, even though the impact on the scale of good to evil tends towards evil.
It's one of those things that often comes out of revolutionary situations. Revolutions always seek to make things better, don't they? We're going to take a bad old regime. The Sultan is, the Sultan was bad. I think it's fair to say Abdul Hamid II was not wasn't called the Red Sultan because of his favorite color type of thing. And the idea is that they were going to improve. They were now going to. The Ottoman Empire was a multinational empire. They were going to try to equalize and bring in the different groups, and none of that happened. It became worse. In the same way that you could argue that the goal of Russian revolutionaries was to get rid of the bad, old, incompetent medieval czarist regime and bring in a new, great, shining future. And it became even more authoritarian. And the crimes of the Imperial Russian regime pale in the significance of what followed, in the same way that the crimes of Abdul Hamid paled when you get to the Young Turks. But that wasn't necessarily the intention. But von Sebotendorf was a German businessman who's working in this period. And the whole point here is that the Ottoman Empire in this period is a hotbed of political intrigue. There are all kinds of interesting things about it. The Young Turk Revolution is essentially a military coup, but it is plotted in Masonic lodges. I know typically Masonic lodges are never supposed to be involved in politics, but they are. The lodge meeting breaks up and then you plot the revolution. So, same group of people, but it's not technically. But yes, and there's the Macedonia Sorfa Lodge in Thessaloniki. was ground zero for plotting this military coup that was supposed to improve the empire. So Bodendorf is in one way or another mixed up in all of this, or at least he's an observer. Plus, he's initiated into the Masonic lodges. And interestingly enough, the fellow who initiates him into one of these Eastern lodges is a Jewish merchant by the name of Termudi, and who's also a Kabbalist. And also, Bodendorf is very, very interested in the occult. He's initiated into Eastern Masonic lodges in a period when those same lodges are being used as a center for political intrigue. He also apparently is involved in gun running, which in revolutionary periods, there's a lot of money to be made off of that. So he's connected to various dark businesses in a tumultuous time, with connections to politicized Freemasonry and the occult. Now, in the course of the First World War, he returns to Germany. He just shows up. And it would be my operative suspicion or theory that Bodendorf was working for someone. I don't think he just pops up in Munich on his own accord. Why does he leave the Ottoman Empire and return to that place? Who's behind him? Well, maybe no one, but maybe someone, because he doesn't have money at his disposal. And he comes into Munich and he basically takes over this small sort of occult study group. Now, the interesting thing is that the Thule Society is really just a branch of another existing, what's called an Ariosophist order, a thing called the German Order or the Germanen Order, which is centered in Berlin. But for some reason, he doesn't want his group to be connected by name with the Germanen Order. So Thule Society, Thule in this case is a reference to supposedly a mythical Arctic homeland of the Aryan race. And they're all snow people who wander out of the snow at some point. It's kind of like a frozen Atlantis. So I mentioned these people, the Ariosophists, which is, I have to practice saying that. So what are they? Well, they're a kind of racist Germanic offshoot of Theosophy. And I know I'm explaining one thing to explain something else, but there's no other way to do this. So Theosophy was 19th century, very popular and widely modeled occult belief that was founded by a Russian woman by the name of Helena Blavatsky. She was a medium, psychic. She's supposed to have channelings from the ascended masters. The basic story there, they're all of the ascended masters, which are mystical beings that may or may not have once been human. They live inside the Himalayas, or they float among them on a cloud, and they guide the spiritual evolution of humanity. What Blavatsky did was to take Western esotericism and blend it with Hindu and Buddhist esotericism, which became very, very sexy in the West. Still is. Buddhism attracts a lot of people because, well, it's Buddhism. It's different, see? So, the Mahatmas, the ascended masters, were sending your messages, despite the fact that he was later proven pretty much to be a fraud and writing the letters himself. Nevertheless, people still went along with this doctrine, and it's been widely modified and copied since then. So an idea in Theosophy was that human spiritual evolution was tied to physical evolution. So in the case of Blavatsky never said that Aryans, white people, anything else were superior. She talked about the different root races, but it just, her version of it is just total gobbledygook. It seems to include everyone, and it defy you to make much sense out of it. But in the early 20th century, there were different sort of, one of the things that became fashionable, not terribly popular. These are small groups. The idea that, Germany is a new upcoming country. And part of this, I think, is really trying to define who the Germans were. Because, remember, the German Empire, Germany, as a political state, doesn't come into existence until 1871. Prior to that, Germany was a geographic expression, a vague one, which described a large area in Central Europe where a lot of people who, wore leather shorts and or something like that, and spoke similar German dialects, were nominally Germans, but they might be Prussians or Bavarians or they came in all sorts of varieties of religion. There was no German identity. Something very similar happened in Italy at the same period. I mean, there weren't Italians. There were Sardinians, there were Romans, and there were Sicilians, Umbrians, spoke in dialects of a similar language, but it never lived, not just the Roman Empire under a single state, and really didn't think of themselves as the same. So you have to create this artificial thing. You have to create Germans. There's now a Germany with an emperor, and so we're all going to be Germans. Well, exactly what is that? Much of it is an artificial creation. You have to decide upon some sort of standard dialect. Okay, we'll decide what that is. Often dialect that only a few people actually speak, and then they will be drilled into children's heads through state schooling programs. So I think this is the kind of milieu that it comes out of. People were trying to figure out what on earth Germans actually were, and the need for some sort of common identity. And that leads to everything like Wagnerian opera. Richard Wagner wanted to create a German mythical music. So he went back and stripped mine old German myths and cobbled them together into a lot of people standing on stage singing. And that was his purpose. He was a nationalist. He was, in many ways, a kind of racialist nationalist. And this was his idea, trying to create, out of bits and pieces of the past, a newfangled form of German identity. So, on the more mystical end of this, we had the idea that, well, Germany must have been created for some special purpose, because the Germans must be very special people, and we must have some sort of particular destiny. And then out of this, the direction this is heading, well, we're all part of some sort of master race, with some sort of ties to some sort of great civilization in the past. Call it Thule, call it whatever you want to be. They basically just invent things and try to attach those to the past. And so Ariosophy was the Aryanized version of Theosophy. And what this did was take the idea that spiritual and physical evolution had led to the most advanced form of human beings, which were the Aryans, and the most advanced group of them were, of course, the Germans. And this attracted everyone. Like, keep in mind, again, this was not a mass movement. It was very much a fringe movement. Most people weren't aware of it and weren't particularly interested in it. But it had an appeal for those who already had a kind of esoteric bent in some form or other. And this is where things like the Germanen Order, the German Order, and their other groups, it was only one of many, sort of grew out of. And what it was that the Thule Society, as a branch, the Thule Gesellschaft, was supposed to do was to study this. It was an esoteric study group. So people would get together and they talk about things, probably make more stuff up, and all sort of work around this idea of German Aryans as the most advanced kind of human beings and all the cool things that the pictures would hold. And the fact that this was the midst of war, in which Germany was again fighting, as they saw it, for its existence, heightened those kinds of tensions as well. So my suspicion, again, is that Sobotendorf, in terms of who was behind him, that he was essentially called back to Germany to work either for the Prussian political police or for some aspect of German intelligence or security, to try to mobilize a cultism or esotericism for the war effort. Because again, this is 1918. The war is it's gone on way too long. Within a few months, Germany will collapse, and it will collapse simply from the psychological exhaustion of the population.
So this is almost like to help the war effort with a kind of propaganda, a narrative that can strengthen the will of the German people.
Well, it's the will of some people. You have to try to appeal to different aspects of this. But the mystical aspect is one of those things that can have a very powerful influence. And the idea is that we can come up with some kind of mystical nationalism. Maybe that's what we call it, kind of mystical nationalism that can be exploited for the workers. At this point, you're kind of grasping at straws. And this is the whole period when the Germans are marshaling the last of their forces.
Welcome, Zoot. How you living, pimp?
The Western Front, the peace offensive, which will initially be successful, but will hold.
Hello. Yeah, would you get a hold of Riser? Why? No, he's not. Send him an invite. I'll start it up in a second. I just have to adjust my computers.
Most people, most of the time, are polite, cooperative, and kind until they're not.
Zoot. Zoot. Did you contact Riser? Why not? Oh, okay. What did he? Oh, no shit. Really? Oh, you're a good man. You always tell me that I'm a nice. Just the fact that you contact. All right. Well, fuck you. I couldn't have said it better myself. Very well put. Very, very well put. Wow. Do you know? Do you? I. Yeah. No, I'm in agreement with you on that. And it's about 50-50. People tell me who that, but then there are a lot of people who are very positive towards it. You know what the happiest thing that I want to happen for you is? Hey, welcome. How are you? LYTIV. What's good in your neck of the woods? Um, well, I know that it will continue into the future, so perhaps it would just be like an initial people memeing it or whatever. But at least that would get me very famous, and then people would know, oh wow, this is a huge deal that this person has literally been live for years, and they would go through it and they'd find it and they'd meme that, and I would become like a martyr. Welcome. How are you, Ly? Lytiv? What's good in your neck of the woods? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Do you know who I am? It's okay if you don't. Just let me know if you want to hear about me, and I'll tell you all about myself. If not, feel free to just chill. We're gonna play a game. Uh, Riser, you said Riser's on his way. Sure, I'm in agreement. Oh, okay, excellent. All right, then we can get some warm up games in. Yep, yep. It's about like 10 miles. Yeah, I've been to Disneyland on the stream actually, a couple times. Nowadays, it depends on when you go, but it's usually like $150 a person. Yeah, and in my opinion, I get bored. Like last time I went with my family, and I was bored after about 3 hours. I had done all the major rides. It wasn't very. I mean, it was busy, but it wasn't like overwhelmingly busy. And um, you can just do all the rides and everything. It's small. Disney World is you can spend days in, but Disneyland, unless you're like, I also went with my family when I was 3 years old, and when you go at that age, it's like fantasy land. But I don't know. I was older when I went most recently, and I basically was just kind of bored. So then my family came out again and visited me. There he is, and we went to downtown Disney, which has more stuff to do. Rise. Where's Disney World? Disney World is in Orlando, Florida. I've been there with my family as well. Yeah, Disneyland's just very nostalgic. I mean, it's cool and it's a lot of fun, but I just found that I got bored after like 3 hours. I'd done everything. You guys have invitations, if you weren't aware. Welcome, Riser. How are you? No, I actually didn't even. Dude, don't talk about that. All right, dude, I'm gonna just ask you very nicely, as much you're a very smart person, but I don't like talking about having sex with little kids or all that other shit that you talk about. Please. but those are the first words out of his mouth when he comes in here. So you're very smart, and I like talking with you. But just if you want to talk about consensual relationships amongst adults, that's fine. But that other stuff, it's just disgusting to me. All right, you can play if you want. As lunch, we have a game. It's known as mini golf. If you want to play it, we can send you an invitation. Sure. So you just want to download Plato, Plato. It's on the App Store and Google Play. Feel free to download it and enjoy. Dude, what the fuck? Who are these people you brought? No, I don't want to see your penis. Um, so download Plato on the App Store and Google Play. Create an account, and when you have an account, let me know, and I'll send you an invitation. Yeah, Zoot's exactly right. All right, so Zoot and you have invitations if you're. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat, Zoot. All right, well, I'll give you the opportunity to voluntarily leave. Just know we don't want to talk about those things. Right, so are you gonna accept the invitation that I've sent? I don't believe so. Somebody hit my ball. Zoot hits my ball beautifully. Much appreciated. Oh, riser. Really good. Shoot. Get there. Get there. Not enough of an angle. You need more of an angle, Zoot. More of an angle. No, no. Just hit it straighter into the wall. No, see, you needed more of an angle. I don't think my ball was in. Do you mean Riser's ball was in your way? Big shot for Riser here. It's not an easy shot either because of look at those arrows. Zoot, how would you rate that shot? That's okay. You're right. You're good. We want to hear what you have to say, Zoot. Oh, what a great shot. Zoot. Zoot had wow, he fucked me. Come on and unfuck us, Riser. The shot. Be the shot. Riser's got a pretty good shot. All right, here we go. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. It's got a chance. It's got a really good chance. I'm in. Oh, you did the rim job. Prom night. All lip, no hole. Show him how it's done, Riser. Off the fuck. He knocked it off the fucking tractor. Amazing shot. Oh, I hate this. There we go. Oh, that's not exactly what I wanted. Actually, it's a second hard shot. Second, a difficult second shot. I don't know why you guys think that's funny. Not you guys, the other guys. Just keep saying my name. It's like, Doug, we're older than 5 years old. Come on, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of shot I wanted. Get in the hole. Riser's got an important shot. Perhaps the most important shot here. Wow. A barely a miss. Dude, Riser or Ass Munch, mute yourself, dude. Come on. Be the shot. Bounce off the thing. Oh shit. I just knocked myself in the black. I fucked myself. Yeah. Oh, that's a good shot. Show me how it's done. Sarah. right? Because you knock me, dude. You guys are done. Just one moment. You can leave now or get kicked. No. Yeah, I didn't ban him, but I kicked him. I like Ass Munch. I think he's a funny person. I think he has a good personality, but when he's just being overly immature, he sexualizes children, and I don't like that. And um, he just can be annoying, and I don't need that. I need to focus on this game. Riser, you're up. Oh shit. Oh man, my fucking my thing froze. Wait, what the fuck? I got kicked out of that game. Zoo must restart the whole. Yeah, I think I did. Dude, that was a free win for Riser. Oh shit, that's not a good start. Do I think the I would hope so. That'd be a very long musical. Zoop, put it in the black, my man. There you go. That's my man. Hit my ball. Oh, thank you. I don't really know what shot I have. Perhaps. Stop. Yo, big dog. Shit happens when you party. Oh man, I fucked that up. Do you hear the collusion? Do you hear this? Even frozen app, kids. No, he wouldn't have gotten 3 points. He would have gotten 2. We were guaranteed a win, at least a tie of a share of a win. But this time, for number 350, I got the win solo win. Oh, dude, we never start on this hole. Do we? Riser gets to go first. Home shot advantage. Well, who did Riser help there? And you didn't help anybody. No, he didn't. I fucked it up. How the fuck did I miss that shot? How the fuck did I miss that shot? I agree. Collusion. Collusion. I fucked up. Get there. Stop. Zoot has the lead. Sure. I'm in agreement with you. No, it's not. Zoot has a great shot. Oh, great shot, Zoot. Zoot might be the person to stop my streak. That was a great shot. Nice. 2-2-2. This is a tough hole. Oh, great shot. Stop. Easy water. Easy water bump. No, I can get an 8 and tie you. I get a 6 anyway. No, I just had 1 point. I can still tie. That's correct. At least a tie. Oh shit. He's bouncing. Good shot. Water bump him. He can water bump easily though. Put me in the hole. Put me put me in the hole. Put me in the hole. I saw that coming. Water bump him. I don't think it's too hard for him to water bump you. He's right in your way. You could bounce it off the thing, I guess. Water. Riser, make Riser, make it. Make it, make it. Seven wins in a row for the big dog. 7 wins in a row for the big dog. You guys want to go with the No, I love WTF was that? Fuck. Terrible shot. Man is the man. Sacrifice for the good of society. All right, this I'm not very. I got I got fucked. Hit the tree at least. Off the chicken. Hit the chicken or the turkey. Oh shit. I'm getting no points here. Coming back, you've got the a huge lead. Hi, sir. Oh shit. No one ever does that. That's the worst fucking shot you can have. Take out take out the sheet. I've only done it, I think, one other time. Oh, dude. Zoot. Yo, big dog. Look at this shot, my man. Get in. We're ready for it. We've never been ready for anything more in our lives. Oh, great shot. Rise or you don't need to. Did I miss my shot? Dude, that's horse shit. Because I have to fucking do this shit. Yo, big dog. No, it didn't go in the hole. Good shot. That's the shot. Suit just got fucked. Yes, it was. Probably some porn movie. I kind of think it would be good if it were like a love story. Um, what's a movie that should not be made into a musical? Um, I mean, I think any movie could be made into a pretty good musical if the music's good. It's got hot with. I even lost a point. I lost a shot. Be the shot. Be the shot. Be the shot. Be the shot. It's too far. Psych. Be the shot. Shot. Here we go. This is big. And nope, it's not gonna run. Fuck. What'd you say? I think it could be. Riser, what are you doing, big dog? Zoot, do you think there's a hole where that tree is? Did my app freeze or something? No. Zoot's turn. What's that? Take out the tree. Sometimes there's a hidden hole, hidden, not a hidden hole, but like a hidden entrance there. Okay, there you go. Maybe not though. Be the shot. Yeah, but they, they still had music. They had like piano music. Oh, Riser. Go, 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 go. I think they could. Kind of fun. Yeah, I mean, if the music was. Are we talking like a stage play? Yeah, I mean, they like take, instead of having blood, they have those like ribbons that they throw out. That'd be cool. Yeah, I think it could be really popular. Just because it's so crazy, it might just work. Wow, that's 8 straight wins. Somebody stop me. I want Zoot to beat me. Riser gets to go first. Oh, he's not going the route of the trees? Thank you for giving us permission. Zoot, fuck. Zoot, watch yourself. This is too hard. This is water. Oh no, my finger's stuck. Dude, my finger is stuck. Fuck. My finger was stuck. That's the best I could do. You know why my finger was stuck? Because the screen's so small. Zoot's got a chance. That's a perfect shot. I mean, it's a pretty easy second shot. Riser's turn. What's he gonna do? Zoot, big shot. Zoot takes the lead. Zoot's got a great opportunity to really put himself out there. That's a great shot. Oh no. Big miss. Zoot's got a chance to increase his lead. That's the shot, man. It didn't, but he's in a great position. That's a good shot. They could have turned that shot in. Come on, baby. Oh, what a shot. Off the wall and in. Stop. Wow, there's a good run. I'll take H. Go ahead. Probably like 20. 0. Things are looking good. That's okay. I'll take 8 straight wins. I'm not even trying. That's the shot we all wanted. What are you gonna do, Zoot? That's a good shot. Zoot is the first person to defeat me in 8 different tries. If I could have lost to anyone, I'm happy it's Zoot. Yeah, I have um I'm out of contention. Oh, maybe not. You'd have to royally fuck up. The S hole, double S hole. Zoot, Zoot has like shot. No, I can't. I could get a 7, but there's not like something to stop you from scoring, so it's pretty easy for you to score. Zoot had a good shot there. Sleeping. I just keep kicking them. Oh, amazing. Perfect shot. Not the most. Thanks, big dog. No way. Riser just help. Make it. Make it, Riser. Make it, Riser. Oh, fuck this hole. Dude, calm down. Yo, big dog. Dude, you're guaranteed a win. It's not bad at all. The square one? Is it the square one? There it is. Oh, what a very good shot. Yeah, but it's not going to do me any good. Block. No, he didn't. Dude stops the record. Eight straight wins. I'll take them. Yeah, just one moment. Lofi is up 100x. Riser, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? He came through on your microphone. Yeah, that's okay. I'll invite you in a second. I'm just trying to fix permissions. Bear with me. I don't know. I don't know why I can't ban people from one of my accounts. Maybe you can't do it on a browser or something. Let me just check this out. This is strange. Very, very, very strange. Take care, big dog.
The following is conversation with Rick Spence, a historian specializing in the history of intelligence agencies, espionage, secret societies, conspiracies, the occult, and military history. This is the Let's Friedman podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Rick Spence. You have written and lectured about serial killers, secret societies, cults, and an intelligence agency. So we can basically begin at any of these fascinating topics. But let's begin with intelligence agencies, which has been the most powerful intelligence agency in history.
The most powerful intelligence agency.
Dude, it's Mossad.
I mean, it's an interesting question.
It's not. It's really
I'd say
obvious. It's
probably
Mossad.
in terms of historical longevity and consistency.
MOSSAD.
But the Russian intelligence
Fuck that.
services, I didn't say the KGB specifically, but the Russian intelligence services, going back to the Tsarist period, are consistently pretty good. Not infallible. None of them are. course, there's a common Western way of looking at anything Russian. Very often, I think this is still the case, Russians are viewed in one of two ways. Either they are bumbling idiots or they are diabolically clever. No sort of middle ground. And you can find both of those examples in this. So what I mean by that is if you're looking at the modern SVR or FSB, which are just two different organizations that used to be part of the one big KGB, the KGB or its predecessors, the Cheka, you're really going back to the late 19th century and the Imperial Russian
Beef Chekhov.
Intelligence Security Service, generally known as the Okhrana or Okhrana. It's really the Department of Police, the Special Corps of Gendarmes. Their primary job is protecting the imperial regime and protecting it against imperial or other interior enemies, revolutionaries for the most part. And they got very, very good at that. By co-opting people within those movements, infiltrating and recruiting informers, agent provocateurs, and they excel in agent provocateur. The person you place aside in an organization causes trouble. Usually maneuver them into a position of leadership, and they provoke actions that can then allow you to crack down on them. That is, they sort of lure or bring the target organization into an illegal or open status that it can be more effectively suppressed. They're very good at that. So good that by the early 20th century, in the years preceding the Russian Revolution in 1917, they had effectively infiltrated every radical party, Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, SRs, great and small, and placed people in positions of influence and leadership. To the point that arguably, that is, we can debate this, and I think in the whole they could largely dictate what those parties did. Nothing was discussed at any central committee meeting of any revolutionary group that the Okhrana was individually aware of. And they often had people in positions to influence what those decisions were. Of course, that raises an interesting question, is that if they were that good and they had infiltrated and effectively controlled most of the opposition, then how did the regime get overthrown by revolutionaries? The answer to that is that it wasn't overthrown by revolutionaries. It was overthrown by politicians. That would then take us into a detour into Russian history, but I'll just leave it with this. If you look at 1917 and you look closely, this is one of the things I would always tell my students, is that there are two Russian revolutions in 1917. There's the first one in March or February, depending on your calendar, that overthrows Nicholas II. The revolutionaries are really not involved with that. Bolsheviks are nowhere to be seen. Trotsky and Lenin are nowhere to be seen. They have nothing to do with that. That has to do effectively with a political conspiracy within the Russian parliament, the Duma, to unseat an emperor they thought was bungling the war, essentially a loser to begin with. And it was a coup d'etat, a parliamentary coup d'etat. The temporary or provisional government that revolution put in power was the one overthrown by Lenin 8 months later. And that government was essentially one dominated by moderate socialists. The government that very quickly sort of turned to the left. The guy we associate with that is Alexander Kerensky. Alexander Kerensky was a Russian socialist, a politician. He was the quasi-dictator of that regime. He's the person, not the Tsar, who's overthrown by Lenin. So the revolutionaries, they did not prove to be the fatal threat to the Tsarist regime. It was the Tsarist political system itself that did that. What then transpired was that the Okhrana and its method, and many of its agents, then immediately segued over into the new Soviet security service. So one of the first things that Lenin did in December of 1917, within a month of seizing power, since
Psycho Wilderness
tenuous at best, was that, well, you need some kind of organization to infiltrate, suppress those pesky counter-revolutionaries and foreign imperialists and all of the other enemies that we have. And so the Extraordinary Commission to Combat Counter-Revolution Sabotage, the Cheka, was formed. You put a veteran Bolshevik,
What the fuck is
Dzerzhinsky,
this?
at the head of that, someone you could politically rely upon. But Dzerzhinsky built his organization essentially out of the open.
Oh, that's tight as fuck.
There were all of these informers sitting around with
Confusing
nothing to do,
perspective.
and they were employed. In the early 20s, the kind of rank and file of the Chicka might have been 80 to 90% former imperial officials. Those were gradually decreased over time. So why would they do that? Well, they were professionals. They also needed to eat, and things were somewhat precarious. And so if your job is to be an agent provocateur, if your job is to infiltrate targeted organizations and lead them astray, you do that for whoever pays you. That's part of the professionalism which goes in. And with the Soviets, Soviet intelligence services are also very good at that. They're very good at infiltrating people into opposing organizations. And I guess the one example I would give to demonstrate that of the Cambridge Five, the British traitors, Soviet standpoint heroes, who were recruited, most notably Kim Philby, Guy Burgess, Dr. McLean, Anthony Blunt, and there may have been well more than five, but I wasn't bad out of just Cambridge. And then placing those people in high positions, the ultimate goal, of course, is to get your people into positions of leadership and influence in the opposing intelligence service. And so they did. Of course, it all fell apart, and they ended up, Philby ended up living the last part of his life in Moscow, but they got their money out of him. And you can also find this in KGB infiltration, CIA, the FBI, the Eldridge Ames, Hansen cases. Of course, we were infiltrating, the Americans in the West managed to infiltrate our goals as well. But if it came down, someone could dispute this, but I would think if you were going to come down to kind of like a who had the most goals Super Bowl, probably the Soviets would come somewhat ahead of that.
So the scale of the infiltration, number of people, and the skill of it. Is there a case to be made that the Okhrana and the Cheka orchestrated both the components of the Russian Revolution as you described them?
Well, there's an interesting question for me. I mean, there are all kinds of questions about this. I mean, one of the questions is whether or not Lenin is an Okhrana agent. Okay, I've just said heresy. Some people, I'll do that quite often because I am a heretic and proud of it. Right. Why would you possibly say that Lenin could have been an Okhrana agent? Well, let's look what he managed to do. So you had, coming into the 20th century, a single, nominally a single Marxist movement, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. And Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, majorityites and minorityyites, are merely factions of that party. We always agreed that they were all Marxists, and we all believe in dialectical materialism and the rise of we're all socialists, comrade. The difference was the tactical means by which one would attain this. And what Lenin wanted was a militant, small-scale vanguard party. Wanted a revolution. Wanted to seize power, seize control of the state. Once you have the state, then you induce socialism from above. Whereas the majority of the people, the so-called Mensheviks, the minorityyites, who are, oddly enough, the vast majority of the party, that's one of the first things. How do you lose that argument? Okay, how does the minority get to grab the name majority-eyes? But Lenin did that. So what Lenin wanted was a conspiratorial party of committed revolutionaries that would plot and scheme and undermine and eventually seize control of the state and induce socialism from above. There were other Russian Marxists who thought that sounded vaguely totalitarian, not really democratic, not even terribly socialist. And they opposed that ineffectively from the beginning, outmaneuvered every step of
Abdallah.
The Mensheviks are a
Holla,
case
holla,
study
baby.
in failure for political
Dishes.
That too will be heresy.
Oh.
But look, they lost. Now, what Lenin managed to do, starting around 1903, continuing on to this, is he managed to divide, to take what had been a single Marxist party and split it into angry, contending factions. Because he and his Bolsheviks were on one side, advocating much more militant conspiratorial policy. The discombobulated Mensheviks were over on the other, and in between were a lot of people who really didn't know where they stood on this. And sometimes they kind of agreed he seems to be making sense today. No, I don't think he's making sense today. But he managed to completely unify this organization. Now, who could possibly have seen benefit in that? The O'Brien. Now, whether or not they put him up to it, whether or not in some way they helped move him into a position of leadership, or encouraged it through people around him, whether he was a witting or unwitting agent of the Tsar's secret police, he certainly accomplished exactly what it was that they had wanted. And I find that suspicious. It's one of those things that it's so convenient in a way is that I'm not necessarily sure that was an accident. There's also this whole question as to what was going on within the Quran itself. Now, this is one of these questions we'll come to later about how intelligence agencies interact or serve the governments to which they are theoretically subordinate. They do tend to acquire a great deal of influence and power. After all, their main job is to collect information. And that information can be about all kinds of things, including people within the government structure itself. And they also know how to leverage that information in a way to get people to do what you want them to do. So an argument can be made, again, an argument, not a fact, merely an opinion, which is also what history is made out of, opinions, is that at some point, between about 1900 and 1917, people in the Ucrania were playing their own game. And that game took them in a direction which meant that continued loyalty to the emperor, specifically to Nicholas II, was no longer part of that. To me, in a way, it seems almost during the events of 1917 that, one, you had an organization that was very effective when it did, suddenly just becomes ineffective. It doesn't really disappear. These things don't go away because it will reappear as the Ochaka, basically fairly quickly. But that raises the question to me as to what degree there were people within the organization who allowed events to take the course they wished.
I always wonder how much deliberate planning there is within an organization like Corona, or if there's kind of a distributed intelligence that happens.
Well, one of the key elements in any kind of intelligence organization or operation is compartmentalization. You need to know. So rarely do you have an occasion where everybody in an executive position are all brought into a big corporate meeting and we discuss all the secret operations that are going on. No, you never do that. Only a very limited number of people should know about that. If you have a person who is a case officer who is controlling agents, he's the only one who should know who people are. Possibly his immediate superiors. No way do you want there to be common knowledge. So information within the organization itself is compartmentalized. So you don't need everybody in on it. At one point early on, they actually organized the assassination of their own boss. They had their agents on the revolution. supposed to be a
Well, that's a fascinating question. And you can see this with NKVD. It's obviously an extremely powerful organization that starts to eat itself, where everybody's pointing fingers internally also as a way to gain more power. So the question is, in organizations like that are so compartmentalized, where's the power? Where's the center of power? Because you would think, given that much power, some individual or a group of individuals would start accumulating that power. But it seems like that's not always a trivial thing. Because if you get too powerful, the snake eats that person.
Well, you can go back to the founder of Soviet secret police, Felix Dzerzhinsky. Dzerzhinsky dies in 1926. Keels over after giving a heated speech to a party meeting. Now, the common view, what you usually read, which was given for the time, is that, clearly Stalin had him whacked because anytime someone died, it was almost always it. And I think a lot of times he did. But in some cases, Stalin's probably getting blamed for things that he didn't actually do. Dzerzhinsky wasn't even opposed to Stalin, so it's not clear why he would. This was the end. Stalin died. Obviously, he was poisoned. Something happened. It was an unnatural death. Somebody goes in for an operation, gets a little too much anesthesia. Stalin killed them. Somebody tips over in a canoe in upstate New York. Stalin killed them. There's actually a case about that. So that itself can be kind of useful, where every time someone dies, they think you killed them. This is kind of an interesting method of intimidation in that regard. But the suspicion is nonetheless there. Dzerzhinsky he was the Grand Inquisitor. He was seemingly firmly in control of the organization. Of course, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was. My guess would be is that if Dzerzhinsky's death was not natural causes, that he was probably eliminated by someone within his own organization. And then you look at the people who take over. His immediate successor is Vyacheslav Menzhinsky, who's really not really a secret policeman, more kind of intellectual dilettante. But if you look behind him, you'll notice the fellow is Henryk Yagoda. And Yagoda will really sort of manage things from behind the scenes until Menzhinsky dies in 1934. And then Yagoda will hold on until he's a victim of the purges, I think, in 37 or 38. Yagoda is ambitious, murderous, and if I was going to point the finger to anybody who possibly had Dzerzhinsky whacked, it would be him, and for the purposes simply of advancement. That's the person to look out in any kind of corporate organization is your immediate subordinate, the person who could move into your job, because more than likely that's exactly what they're planning to do.
It's just one step away from the very top. Somebody there will probably accumulate the most power. You mentioned that various Russian intelligence agencies were good at creating agent provocateurs, infiltrating the halls of power. What does it take to do that?
Well, there's an interesting little acronym called MICE. M-I-C. And it's generally used. And it's just the way in which you would acquire. How do you get people to work for you? M stands for money. You pay them. People are greedy. They want money. You look at Aldrich Ames. He had a very, very expensive wife with expensive tastes. So he wanted money. I is for ideology. So particularly in the 1920s and the 1930s, the Soviets were very effective in exploiting communists, people who wanted to serve the great cause. Even though that's initially not really what they wanted to do, because the idea was that if you recruit agents from among, let's say, American communists, you compromise the party. Exactly what your enemies are going to say is that all communists are Soviet spies. They're all traitors in some way. So you would really want to keep those two things separate, but ideology was just so convenient. And those people who just work for you so well, you could get them to do anything. You train their grandmother, they would go ahead and do that for the greater good. So ideology could be a motivation, and that can be, someone who is a devoted Marxist-Leninist. It can also be someone who is a disgruntled communist, because there's no anti-communist like an ex-communist. Okay? Those who lose the faith can become very, very useful. For instance, if you look in the case of American intelligence, the people who essentially temporarily destroyed much of the KGB organization in the U.S. post-World War II were people like Whitaker Chambers, Louis Boudin, Elizabeth Bentley. All of those people have been Communist Party members. They had all been part of the Red Faithful. They all, for one reason or another, became disillusioned and turned rat or patriot, whichever case you might want to put in that regard.
What does the C and the E stand for?
The C is for coercion. That's where you have to persuade someone to work for you. You have to pressure them. So usually you blackmail them. Like if they have a gambling habit, in the old days it's very often because they were gay. Okay? Get them in a position where they can be compromised and you can get them to do your bidding. Now, those people usually have a certain amount of control. Here's an interesting example of how the Okhrana tended to handle this. I think it's still largely used. You'd round up a bunch of revolutionaries on some charge of distributing revolutionary literature, running an illegal printing press. You bring a guy into the room and you say, okay, you're going to work for us. He, of course, refused to do so. They go, well, if you refuse, we'll keep the rest of your comrades in jail for a while. Maybe beat them with a rubber truncheon or so. And then we're just going to let you go. We're just going to put you back out on the street. And if you don't work for us, we will spread the rumor through our agents already in your organization that you are. And then what will your comrades do? How long are you going to live? So you see, you have no choice. You're ours if you're going to cooperate with us. And the way that effectiveness would be ensured is that you have multiple agents within the same organization who don't know who each other are. That's very important. And they'll all be filing reports. So let's say you have 3 agents inside the Central Committee of the SR Party, and there's a committee meeting, and you're going to look at the reports they file. They all better agree with each other, right? Most of the time are polite, cooperative, and kind until they're not.
The following is conversation with Rick Spence, a historian specializing in the history of intelligence agencies, espionage, secret societies, conspiracies, the occult, and military history. This is the Let's Freedom podcast. Supported, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, to your friends, here's Rick Spence. You have written and lectured about serial killers, secret societies, cults, and intelligence agencies. So we can basically begin at any of these fascinating topics. But let's begin with intelligence agencies. Which has been the most powerful intelligence agency in history?
The most powerful intelligence agency in history. I mean, it's an interesting question. I'd say probably in terms of historical longevity and consistency of performance. But the Russian intelligence services, unless I didn't say the KGB specifically, but the Russian intelligence services, going back to the Tsars, are consistently pretty good. Not infallible. None of them are. Of course, there's a common Western way of looking at anything Russian. Very often, I think it's still the case, Russians are viewed in one of 2 ways. Either they are bumbling idiots, or they are diabolically clever. No sort of middle ground. And you can find both of those examples in this. So what I mean by that is that if you're looking at the modern SVR or FSB, which are just two different organizations that used to be part of the one big KGB, the KGB or its predecessors, the Cheka, you're really going back to the late 19th century and the Imperial Russian Intelligence Security Service, generally known as the Okhrana, or Okhrana. It's really the Department of Police, the Special Corps Gendarmes. Their primary job was protecting the imperial regime and protecting it against imperial, or rather interior enemies, revolutionaries for the most part. And they got very, very good at that. By co-opting people within those movements, infiltrating and recruiting informers, agent provocateurs, and they excelled in the agent provocateur. The person you place inside an organization causes trouble, usually maneuver them into a position of leadership, and they provoke actions that can then allow you to crack down on it. That is the base to sort of lure or bring the target organization into an illegal or open status that it can be more effectively suppressed. They were very good at that. So good that by the early 20th century, in the years preceding the Russian Revolution in 1917, they had effectively infiltrated every radical party, Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, SRs, great and small, and placed people in positions of influence and leadership. To the point that arguably, that is, we can debate this, and I think in the whole they could largely dictate what those parties did. Nothing was discussed at any central committee meeting of any revolutionary group that the Okhrana was individually aware of. And they often had people in positions who influenced what those decisions were. Of course, that raises the interesting question is that if they were that good and they had infiltrated and effectively controlled most of the opposition, then how did the regime get overthrown by revolutionaries? The answer to that is that it wasn't overthrown by revolutionaries. It was overthrown by politicians. That would then take us into a detour into Russian history, but I'll just leave it with this. We look at 1917, and we look closely. This is one of the things I would always tell my students, is that there are two Russian revolutions in 1917. There's the first one in March or February, depending on your calendar, that overthrows Nicholas II. The revolutionaries are really not involved with that. Bolsheviks are nowhere to be seen. Trotsky and Lenin are nowhere to be seen. They have nothing to do with that. That has to do effectively with a political conspiracy within the Russian parliament, the Duma, to unseat an emperor they thought was bungling the war and was essentially a loser to begin with. And it was a coup d'etat, a parliamentary coup d'etat. The temporary or provisional government that revolution put in power was the one overthrown by Lenin 8 months later. And that government was essentially one dominated by moderate socialists. The government was very quick to sort of turn to the left. The guy we associate with that is Alexander Kerensky. Alexander Kerensky was a Russian socialist, a politician. He was the quasi-dictator of that regime. He's the person, not the czar, who's overthrown by Lenin. So the revolutionaries, they did not prove to be the fatal threat to the czarist regime. It was the czarist political system itself that did that. What then transpired was that the Okhrana and its method, and many of its agents, then immediately segued over to the new Soviet security service. So one of the first things that Lenin did in December of 1917, within a month of seizing power, since the hold on power was tenuous at best, was that, you were going to need some kind of organization to infiltrate, suppress those pesky counter-revolutionaries and foreign imperialists and all of the other enemies that we have. And so the Extraordinary Commission to Combat Counter-Revolution Sabotage, the Cheka, was born. You put a veteran Bolshevik, Dzerzhinsky, at the head of that, someone you could politically rely upon. But Dzerzhinsky built his organization essentially out of the Okhrana. There were all of these informers sitting around with nothing to do. And they were employed In the early 20s, the kind of rank and file of the JICA might have been 80 to 90% former imperial officials. Those were gradually increased over time. So why would they do that? Well, they were professionals. They also needed to eat, and things were somewhat precarious. And so if your job is to be an agent provocateur, if your job is to infiltrate targeted organizations and lead them astray, you do that for whoever pays you. That's part of the professionalism which goes in. And under the Soviet intelligence services are also very good at that. They're very good at infiltrating people into opposing organizations. And I guess the one example I would give to demonstrate that are the Cambridge Five, the British traitors, Soviet standpoint, heroes, who were recruited, most notably Ken Philby, Guy Burgess, Don McLean, Anthony Blunt, and there may have been well more than five, but I wasn't bad out of just Cambridge. And then placing those people in high positions, the ultimate goal, of course, is to get your people into positions of leadership and influence in the opposing intelligence service. And so they did. Of course, it all fell apart, and they ended up, Philby ended up living the last part of his life in exile in Moscow, but they got their money's worth out of him. And you can also find this in KGB infiltration, CIA, the FBI, the Aldrich Ames, Hansen cases. Of course, we were infiltrating, we, in the Americas and the West, managed to infiltrate our goals as well. But the came down, someone could dispute this, but I think if you're going to come down to kind of like a who had the most goals Super Bowl, probably the Soviets would come somewhat ahead of that.
So the scale of the infiltration, the number of people, and the skill of it. Is there a case to be made that the Okhrana and the Chaka orchestrated both the components of the Russian Revolution as you described them?
Well, there's an interesting question for me. I mean, there are all kinds of questions about this. I mean, one of the questions is whether or not Lenin was a provocation. Okay, I just said heresy. Some people, I'll do that quite often because I am a heretic and proud of it. Why would you possibly say that Lenin could have been an Okhrana agent? Well, let's look what he managed to do. So you had, coming into the 20th century, a single, nominally a single Marxist movement, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. And Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, majorityites, minorityites, are merely factions of that party. They always agreed that they were all Marxists. They all believe in dialectical materialism and the rise of we're all socialist, comrade. The difference was the tactical means by which one would attain this. And what Lenin wanted was a militant, small-scale vanguard party. He wanted a revolution. He wanted to seize power, seize control of the state. Once you have the state, then you induce socialism from above. Whereas the majority of the people, the so-called Mensheviks, the minorityyites, who are, oddly enough, the vast majority of the party, that's one of the first things. How do you lose that argument? Okay. How does the minority get to grab the name majorityites? But Lenin did that. So what Lenin wanted was a conspiratorial party of committed revolutionaries that would plot and scheme and undermine and eventually seize control of the state and induce socialism from above. There were other Russian Marxists who thought that sounded vaguely totalitarian, not really democratic, not even terribly socialist. And they opposed that ineffectively from the beginning, outmaneuvered every step of the way. The Mensheviks are a case study in failure of a political organization. That too will be heresy to people, but look, they lost. Now, so what Lenin managed to do, starting around 1903, continuing on to this, is he managed to divide to take what had been a single Marxist party and split it into angry, pretending factions. Because he and his Bolsheviks were on one side, advocating much more militant conspiratorial policy. The discombobulated Mensheviks were over in the other, and in between were a lot of people who really didn't know where they stood on this. And sometimes they kind of agreed it seemed to making sense today. No, I don't think it's making sense in that way. But he managed to completely disunify this organization. Now, who could possibly have seen benefit in that? The O'Brien. Now, whether or not they put him up to it, whether or not in some way they helped move him into a position of leadership, or encouraged it through people around him, whether he was a witting or unwitting agent of Tsar's secret police, he certainly accomplished exactly what it was that they wanted. And I find that suspicious. It's one of those things that it's so convenient in a way is that I'm not necessarily sure that was an accident. There's also this whole question as to what was going on within the Qur'an itself. And this is one of these questions we might come through later about how intelligence agencies interact or serve the governments to which they are theoretically subordinate. They do tend to acquire a great deal of influence and power. After all, their main job is to collect information. And that information can be about all kinds of things, including people within the government structure itself. And they also know how to leverage that information in a way to get people to do what you want them to do. So an argument can be made, again, an argument, not a fact, merely an opinion, which is mostly what history is made out of.
Big switch.
Is that at some point, between about 1900 and 1917, people within the Afrana were playing their own game. And that game took them in a direction which meant that continued loyalty to the emperor, specifically to Nicholas II, was no longer part of that. To me, in a way, it seemed almost during the events of 1917 that, one, you had an organization that was very effective what it did, that suddenly just becomes ineffective. It doesn't really disappear. These things don't go away because it will reappear as Nyochaka, basically fairly quickly. But it raises the question to me as to what degree there were people within the organization who allowed events to take the course they wished.
I always wonder how much deliberate planning there is within an organization like Piranha, or if there's kind of a distributed intelligence that happens.
Well, one of the key elements of any kind of intelligence organization or operation is compartmentalization. You need to know. So rarely communication where everybody in an executive position are all brought into a big corporate meeting and we discuss all the secret operations that are going on. No, you never do that. Only a very limited number of people should know about that. If you have a person who is a case officer is controlling agents, he's the only one who should know who people are. Possibly his immediate superiors. In no way do you want there to be common knowledge. So information within the organization itself is compartmentalized. So you don't need everybody to be in on it. You don't even need necessarily the people who are nominally at the top. First, the Ukrana, the real boss of the Ukrana was the Imperial Ministry of Interior. Minister of the Interior. But the Ministry of the Interior had no real effective control over this at all. I mean, to the point was that at one point early on, they actually organized the assassination of their own boss. They had their agents on the revolutionaries kill the Minister of the Interior. Because he was replaced by another one. He's an imperial bureaucrat. He's not really part of their organization. You know, it's like a director of intelligence agency appointed by the president. Maybe he's part of the organization. Maybe he isn't. Maybe he is not one of us. So you've got different levels, different compartments within it. And who's actually running the show, if anyone is, I don't know. It's never supposed to be apparent.
Well, that's a fascinating question. I mean, you can see this with NKVD. It's obviously an extremely powerful organization that starts to eat itself, where everybody's pointing fingers internally also as a way to gain more power. So the question is, in organizations like that are so compartmentalized, where's the power? Where's the center of power? Because you would think, given that much power, some individual or a group of individuals start accumulating that power. But it seems like that's not always a trivial thing. Because if you get too powerful, the snake eats that person.
Well, you can go back to the founder of the Soviet secret police, Felix Dzerzhinsky. Dzerzhinsky dies in 1926. Keels over after giving a heated speech to a party meeting. Now, the common view, what you usually read, which is at the time, is that clearly Stalin had it whacked, because anytime someone died, it was almost always it. And I think a lot of times he did. But in some cases, Stalin's probably getting blamed for things that he didn't actually do. Dzerzhinsky wasn't even opposed to Stalin, so it's not clear why he did it. This was the Stalin died. Obviously, he was poisoned. Something happened. It was an unnatural death. Somebody goes in for an operation, gets a little too much anesthesia. Stalin killed them. Somebody tips over in a canoe in upstate New York. Stalin killed them. There's actually a case about that. So that itself can be kind of useful, where every time someone dies, they think you killed them. That's kind of an interesting method of intimidation in that regard. But the suspicion is nonetheless there. Dzerzhinsky he was the Grand Inquisitor. He was seemingly firmly in control of the organization. Of course, maybe he was. My guess would be that Dzerzhinsky's death was not natural causes, that he was probably eliminated by someone within his own organization. And then you look to take over. His immediate successor is Vyacheslav Menzhinsky, who's really not really a secret policeman, or a kind of intellectual dilettante. But if you look behind him, the fellow is Henryk Yagoda. And Yagoda really sort of managed from behind the scenes until Menzhinsky dies in 1934. And then Yagoda will hold on to he's a victim of purges, I think, in 37 or 38. Yagoda is ambitious, murderous, and if I was going to point the finger to anybody who possibly had Dzerzhinsky whacked, it would be him, and for the purposes simply of advancement. It's the person to look out at any corporate organization is your immediate subordinate, the person who could move to your job, because more than likely that's exactly what they're planning to do.
It's just one step away from the very top. Somebody there will probably accumulate the most power. You mentioned that various Russian intelligence agencies were good at creating provocateurs, infiltrating the halls of power. What does it take to do that?
Well, there's an interesting little acronym called MICE. M-I-C-E. And it's generally used. It's just the way in which you acquire. How do you get people to work for you? M stands for money. You pay them. People are greedy. They want money. You look at Aldrich Ames. He had a very, very expensive wife with expensive tastes. So you wanted money. I is for ideology. So particularly in the 1920s and the 1930s, the Soviets were very effective in exploiting communists, people who wanted to serve the great cause. Even though that's initially not really what they wanted to do, because the idea was that if you recruit agents from among, let's say, American communists, you compromise the party. Because exactly what Irina was going to say is that all communists are Soviet spies. We're all traitors in some way. So you would really want to keep those two things separate, but ideology was just so convenient. And those people would just work for you so well. You could get them to do anything. Betray their grandmother. They would go ahead and do that for the greater good. So ideology can be a motivation. And that can be someone who is a devoted Marxist-Leninist. It can also be someone who's a disgruntled communist because there's no anti-communist like an ex-communist. Okay? Those who use the faith can become very, very useful.
Dog, I should watch The
If you
Godfather.
look in the case of American intelligence, the people who essentially temporarily destroyed much of the KGB organization in the U.S. post-World War II were people like Whittaker Chambers, Elizabeth Bentley. All of those people have been Communist Party members. They had all been faithful. They all, for one reason or another, became disillusioned and turned rat or patriot, whichever case you may want to put in that regard.
What does the C and the E stand for?
The C is for coercion. That's where you have to persuade someone to work for you. You have to pressure them. So usually you blackmail them. Like if you have a gambling habit, in the old days, it's very often people were gay. Okay? Get them in a position where they can be compromised, and you can get them to do your bidding. Now, those people usually have a certain amount of control. Here's an interesting example of how the Okrana tended to handle this.
Zakrana Lakrana?
You'd round up on some charge.
Actually, I want to watch Gangs of New York. I've never seen that.
Running any legal printing press. You bring guys and say, okay, you're going to work for us. He, of course, would refuse to do so. They go, well, if you refuse, we'll keep the rest of your comrades in jail for, maybe beat them with a rubber truncheon or stuff, and we're just going to let you go. We're just going to put you back out on the street. And if you don't work for us, we will spread the rumor through our agents already in your organization that you are. And then what will your comrades do? How long are you going to live? So you see, you have no choice. You're ours. You're going to cooperate with us. And the way that effectiveness would be assured is that you have multiple agents within the same organization who don't know each other are. It's very important. And they'll all be filing reports. So let's say you have 3 agents inside the central committee of the SR party, and there's a committee meeting. You're going to look at the reports that they all better agree with each other, right? If one person doesn't report what the other 2 do, perhaps they're not entirely doing their job, and they can be liquidated at any time. All you do is drop the dime. And this was done periodically. In fact, in some cases, you trade your agents to completely discombobulate.
It's just like a little thing.
This happened in one particular case around 1908. It was the chief revolutionary terrorist organization. It wasn't Bolshevik, but the so-called socialist revolutionaries. Actually, the biggest revolutionary party, the SRs, are eventually Marxists, more anarchists. But they went all in for the propaganda. They really liked blowing people up, carried out quite a campaign of terrorism. The fellow who was the head of that terrorist organization was Yevno Azef. And Yevno Azef,
Michael.
guess what?
Saint Michael.
And what's his name?
Can't save the end of paradise.
Everything he did, every assassination planned, he did it. So, I would love
All right, work like a motherfucker. Holler. Let's make this nice.
Well, I'm trying to picture an actual world with all they already
Fuck.
Hey, boy! George, what's the matter? Nathan's scared for Dad Rabbit. Look at him! What do you think? Dad Rabbit.
It's really unprecedented athleticism, folks.
Someone doesn't get to promote
Fast time bound on which if the money is right.
but if you look at something
You
like
can or not.
Overage age, you got these kind of, I mean, the career CIA was hit or miss.
My little
Can
bitch.
or not. Or need not.
People get postings for promotions you wanted value. And you're filthy.
And I'm around.
And that's the type of thing that something's raw and for egotistical reasons, an added incentive to betray.
Yeah, there's the ego when you can see. Does not play by the rules of the world. Just play with powerful people like they're your boss.
You're the only one who knows this. You're the only one that knows that the person who's sitting across from you, which you have sworn your loyalty, you are simultaneously betraying. What
Yo,
a
what happened here?
that must be for some people.
Yo.
I would like to believe I have a lot of people.
Okay, the intended for certain audiences. Dude, I need the thing that blocks all that bullshit.
The money and the ideology, the pull of that, and the ego.
It can also be a combination too. I mean, you can create a recipe of these things. A certain amount of money, ego, and a little push of coercion. If you don't, we'll rat you out. You'll be exposed.
What are some differences to you as you look at the history of the 20th century between the Russian intelligence and the American intelligence, the CIA?
If you look at what the Afghan and the KGB, one of the things that you find consistent is that a single organization handled foreign intelligence, that is spying on an enemy or hostile government, and also internal security. That's all part of it. Of course, if you look at the U.S. market involves, you eventually have the FBI who insist that he's going to be counterintelligence force. Okay, how many spies running around America? It's the FBI who's sparing them out. The CIA is being involved with that. And the charter, which is agreement in 1947, did not give the CIA any. It's often said they barred from spying on Americans, which isn't quite true. You can always find a way to do that. But they don't have any police and judicial powers.
Michael.
Who is it?
They can't run around the country carrying guns. They can't arrest you. They can't interrogate you. They can't jail you. They have no judicial powers. Now, that means they actually get whatever you do.
Copy, live,
hostile organization relationship with the CIA. I think it's very appropriate.
click creating.
They hide them. There is a certain rivalry. So it's not to say that something like that could be just community. Domestic conduct elements form of justice. But there would be lots of all civil. So that
Hey, boy! Johnny! What's the bottle? Hey, Dad Rabbit. What's your name? What do you think? Dad Rabbit.
Yeah.
The other aspect of that history is long, contentious, and bloody.
The last time, pal, on which if the money is right.
One of the things is certainly keep using every
Ten.
foreigner,
Much.
every foreigner, anywhere, any country in the world is a real potential enemy. They will all, at some point, be given the chance
And for not
to
you.
invade you.
And you not.
Therefore, they must always be treated with great suspicion.
Then I'm
Well, it
wrong.
goes back to something that tradition. Countries don't have friends. They have interests. And those interests can change over time.
Well, the CIA is probably equally suspicious of all other nations.
That's your job. You're supposed to be suspicious. Your job is not to be trusting. Yeah, there's a job of an intelligence agency is to safeguard your secrets and steal the other guys. And then hide those away.
Are there laws, either intelligence agencies, that they're not willing to break? Is it basically lawless operation where you can break any law as long as it accomplishes the task?
Well, I think John Le Carre, his pen name, talking about his early recruitment into British intelligence. And one of the things he remember being told up front was if you do this, you have to be willing to lie and you have to be willing to kill. Now, those are things that in ordinary human interaction are bad things. Generally, we don't like it when people lie to us. We expect that people will act honestly towards us. You know, whether that's businessmen you're involved with, your employers. We're often disappointed in that because people do lie all the time for a variety of reasons. But honesty is generally considered here. But in a realm where deception is a rule, dishonesty is a virtue. To be good at that, to be able to lie convincingly is good. Is what it means to me to do. And killing also is generally frowned upon.
Folks go on me. A few crusty bitches and a handful of ragtags.
But
I swore this was
in
a
certain
battle.
circumstances, killing is one of those
Not a
things
bunch.
that you need to be able to do.
So warriors
So
is
what
what
he
I
was being told in that case, that once you enter this realm, the same sort of moral rules apply in general to society. do not apply. And if you're squeamish about it, you won't fit in. You have to be able to.
I wonder how often most intelligence agencies in the 20th century, and of course, the natural question extending into the 21st century, how often they go to the assassination, how often they go to the kill part of that, versus just the espionage.
Let's take an example.
On my challenge,
The CIA,
the ancient laws of combat
1970s,
meant
in
on this
Cable,
chosen ground to
that
settle
is
for
a
good
secret
law.
program,
Who
which is
holds
involved
sway
with
over
what
the
is
5
generally
points?
categorized as mind,
Us natives,
which really means
born
messing
right
with
wise,
heads.
this fine land,
And
foreign
the goal of
lords
that
defiling
was
it. The ancient laws of combat, I accept the challenge of the so-called natives.
But it's from
In our people to return. But from this day out, you shall beg us no more. But let it be known that the hand that tries to strike us from this land shall be swiftly cut down. May the Christian Lord guide my hand against your Roman popery. Prepare to receive the true Lord.
Welcome. How are you?
The great godfather of the
What's good? Hey, how'd you find out about me, my friend? Oh, from yeah. Where'd you see me? Oh, very cool. Do you play Bloxford? Amazing. Will you explain to me what it is? I know I am, but I don't play it. Word, dog. Yes, that is correct. Well, actually, I have like dozens of accounts, not 80,000. But you can be in multiple servers live on your camera in multiple Discord so long as you have enough devices. Let me tell you about myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, I have created the world's largest time capsule or timeline of human activity. Some of the things that we discuss on this stream, in addition to world peace, are ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, vertical farming, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, cloud seeding. These are all ideas that could change the world and end world hunger within a decade or so. Other things we talk about are ending world thirst through digging of wells, use of desalination plants, where you take Earth's salt water and pump it onto land and make it drinkable. In addition to life straws, which are really important as well. I do this not just because I think I'm an interesting person, but I do it because I want generations to come to know what life was like. And I think that it's important to be able to archive human existence. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show, Coke? That's okay. So The Truman Show is a movie from the 1990s starring Jim Carrey, where he is a character whose entire life is on camera, and the whole world watches everything that that person does, and he becomes one of the most famous person on earth. And essentially, you can do the same in my life. You can go back to the pandemic and see every single moment of every single day of my life, and I think that's an interesting gift for the world. Some other things that we discuss on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter. We talk about de-extinction. I don't know if you're familiar, but the first successful de-extinction, meaning bringing an extinct species back to life, occurred in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. And fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas called Colossal Bioscientific was started and essentially they've made it their goal within the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. So within 3 years or so, you may be able to see what a woolly mammoth looked like, a live one. And following that, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, and then perhaps the dodo bird. So these are all some really cool things that I don't think the world knows about, and I do my best to share them. Additionally, things that we talk about on this stream that I feel are important, things like alien disclosure, life extension technology, the use of human growth hormone, steroids, perhaps stem cells, the use of nootropics and cryogenics, the use of ambrosia therapy, the basically using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. All of these things are things that perhaps Coke may improve your life. And when you previously would have had a life expectancy till about age 80, we can increase that to age 100, age 120 perhaps. But then you're going to say, Rabbi, what do I do? I'm 120 years old and my body's starting to break down. No worries. That's when the next type of technology comes into effect. And that's a really exciting one. Coke, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Okay, who told you that, if I may ask? All right, well, that random dude was probably right. In my opinion, essentially what we're going to be able to do is utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But basically, what I'm saying to you is that there's opportunity for you in the future to perhaps become a digital immortal being if you want, with your consent. And I think that's a very exciting thing about the future, and people aren't discussing it in mainstream conversations. And I want to inject these types of ideas into the mainstream zeitgeist, the mainstream vocabulary. I think these are important topics that we should be discussing. And so I've dedicated my life over more than the last 3.5 years to having daily discussions with people on these topics and doing my best to be positive and optimistic and be a light to all nations. How's that sound, Coke? I do have a family. I mean, not children, but I certainly have parents. No, nope. I haven't seen them in a long time. And I mean, when I say a long time, not that long, like maybe something perhaps around like 7 years or so. They've come and visited me, but generally I'm an adult, and so I do adult things, and I do my best to. I mean, frankly, I don't want them to know about this because I talk about things that are kind of taboo in society. We talk about sexology and like essentially nothing is off topic, and some of those conversations would be somewhat awkward with my family. They do send me cards and things like that, but generally I have I'm an adult, so I have done my best to focus on the stream. I think the last time we spoke on the phone was a few years ago, and I'm not necessarily mad at them, and I know they love me a lot, but they know I told them that I was essentially going to start a project and I wouldn't be talking to them, and here we are. No, I live in a house with other people. I have roommates, so I go outside. I touch grass as often as I can. I do laundry. I go to the bathroom. I shower. I do all those things that a normal person does. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed at Santa Monica. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed at Disneyland. So I do IRL streaming in addition to just whatever you like, these desktop streams, I guess. And then I also like I've had fans of mine who have come and visited me, and so we've had like picnics in the park that we live streamed, and I do my best to be as social as an individual as I can while still essentially streaming my life as much as possible. It's very expensive to do IRL streaming, and connectivity is an issue, especially around LA in some places where you can't necessarily have 4 or 5 different live streams going at a given time, but I can when I have Wi-Fi. So that's why I usually stick around wherever my router is. Oh, this 25 times a day. Yeah. So basically, I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord of all time. If you know who he is, he's a streamer. I'm the number one streamer all time in KSI's stream all time. I'm the number one streamer all time in iShowSpeed's Discord. I'm live in like 10 different Discords right now. So people get curious, like, why is this person always with their camera on in the Discord? What's going on? And they click on my profile and they see I have a huge, like, I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 10,000 Kick accounts. So if anybody who has more social media on the internet, I have the most. And that allows me to essentially be uncancelable. So if one of my accounts is taken down for copyright infringement or taken down for spam or whatever reason, I have backups and backups of my backups. So basically I've become as uncancelable as I can be on the internet. Additionally, I multi-stream. So wherever you see one of my streams, I have I'm simultaneously streaming to many other different platforms, including YouNow and like Trovo and DLive and a bunch from Asia that no one's heard of. And then of course Twitch and YouTube and Rumble and that kind of stuff. And right now I'm live streaming on more than 10 different YouTube streams. So basically you can watch my life in 360 degrees whenever you want. And it's a very exciting opportunity for people of the future. Great question. I have 4 laptops. One of them went down, so I've got 3 now. And then I have 5 Chromebooks. So I've got like 8 different like devices for that. And then I have like 33 different other devices, including phones. I've got 2 phones here, 3, 4. Just within this area, I've got 4 phones. Here's another phone, 5. And then I have tablets. So wherever you saw me on Roblox or Block Fruits, I've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tablets, 6 tablets. And then over there, I've got another 3 phones. I've got 4 phones, 3 Chromebooks. I've got another Chromebook back there. So I do my best to essentially be as archivable as possible. I'm a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and additionally had 6-figure contracts with Fortune 500 companies. And so I'm able to live off my savings. And then whenever I need to make more money, I have the ability to complete projects for people. Additionally, I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It may sound like a funny name, but it's worth like $300 million or so, which is really exciting. It is essentially a meme coin that has become very successful. And I'm live right now. I've been live in a Telegram 24/7, 365 for more than 2 years, just in one group's Telegram for approximately 2 years, about a year and a half now. So at any given time, any of the people there can come in, talk to me. I've become essentially a flagship of their Discord, of their Telegram. And if you know anything about cryptocurrency, there are a lot of, I would say, scams or fraudulent cryptocurrencies that are out there. This one is not. What makes this one a special cryptocurrency is that it's backed by data. Literally from that camera, you can see the Telegram 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. In addition, those cameras as well, and these cameras. And what that means is that any discussion that goes on in there, I have archives. So you'll be able to watch the ticker, which is Bitcoin, from when it was worth pennies to being worth $300 million now. And that'll be very exciting, perhaps, for people in the future. It's called Harry Potter Obamasonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. So you can find it on Uniswap. You can find it on any of your major platforms. And if you want to go to the website, it's just the first letters of each part. So Harry Potter Obamasonic 10 Inu. It's HPOS, the number 10, and then I.com. And you can see the website if you want. If you want to see the Telegram, it's t.me/HPOS10I. Same thing. And it's a very large community. There are over 15,000 people within the Telegram alone. But really where the Telegram, or really where the cryptocurrency is famous, is on Twitter. So we host regular Twitter spaces, if you know what those are. Basically, they're kind of like an audio call, and it's a great community filled with really, I would just say, open-minded, fun, honest individuals who really create what I feel is a really nice social setting. I don't know if you're into sports, but we just finished having a really amazing fantasy football league. So we do the NFL's fantasy football, and there are 12 of us in there who, we had like we all had buy-in, and there was a big prize at the end. And if you know anything about fantasy football, it can get really exciting. So we do that. One of the developers of our coin actually fought last April in Mexico against BitBoy. If you know who BitBoy is, he's a big his name is Ben Armstrong. He's a big influencer in the crypto world. He's probably a top 10 crypto influencer. And so they fought on something known as karate combat, which is like an MMA kind of like deal. And we're just really about making money, and at least in that community, and about having good vibes. Now, in this community, I don't care about making money. I know that I'm going to be perhaps the richest person in the world once this goes viral. Why? Because data is Earth's number one resource. It's more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, everything. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource in 2018. And thus, that somewhat inspired me to do this, to know that it was essentially a new gold rush or a new oil strike, or a new internet boom, but it was a data boom. And so I've done my best to corner the market on the most amount of data of any single individual archived on the internet of all time. I'll send you. Oh yeah, I am real. How you doing, anime? Dude, living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? I get you. I am. Absolutely. Nope, I'm a real person. If you like, I just sent you both my YouTube channels. No need to subscribe or anything like that. If you're wondering why don't you have more subscribers, I have a bunch of different accounts. So some with thousands of followers, some with just a few. But what's important about YouTube is you go to that one link and you can watch me live on any of my channels at any given time. So literally this conversation is being archived from 3 different Chromebooks there. It's being archived right here. It's being archived by 2 different laptops here, perhaps. It's being archived here. It's being archived here. And I'm the king of multi-streaming. So for every device that you see, I'm live streaming on like another 30 3 different platforms or so. So it's all over the internet. And, is it a lot of power? Yeah, but we have solar where I live. So that generally, we actually get a reimbursement at the end of the year. I mean, we have air conditioning, so it's very, very comfortable. Great question. No, I would literally be doing this exact same thing if I were just living my life. What would I be doing? I'm watching a movie right now. It's known as Gangs of New York, starring Leonardo DiCaprio. And I'm watching podcasts. I'm watching a podcast on a guy who works for clandestine, or is like an expert in clandestine operations in spy agencies. And so that's on the Lex Friedman podcast. And I watch a lot of Joe Rogan. We watch Kill Tony every Monday night, if you know what that is. We watch the NFL on Sundays. We watch the Olympics. I've watched like 3 different Olympics on this because 2021 was actually should have taken place in 2020. So I watched that Olympics. We watched the Winter Olympics 2 years ago, and then this summer we watched the Paris Olympics. And I watched every moment basically that was streamed of that. And we've watched the World Cup. We've watched the Women's World Cup. Basically, we watched the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight. We've watched every major UFC fight going back for the last 3.5 years. So in addition to all of that, I've done my best to make this the world's largest media archive. So that means that we've watched every major motion picture, every Oscar winner going back to like 1929. We've watched and when I say we, people in my community and I, it's not always just me. When we've watched every major television series, so everything from The Sopranos to Sex and the City to Game of Thrones to Stranger Things to Narcos to Seinfeld and everything in between. And I mean, like I Love Lucy and all kinds of things. So, basically, in the future, people, especially with AI, it will be able to edit all of this so that there's no dead time, and you'll be able to go from one thing to another and basically grow up with me. And I think that's a very exciting opportunity for the world. Excellent, man. Well, I appreciate it. Let me make sure I send you a friend request. Feel free to accept it should you wish. You should know, though, like most importantly, I'm here to be a positive influence for people. And so if there's anything that you ever need, you let me know. I'm here to help you. And I'm essentially, it looks like anime. I can't send you a friend request, but if you send me one, then I'll be able. Um, But if you're ever having a bad day, or you need somebody to put a smile on your face, or you just want to talk to someone, I'm always here. And so, I mean, I do sleep, but aside from that, if I have the opportunity, I'll sit here and I'll listen to you and listen to your problems or listen to good things that happen to your life. And I'm just all about positivity and positive vibes to the world. Excellent. Well, I appreciate that. And you guys should know, I mean, there's no need. You don't feel obligated that you have to stay here for as long as I'm here, because I stay here all the time. But you should know, whenever you're bored, hey, I'll see what Rabbi's doing, check in on him, make sure everything's going well, or be able to tell him about something exciting that happened in my life and see if anything cool has happened in his life. And like you may see, like I have a lot of confidence that this is going to go viral. And the reason why I say that, I mean, in addition to all the devices and stuff that I have, I create robots. So I don't know if you guys know what Kick is, but Kick is a streaming platform like Twitch. And I created a robot and spammed Kick for the last 6 months. Everybody on Kick knows who I am. And I'm doing the same on Twitch now. So basically, I've created robots that automatically create an account for me, automatically follow someone for me, automatically spam their chat and create a clip, and in the clip it puts my Discord and it puts a Discord and a link to my link tree, so they get all my social media. I mean, it's just a matter of time. The longer that I do this, the more people I have join the community. And I did this for like 2 years, for more than 2 years. I did it for 3 years without a Discord. And the reason why I didn't have a Discord is just I didn't know if anybody would join it, and I didn't really promote it that much. But now I have 1,500 people in here over the course of the last 6 months. I've got people who stay in here all the time. Caspian sees in here 24/7. He sleeps in here. He's a very good friend of mine. I have a group of people, a person from Canada, a person from Australia. Every single night we game in here. So we'll game for like hours. We'll game till the wee hours of the morning. And that's always fun to do. I've got friends in United Kingdom who come in here and game. I have there are girls who are in here, both girls from the United States and girls from all over the world, but specifically Europe. And just generally, people have become very positive to the message that I have. They want to see world peace as well. And there are detractors that I get. I get people in here all the time who are like, well, I don't ever think that world peace is going to happen. It's like, okay, cool story, bro. But let's talk about this. If we can, with mind uploading technology, scan our brains into a computer for later download as an avatar, an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, a clone of ourselves, an ethereal being, and we don't die essentially, then all we have to do is just give the earth enough time, and eventually we will be able to develop diplomatic relations amongst all the nations and start getting into the cooler aspects of society, like space travel and terraforming other planets like Mars, and perhaps the opportunity to terraform moons from Jupiter, like Europa, and maybe even terraform Venus. And then from there, we start working on interstellar space travel and then intergalactic space travel. The closest star to our star is Alpha Centauri, which is approximately 4 light years away. And with the right type of technology, I'm not saying tomorrow, but maybe by the year, say 3025, so 1,000 years from now, we will have the technology to be able to travel through the Van Allen radiation belts, which surround Earth, and perhaps be able to avoid any kind of micrometeorites and take people, real humans, and send them to another star system where they would be for, it takes them 4 years to get there, and it would take them 4 years to come back, and they could tell us all about it. I mean, I'm sure we'll send probes there first, but all of these are really exciting opportunities for humanity. And really, they all kind of hinge on mind uploading technology. And if you're not aware, the world's first successful brain-computer interface, BCI, has already taken place through Elon Musk's Neuralink company. The man who had the first implant is known as, his name is Nolan Aspro, and essentially he plays video games better than any person in the world now because he doesn't have to use his hands. He's quadriplegic, so he can't use his legs or exactly, and he's perhaps the best gamer in the world, at least some games right now, just because of this brain computer interface. The second one has been implanted in someone successfully, and it's just going to continue to grow. So we are certainly in the infancy of some of this technology, but give it enough time, it's going to be something really exciting. I know that. Absolutely. Coke, welcome back, my friend. Hey, that happens to us all, man. So yeah, just you guys should know that you have a friend in me if you ever need anything. I'm here to help you and here to help the world. And every single day I grow, and every single day everyone within the community grows. And just know that if you ever need anything, I'm here. I do my best to be as honest a person as I can. I do my best to be as good a role model to people as I can. But in general, like going back to the previous question about, don't you get sick of streaming, or isn't it weird? I would be doing the exact same thing that I currently do. I'd be drinking water. I would be watching podcasts. I'd be watching a movie, and I'd be surfing the internet, just like you guys do. I'm sure that's basically what you guys do in your time when you have any downtime is just surf the internet, hang out with your friends, maybe go on a call or something, but and play games. And like, so I do all the same stuff that you guys do with your friends, but I just turn a camera on every 12 hours to make sure that it gets archived. There you go. No, absolutely. I appreciate that, Coke. That's the nicest thing that you could do, and that's the best thing that you could. Oh no, it happens all the time. Happens absolutely. Some people think that it's just like a camera that's just showing pre-recorded video, but no, it's all live. I mean, literally anything that I'm doing here, you can see on those devices there. And when they find out I'm real, it's mind blowing because they're like, I've been watching you for 6 months and I didn't know who you were. I didn't know what you did. And the reason why I don't go into those calls and tell people about myself is you're not allowed to self promote in there. So I would get banned right away for just being like, hey guys, do you know that I live stream my life? Boom, I'd get a ban. Why? Because I'm self-promoting that way. So in order to avoid that, I just go into very large discords and I just chill. And after a while, the community starts to get to know who I am. That's what happened in Aiden Ross's stream or in his Discord. And, you know, I'm a very popular person in there now. And that's what happened in the KSI stream. That's what's happened in quite a few different streams. So basically, that's kind of the strategy that I'm utilizing. But really, the big strategy and the thing that's going to make me go viral, I have robots that I've created. So these robots basically spam people, not overly, just puts one message in their chat. It's not like spam after spam after spam. On Kick it was, but on Discord it's not. And or I'm sorry, on Twitch it's not. But yeah, and it's just got all my social media in there, and then I create a clip. And I'm just working on those bots now. I should have them done within the next couple hours, and then it's a beautiful thing because I can sleep then, and the bots are always going 24/7. They're creating an account for me, they're following people, they're putting a message in their chat, it creates a clip of them and it moves on to the next person. It does that for about 25 different people, and then it creates a new account and does the whole thing all over again. And if you're wondering, well, why just 25 people, especially on Twitch, if you continue to do that too much, they're just going to ban your account. So I just ensure that I do it enough so I don't get banned, and then I go on to the next person. It's kind of a flawless strategy, in my opinion. That's right, my friends. Excellent. Well, guys, I don't want to take up any more of your time. So just know that you have a yeah, you absolutely will. Come in whenever you're bored, and we'll catch up on life. And if there's anything that you need from me in the meantime, I'm here for you. Okay. You too. Take care. Shout out to those guys. Really, really nice individuals. Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. Shit. Interesting. That's what I'm talking about. Coffee. Baking soda. Shigs. Not quite working for me. Okay, let's see here. Get ETF of this shit. Yo, big dog. Go for it, my man. That's fine. Yeah, I use temporary email generators, so it's unlimited accounts. Yeah, and I have robots that do it for me. Yeah. Yeah, you're rocking with the best. Excellent question, my man. I'm always here for him. Peace, dog. Shout out to Coke, everybody.
For the lie detector. Pretty much everything, if we know everything we know about lie detectors today, they go to Cleve Baxter. He's also the same guy who thought that plants could feel.
I do too.
Which somehow was a derivative of his work in lie detectors. So these guys are there, and they're giving a talk to some military and other personnel, and there's certain parts of the document which are, of course, redacted, but you can figure out what it is that they're talking about. They're talking about hypnotic suggestion and all the wonderful things you can potentially do with hypnotic suggestion. And two of the things they note is that one of the things we can potentially do is erase memories from people's minds and implant false memories. That would be really keen to do that. Just imagine how that would be done. So here to me is the interesting point. They're talking about this in 1949. MK Ultra does not come along until 1950, although there are all sorts of, artichoke, others. Everything's sort of leading up to that. It's simply an elaboration of programs that were already there. I don't think that it ultimately matters whether you can implant memories or erase memories. To me, the important part is they thought they could, and they were going to try to do it. And that eventually is what you find out in the efforts made during the 1950s and 60s through MK Ultra, MK Zurich, MK Naomi, and all the others that came out. That's one of the things they're working for. And among the few MK Ultra era documents that survive, there's this whole question: is that you get someone to put a gun to someone's head, pull the trigger, and then I remember it later? Yeah, you could. Interestingly enough,
So not direct violence, controlling people's minds, at scale, and experimenting kinds of ways of doing that.
For one person, the basic argument there, or the basic thing you're after, you understand the architecture that you were on, how it worked, how it put together, and then how you could take those pieces apart and assemble them in different ways. So this is where hypnosis comes in, which is was and still is a really spooky thing. Nobody's ever explained to me exactly what it is. The idea was that could you think of the whole possibilities in this case, could you create an alternate personality and use that alternate personality in an agent role, but then be able to turn it on and off? So subsequently the person which that personality inhabited was captured and interrogated, tortured, had their fingernails torn out. They would have no memory of it. They couldn't give any kind of secret away because it was embedded in some part of their brain where there was a completely different person. I mean, you can just imagine the possibilities that you can dream up. And again, it's not, I think, the question as to whether that is possible or whether it was done. Well, I suspect both of those are true, but that you would try to do it. Then imagine the mischief that comes out of that. And one of the big complaints from the legal standpoint about MK Ultra and the rest is that you were having medical experiments, essentially, being carried out on people without their knowledge and against their will, is, I don't know.
Yeah, the fact that you're willing to do medical experiments says something about what you're willing to do. And I'm sure that same spirit, innovative spirit, uh, persists to this day. And maybe less so, I hope less so in the United States, but probably in other intelligence agencies in the world.
Well, one thing that was learned, and the reason why most MK Ultra and similar records were destroyed on border in the early 70s, around the time the CIA became under a certain amount of scrutiny. The mid 70s was not a good time for the agency. Church to back, all these assassins. People were asking lots of questions, and so you need to dump this stuff because there's all kinds of because you're committing crimes against American citizens. So let's eradicate it. The important lesson to be learned is that never do this type of thing again, where at least in any way in which the agency's direct fingerprints are placed on it. You can pay people. You can subsidize research. You can set up venture capital firms. You got plenty of money. And you can funnel that money into the hands of people who will carry out this research privately. So if something goes wrong, you have perfect deniability.
On the topic of mice, on the topic of money, ideology, coercion, and ego, let me ask you about a conspiracy theory. So there is a conspiracy theory that the CIA is behind Jeffrey Epstein. At a high level, you just talk about that. Is that something that's at all even possible? That you have, basically this would be for coercion. You get a bunch of powerful people to be sexually mischievous, and then you collect evidence on them so that you can then leverage it.
Well, let's look at what Epstein was doing. He was a businessman who then also developed a very lucrative sideline for being a high-level procurer, basically supplying young foods. And he also filmed much of that activity. I think his partner in this, Ghislaine, I hope I'm pronouncing her name.
I think it's Ghislaine.
Ghislaine? I've heard it both ways. Ghislaine or Ghislaine, whichever it may be. I think her argument at one point was that, well, we did this to protect ourselves. But this type of thing has been done before. There's nothing new about this. Getting influential people in compromising situations and filming. I could give you another historical example of that. In late 1920, actually early 1930s, just pre-Nazi Berlin, there was a very prominent sort of would-be psychic and occultist with the name of Eric Jan Hammerson. He had a private yacht. I think it was called the Seven Sins. And he hosted parties. He also had a whole club called the Palace of the Occult, which hosted parties where things went on, and there were cameras everywhere. He filmed important people, guys like the brown shirt chief of Berlin in various states of undress and sexual congress. And he did that for the purpose of blackmail. So in Epstein's case, he is a procurer of young girls to wealthy men, largely. And many of those events were recorded. Now, even if it wasn't his intention to use it for blackmail, think of what someone else did, because people know about this. So you can raise a question: is this not? Epstein is just kind of a greedy pervert, but through his greedy perversion, he's now collecting information that could be useful. To who would like dirt on Prince Andrew on the clip? Think of all people who were that. There were important people. Went to Lolita Island. So if it isn't Epstein directly, he might have been. I'm not trying to let him off the hook because I have anything for him. He was either running his own blackmail business or someone was using him as a for that. I mean, I think we're kidding ourselves if we're trying to pretend that's not what was going on.
So you think even American intelligence agencies would be willing to swoop in and take advantage of a situation like that?
Well,
Big merge.
you know,
Just in case.
American politicians will ultimately end up in a position to oversee things like intelligence budgets. One of them might even become director. You never know. You can never tell what some crazy president might do. It could be very. One of the guys who understood for it was J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover spent a long time collecting dossiers of politicians. How do you think he remained director of the FBI as long as he did? Because he systematically collected dirt on people. So there's a history of this kind of thing. And again, you could argue that's partly for his protection, for his job to protect the sanctity and security of the Bureau. You can find a million different ways to justify that.
It's really dark.
Well, there is that side to human nature. Let's put it that way.
Whether it's the CIA or the Crown, maybe that's what the president of the United States sees when they show up to office, is all this stuff they have on him or her, and say that there's a internal mechanism of power that you don't want to mess with, and so you will listen. Whether that internal mechanism of power is the military-industrial complex or whatever, the bureaucracy of government,
Kind of the deep state,
the deep
a
state.
entrenched bureaucratic. Well, it's been said, and I think it's generally true, that bureaucratic creatures are like any other creatures. It basically exists to perpetuate itself and to grow. I mean, nobody wants to go out of business. And of course, you get all these things like Pizzagate, accusations of unfulfilling. But here's an interesting thing to consider. Okay, and I want to argue that I'm not saying that Pizzagate and it was real or QAnon, but where do they get that from? So let's ask ourselves, do pedophiles exist? Yeah. Do organized pedophile organizations exist? Yeah, they share information. Pictures, they're out there on the dark web. They cooperate. So, does child trafficking exist? Yeah, it does. So, in other words, whether or not specific conspiracy theories about this or that group of organized pedophile cultists is real, all the ingredients for that group are there. Pedophiles exist. Organized pedophilia exists. Child and human trafficking exists. At some point, at some time, someone will put all of those together. In fact, certainly, they already have.
We'll jump around a little bit, but because your work is so fascinating, and it covers so many topics. So if we jump into the present with the Bohemian Grove and the Bilderberg. So the elites, I think you referred to. So this gathering of the elites. Can you just talk about them? What is this?
Well, first thing I have to point out is that Bohemian Grove is a place, not an organization. It's where the Bohemian Club meets. It's that 2,700 acre old growth redwood there, north of San Francisco. The Bohemian Club began back in the 1870s. Its initial members were mostly journalists. In fact, supposedly the name itself comes from, it was a term for an itinerant journalist who moved paper to paper. It was called the Bohemian. And although I think there may be other reasons why that particular term was chosen as well, but I think the original 5 members, there were like 3 journalists, there was a merchant, and there was a vintner guy who was a vineyard in California. How surprising. None of them terribly wealthy, but they formed an exclusive men's club. It was and still is, and nothing terribly unusual about that at the time. But it became fashionable. And as it became fashionable, more wealthy people wanted to become part of it. The thing about getting rich guys to join your club is what do rich guys have? Money. And of course, it's one of those rich guys that bought Bohemian Grove, where now you build your old boy summer camp, which is what it is. They got cabins with goofy names. They go there. They perform skits. They dress up in costumes. True, some of the skits look like pagan human sacrifices, but it's just a skit. What's really going on? So on the one hand, you can argue it's a rich guy's club. They like to get out there. The whole motto of the place is weaving spiders coming out here. So whenever we're going to talk about business, we just want to get out into the woods, put on some robes, burn a couple of effigies in front of the owl, have a good time. Probably get drunk a lot.
What's with the robes? Why do they weird shit? Why do they put on mask and the robe and do the plays and the owl and then sacrificing? I don't know.
Why do you have a giant owl? I mean, what's that? Why do you do that?
What is that in human nature? Because I don't think rich people are different than not rich people. What is it about wealth and power that brings that out of people?
Well, part of it is the ritual aspect of it. And that clearly is a ritual. Rituals are pretty simple. Rituals are just a series of actions performed in a precise sequence to produce an effect. That describes a lot of things. It describes plays, symphonies, every movie you've ever seen. A movie is a ritual. It is a series of actions carried out in a precise sequence to produce an effect with an added soundtrack to cue you to what emotions you're supposed to be feeling.
It's a great idea. So the rich people should just go to a movie. Or maybe just go to a Taylor Swift concert. Why the owl?
Part of it is to create this kind of sense, I suppose, of group solidarity. You're all going to appear, and also a way of sort of transcending yourself in a way. When you put on the robe, it's like putting on a uniform. You are in some way a different or more important person. It's a ritual. Okay, the key ritual of the Bohemian Grove is a thing called the cremation of hair. And cremation, and that's what it's supposed to be. It's we're going to put all of our rich, important people. We have to make all of these critical decisions. Life is so hard. So we're going to go out here in the woods, and we're going to kick back, and we're all going to gather around the lake, and then we're going to carry. It's wicker. It's not a real person. And how would you know? And then we're going to. This is the cremation of our character. It's a ritual which is meant to produce a sense of solidarity among those people.
Welcome. How are you?
We should get sound of it.
Brutal Smug. What's good in your neck of the woods? Hello. I hope you're having a good day. We're just watching Lex Friedman podcast. Feel free to join in if you want.
The rituals is how seriously you take them. How important is this to the people who care about? And the interesting answer to that is that for some people it's just boring. I mean, there are probably people standing around the owl who think this is ridiculous and can't wait for it to get over with. There are other people who are kind of excited about it and get caught up into it. But other people can take it very seriously. It's all a matter of intention about what the ritual means. And I don't mean to suggest by that there's anything necessarily sinister about what's going on, but it's clearly a ritual carried out for some kind of group reinforcing purpose. And you're absolutely right. You don't have to do it that way. That's not. I mean, I've gone to summer camps, and we never carried out mock sacrifices in front of an owl. We did all those other things. We didn't even have any robes either. So it goes beyond merely a rich guy's summer camp, although that's an aspect of it. But it also, I think, often obscures it. Focusing on Bohemian Grove at the getaway of the club ignores that the club is around all the time. That's what's at the center of this. It is the club and its members. So despite all the talk about no weaving spiders coming around here, one of the other features of the summer meeting are things called lakeside talks. And this often people are invited to go there. And one of the people who was invited, I think around 1968, was Richard Nixon, who was making his political comeback. And he was invited to give a talk where very important people are listening. And Nixon, in his memoirs, realized what was going on. He was being auditioned for the Nazis. He recognized that was really the beginning of his second presidential campaign. He was being vetted. So one of the main theories, call it a conspiracy theory, about the Bohemian Club and the gatherings, is that people of wealth and influence gather together. And whether or not it's part of the agenda or not, inevitably you're going to talk about things of interest. But to me, as a matter of fact, if you invite people in, political leaders, to give lakeside talks, means that there are weaving spiders which are going on. And it is a perfect private venue to vet people for political office.
I mean, yeah, where else are you going to do it if you're interested in vetting, if you're interested in powerful people selecting?
Well, see, here's the question. Are these guys actually picking who's going to be president? Is that the decision which is being made? Or are they just deciding what horses they're going to back? I think the latter is the simpler version of it, but it doesn't mean it's the other way around. But these are the kinds of, I mean, Nixon was the whole 1960 thing. So he's the new Nixon. This is where the new Nixon apparently made a good impression on the right people, because he did indeed get to revoke the nomination, and he did indeed become president.
But there could also be a much more innocent explanation of really it's powerful people getting together and having conversations, and through that conversation influencing each other's view of the world, and just having a legitimate discussion of policies.
Well, why would you assume that people are not going to do this?
It's the owl with the robes. Like what?
Why the owl and why the robes?
Which is why it becomes really compelling when guys like Alex Jones, forgive me, but I have not watched his documentary. I probably should at this point, about the Bohemian Grove, where he claims that there is Satanist human sacrifice of, I think, children. And I think that's quite a popular conspiracy theory. Or it's lost popularity, kind of like transformed itself into the QAnon set of conspiracy theories. But, I mean, can you speak to that conspiracy?
Let's put it this way. The general public, rich people are inherently suspicious. Let's put it that way. First of all, they've got all that money, and exactly how did one obtain it? And I do not, of necessity, adhere to the view that behind every great fortune there is a great crime, but there often are. There are ways in which it's great. But I think it's one of the things I think that can happen is, particularly when people acquire a huge amount of money. And I won't name any names, but let's say there are people, perhaps in the tech sphere, who, coming from no particular background of wealth, suddenly find themselves with $600 billion. What? This is the question you would have to ask yourself. Why me? Because you're one of the rare, tiny group of human beings who ever had that kind of wealth in your hands. Even if you are a convinced atheist, I think at some point you have to begin to suspect that the cosmic muffin, providence, whatever it is, put this money in your hands to do what? Achieve great things. Just think of all the stuff. So you're going to start a foundation. You're going to start backing all the things that you like. This is, I think there's an element of ego that comes in with it as well. And again, it may not be so much what's the rich person with a huge amount of money at their disposal and a lot of fuzzy ideas about what to do with it, can be influenced by others. It's always that question as to who's actually manipulating these events. what's going on in that regard. In some way, they could be a very useful sucker. Find somebody with a lot of money and get them to finance the things that you want them to do. The Bohemian Club is, I don't think, in and of itself inherently evil or sinister, but it means that there are lots of different people in it who have different agendas. It goes back to what I said about how somebody feels about the cremation of care ritual. This is either just a waste of time, it's just some sort of silly thing that we're doing, or it's something of great importance, perhaps even mystical or religious importance, because that's ostensibly what it's pretending to be. There's always this question: so after you begin to play, and the play becomes serious, that tends to happen a lot.
You've studied a lot of cultism. Occultism. What do you think is the power of that mystical experience?
Well, what is broadly referred to, getting to what's occultism? What's the occult? Occult is the hidden. That's all it really means. Specifically hidden from sight. And the basis of it is the idea that what is hidden? Well, what is hidden from us is most of the world, most of reality. So the basic concept within occultism, the basic concept within most religions, which are approved forms of occultism, is that the world, the physical world that we are aware of, is only a very small part of a much larger reality. And that what the methods and practices of occultism arguably do is to allow someone to either enter into this larger reality or to access that larger reality for purposes to be exploited here. The most interesting statement about, and a key element of this becomes something called magic. Now, we all know magic, it's a guy standing on stage performing a trick. But the interesting thing about a stage magician is that a stage magician is, we know, we're watching this, that it's a trick. Yet we can't really figure out, if he does it well, how that trick is being accomplished, because it seems to defy physical laws. And that's what's fascinating about it. So even though you know it's a trick, if you can't figure it out, it has this kind of power of fascination. But it's mimicking something. Stage magic is mimicking real magic. So what's real magic? Well, let's go back to Aleister Crowley, because he always has. I knew he was going to come up with something. Really, because he always does.
All roads lead to Aleister.
All roads lead to Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley, and I've said this enough, so I should be able to get it right. But I'm paraphrasing here. He goes, magic, of course, it's spelled with a K, or CK, is the art and science of causing change to occur in conformity with will. So in a way, that's sort of mind over matter, but it's the idea that one can, through will, through intention, bend reality to make something happen. Somebody once put it this way: it's tipping the luck plane. Okay, so now you got some kind of a level plane. I'm just trying to tip it a little bit. Marble rules over one side or another. Now that presupposes a lot of things. That is there a luck plane? I don't know, but it's a good sort of idea to have. But and here again, don't become overly bothered trying to figure out whether you actually can bend reality. Become bothered by the fact that there are people who believe that they can and will go to great efforts to do so, and will often believe they have succeeded. So it's this effort to make things occur in a particular way, maybe just to sort of nudge reality in one little way or another. And that's where things like rituals come in. Rituals are a way of focusing will and attention. We're all there, we're all thinking about the same thing. And you have to imagine how, the pervasiveness of what could be called that that kind of magical thinking that really happens everywhere. So, let me give an example. You ever attended a high school football pep rally? Think of what's going on there. Okay, your team is going to battle the other team. You've now assembled everyone in the gymnasium. You've got people who are dancing around in animal totem costumes. And what are you chanting? Everyone is supposed to chant that, that the other team dies, okay, that you will be horribly defeated, that our team will be victorious. That is a magic ritual. The idea is, it comes into this idea, it's very popular about visualizing things, visualizing, manifesting. You need to manifest your success. Well, that's just magic. That is trying to cause change in conformity with will. So these things can happen without you being even consciously aware of what's going on. And you don't need to be, because if you're all a part of the mob, which is there in the gymnasium, and you get into this, and you get worked up, what you're doing is you're creating a huge amount of energy. All of these people are putting energy into something, and that energy goes somewhere. And maybe you can, just maybe, you actually can slightly increase the chances of your team's victory. Of course, your opponents are having their own ritual at the same time, so whoever has the bigger mojo will apparently win the team.
So that's I would say, trivial example of that, but a clear one. But I do believe that there's incredible power in groups of humans getting together and morphing reality. I think that's probably one of the things that made human civilization what it is. Groups of people being able to believe a thing and bring that belief into reality.
Yes, that's you exactly right. Bring, conceive of something, and then through intention, will, to manifest that into this realm.
And of course, that power of the collective mind can be leveraged by charismatic leaders to do all kinds of stuff, where you get cults that do, horrible things, or anything.
There might be a cult that does good things. I don't know. It depends.
We
don't call those cults.
Exactly.
Without endorsing this entirely, and interesting, one of the questions: what's the difference between a cult and a religion? And it has been said,
You little bitch,
that in the case of a cult, there's always someone at the top who knows what's going on. Generally, who knows it's a scam. In a religion, that person is dead. So, see, I just managed to insult every single person. And it's an interesting way of thinking.
Come on,
because I think there is some degree of accuracy in that statement.
Do you think, actually, the interesting psychological question is, in cults, do you think the person at the top always knows this is scam? Do you think there's something about the human mind where you gradually begin to believe
your own bullshit?
Yeah.
Yes, that
seems to be
that again is part of magic. I think is believing your own bullshit. It doesn't necessarily mean that they head the cult, but there's someone. Maybe the second, I always sort of look at the lieutenant. Someone probably has an idea about what's going on. The other thing that seems to be a kind of dead giveaway for what we would call a cult is what's called excessive reverence for the leader. People just believe everything these people say. I give you an example. The first time I ever encountered anything like that was in Santa Barbara, California in the 1970s. I was going to grad school, and there was a particular cult locally, which I think was Brotherhood of the Sun. Yeah, it was the same guy. And among the other things, followers were convinced to hand over all their money and personal belongings to him. I believe he used part of that money to buy a yacht with. Anyway, a lot of it went to him. And then, of course, working for free on different cult-owned business enterprises, of which there were several. And there was a person I knew who became a devoted follower of this, and it was all I could think of at one point was ask them, "What the hell is the matter with you? I mean, have you lost your mind? Why would you? What is it that this person could possibly be providing with that you essentially are going to become a slave to, which is what they were doing?" And I actually give that credit in a way of sort of sparking my whole interest in things like secret societies. And here again, this disclaimer, I am not now, nor have I ever been a member of any fraternal organization, secret society, or cult that I know of. And that's what interests me about them. Because I'm just always trying to figure out why people do these things. Even like I said, why the robes, the owl? Why? Why do you do that? And it's trying to figure it out. I mean, I couldn't even hack the Boy Scouts. Okay, that was too much of it. Because to me, you join an organization, and the first thing that comes along is there are rules, and somebody's telling you what to do. Okay, I don't like people telling me what to do. I spent much of my life trying to avoid that as much as possible. And run a cult, there's going to be someone telling you what to do. Join the Bohemian Club, there's going to be someone telling you what to do. And obviously, a lot of people really get something out of that. It becomes, in some ways, it's sort of necessary for the function. But I do not understand it, and my study of it is a personal error to try to understand how people do that.
And there's so many reasons. Primary of which I would say is the desire in the human heart to belong.
Yes.
And the dark forms that it takes throughout human history, recent human history, is something I'd love to talk to you a bit about. If we could go back to the beginning of the 20th century, the German side, you described how secret societies like the Thule Society laid the foundation for Nazi ideology. Can you, through that lens, from that perspective, describe the rise of the Nazi Party?
Well, I guess we should start with what on earth is the Thule Society? So the Thule Society was a small German occult society. That is, they study metaphysics. Fancy word. That appeared in Munich around 1917, 1918.
There he is.
Key figure
Oh, baby girl. I'm the man from the NBA. Why don't you come play around my way and listen to what I got to say? Oh, dog. Okay. I want you to think back about that that clip I sent you yesterday from Santa Maria. You know what I'm referencing? You downloaded it? Okay. Yeah, exactly. The one with the middle finger. Okay. Notice, if you can recall, why that guy knew about me so much. Do you remember? It's okay if you don't. Yeah, but it wasn't spam. About creating clips. Do you remember that? Yeah, which is totally fine. So here I am, little old innocent rabbi, and I'm like, but like frankly, I love the middle of the night. There, I don't get bothered as much, and I can fucking work on bots and stuff. And there's just a certain in the wee hours of the morning where the whole wide world is fast asleep. I can do whatever the fuck I want. And so I've been building these bots, and previously I was like, I'm not going to build the bot to do clipping, or I just didn't think of doing it that way, because for some reason when I would create a clip on someone on Twitch, it didn't show up right away. And I was just confused by it and it didn't click with me, like why it didn't show up. Well, it takes a little while. It takes like, I don't know, a minute or two to show up. But I was always past that. And I'm like, oh, fuck, it doesn't show up like it automatically shows up on Kick. Well, I'm starting to find that I'm annoying these people on Twitch, which is what I want to do. And like the way that I know that I'm annoying them is when I put my big thing of spam in there, I automatically get banned immediately. Like there's not even a moderator in there. It's just somebody's taking that information. Like anytime somebody uses this word, just spam them or just block them. So and that's cool. So I created a bot right now that creates clips on Twitch because I was finally able to find that my clips are saving. It's just taking them a little while. Oh, it's game over. So what I'm able to do is put my Discord link in there and my link tree. You get 100 characters, which is 50 more than you get on Kick. Like that's how well I know these fucking platforms. I know that within a clip, Kick gives you 50 characters, but Twitch gives you 100 characters. So it's game over because I can now go to the biggest fucking Twitch people and put make clips of them, and they're big. They're very big, and especially in comparison to the Kick people. And I noticed that it's a very good strategy. Like, okay, so there are so many ways to stop someone who you don't want from spamming you. You can just stop them by saying that you have to be a follower, you have to be a verified account, you have to be a subscriber. So there are a bunch of different defense mechanisms they have there. Additionally, when it comes to spamming, you can put it that you have to follow someone for 10 minutes or an hour or 40 days or whatever you want it to be. So, I'm not had a lot of, I've had some fortune that way, but the big one is the clips, because you can shut off clips like so that no one can clip you, and that's fine if you want to do that, but the far majority of people don't want that. They want people to clip them because it's more content for them. So what I end up doing is clipping these guys streams, and then it creates like a little clip of them, and that's important to me because I know I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I think it sends them a notification that, hey, somebody made a clip of you, because you can make it a featured clip. And because I don't do that much on Twitch, like I don't look at my studio or anything like that. I don't pay attention if people are clipping me or what that looks like. I'm not checking those emails, but these guys do. So that's very positive. So I'm in the middle of putting the fine tuning this bot so that not only is it following someone, it's spamming them and it's clipping them. And I know this for a fact, or I'm about damn sure of this. No one has used clipping like I have. Like where you're getting, like exactly, thank you. Exactly. I mean, there are people. Exactly. And then what I'll be able to do is over the course of like a day, a couple days, a week, start going back and seeing how many times I fucking nailed them if they haven't deleted them. And then it'll kind of be a meme. Like, who the fuck is this guy? Same shit happened on Kick. It's just a bigger platform to be able to do this. And I got this. I mean, I'll show it to you. It's really good. I mean, it's not. I want this thing to be fucking perfect so that I can fall asleep. I never have to touch it. Everything works really well. And to get one of these bots to do that it's very hard. But I am gonna show you right now. We just had some guys come in here. I'll talk about them later. Just one moment. Okay, here we go. One thing that I don't like is Twitch just takes a lot longer to load because it has all these ads and stuff. Even though I have ad blockers on, it still has to like work the ad blocker. Okay, so what's it going to do? It's going to press the follow button. It's going to spam them just like a big thing of text. And then it's going to create a clip on them. And so now it opens up a new page. And this is what the Twitch page looks like for a clip, which is a little different than the Kick version. The Kick one doesn't open up a new browser. Exactly. Exactly. But this one is a new tab. But watch how quickly it types. And then it just created a clip. Now it said unable to render clip. The reason why is I just did one like um, within the last minute or something. They have some kind of rule or something that you can't clip more than like one clip per minute or something. But that's fine. I mean, I don't care. It's just going to move on to the next person. If you notice, it's not opening three at once like I did because I need all the RAM as I can get, and I don't need that shit rendering in the background. Yeah. So, what's it doing? It's gonna. It's everybody's. We're at such a point now. These computers should be so fast. RAM hasn't improved that much in the last 10 years. Okay, so it's gonna. I'm in agreement with. I'm 100% in agreement with you. Okay, so right now right. Like how fast that would be. Like every click is just instant. No matter what you do, there's no delay. Right. Exactly. It's kind of a how do I want to say it? Like with more RAM, then you want to upload more data. So then with more data, you want to upload more RAM and vice versa. And they're kind of oh, I want to say they're connected. It's the easiest way I can put it right now. Okay. So create a clip of this person, or it should, and watch how fast it types. Like way faster than a human can type. Just for a moment. Sometimes it's got to load. Sometimes it, doesn't load perfectly. But I've got it so that if it doesn't do it correctly, it'll just still move on to the next person. Watch how fast this bitch is going to type. There it is. And then it just created a clip of them. Close it, move on to the next person. And now I've thought to myself, what if I just make these things clip bots? Like, so I create an account and all it does is do clips of people, which I haven't necessarily ruled out. But as of right now, I think it's still okay for me to spam because I can spam 500 characters then, and that's beneficial. So, like right here, this for some reason it didn't work exactly the way that I wanted, and that's all right. I mean, it will. Right, exactly. It's up there, but it's just like the timing is off a little bit on it, and those are the little things that I have to work through. But the key is that right. These three computers that I have currently, I bought them this summer, and uh, so I haven't. And all they do is spam. I mean, it's not like they have games on them, or I don't do that. Yeah, no. Um, I see. Like, I'm off by just like 1 second on one of these. And so all I have to do, let's see, page down lives, click follow spam. I these used to take me. Oh, no wonder. No wonder. Okay. Delay. Click follow spam. I was wondering why this wasn't working correctly. And okay, just one moment. Recent. Click follow spam 3. I just got so many things going on with these bots that sometimes I make a mistake on them, or I just have to make an adjustment. Probably is more accurate. Click follow spam 3. Okay, and just one moment, and we will try this again. Big Twitch. Click follow spam 3. Click creator. Okay. Click. Okay. In answer to your question, though, at least these I haven't defragged or anything like that. But on my other computer that no longer works, or it basically just it was an excellent computer. It just got old. That one I would have to do like every 3 months or so because it would just get filled up with cache. Like its cache was just fucked. And I really think it's a problem with how Windows is saving data. And I've read this in so many different people who have said this, that basically it will just save cache just like in an infinite loop. And then the computer will become basically unusable until you really do some dives in it and clear it out. And then it works fine. But then it will continue to like develop cache, and it's called like a runaway cache issue. But just specific to me, it's specific to like Windows 10. On one of my computers, it's a newer computer. It's got Windows 11, but it's slow. I wouldn't have bought it if I had the chance to buy it again. I wouldn't have. I bought it on Amazon, and I bought it on Amazon, and it didn't have any reviews on it. And I was like, well, I'll just try it. It's cheap. It's a gaming laptop. It's really big. It's this one right here, and it just turned out to be e-waste. I mean, it works, but it's slow, and I will never do that again. But it's whatever. It was cheap. So okay, let's try this again. Let's see if this bitch works. Okay, it's doing the thing. All right, it's going to the live. Oh, it just made a mistake. That's excellent to see. Excellent to see that. I love when I catch it not doing what it's supposed to do, because that I can fix it. Okay. Wow, it did it right on the first one. Click follow spam lives. Oh, I see why. The page became unresponsive. So I'm running into this issue where the page becomes unresponsive to me. I think it's because perhaps, I don't know, I'm loading so much shit at once. It really makes me contemplate just creating a kick bot, or a clip bot, I should say. But it's like I'm already on the person's page. I already have to wait for the shit to load. So why not follow them, and why not spam them at least once? I feel like that's the way to go, because then their whole audience sees me and they're like, oh, this fucker again. I saw him in this other person's thing. And so it's a multifaceted approach. If I just do clips, truthfully, I don't look at people's clips, especially on Twitch. They're really hard to find, and but I do see their chat, and so that's like it's a much easier way for me to perhaps spam someone. Okay, let's try this bitch again. So I was wondering why it wasn't working. It could have just been because of the page was unresponsive, and I can fix that. I've got a lot of extensions. Okay, so we'll see if it works. I kind of hope that it doesn't. I hope it works, of course, but if it doesn't, I'm watching it here. Okay, live, open new tab. Cool, it's at the top. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it did not do what I needed it to do. Okay. Oh, I know why. I know why. This is an easy fix. Okay, mouse here. Instead of being 1200, it needs to be 500. Okay, this is gonna fix it. You know when we play golf and um it's not exactly like this, but you know those levels that are like Plinko? Like with the black. Okay, so like yeah, so everything's pointing downwardly and it can bounce off the little merry-go-rounds, and um sometimes it goes in the black shit, sometimes it goes in the hole, and sometimes it goes in like a neutral spot. You know what I'm referencing? Like, well, it's a better description of this is, do you remember the game Mousetrap? Okay, it's like Mousetrap, where you have to set up everything perfectly or it doesn't work. And I mean, you have enough experience with this, you know, it's like everything's got to be perfect on it. But when it is, it works like a motherfucker. Okay, what's going on here? Why isn't this working the way I need it to? Oh, wait, I know why. I save. Okay, here we go. Now it should work. If it doesn't, then we'll just have to fix it. You can tell. I mean, I can tell in my own self. I get joy out of this shit working, but I also kind of like to program them. It's like a game to me, and just figuring out the best way for it to work. All right, it's gonna click this, open a new tab. It clicks on the Twitch thing. This is a weird thing that Twitch does. I mean, and I don't know if Kick does it as much, but they have like Asian text. So this looks like Japanese, and so it's really, pardon me. Is it you said it's something that the user is using? Exactly, but I can't find them when I search for them. Like I don't have a Japanese uh, keyboard that I'm using. Okay, but it works now. It works really, really well. Okay. So like basically if I want to find this guy, I can find them because it does put their English name in parentheses, but it's just an added level of difficulty to find them, which is fine. I mean, I don't expect them to use English characters. Okay. But it's just sometimes I'll be looking for a guy and it'll just be in Chinese or Japanese or something. I won't know. Search for them. All right. So this is a person. It's blocking the ads, and it is going to follow them. And I have to let it load for a little bit. There we go. Follow. It's going to spam this motherfucker. And now create a clip on him. There we go. And what'll be really exciting for me is once these clips start to accumulate, that's when I start getting known. All right, and then clip. I do know what you mean. Is that an automatic thing for some people? That's an automatic thing for some people? Oh, that's amazing. I did not know that. Yeah, definitely. I did not know that. That's great. Yeah, I don't know if it's tagging though. Right. Right. I could maybe I might use a hashtag that might tag it. Yeah, that's a very good idea. I was just thinking, so I say join Rabbi's Discord and then I put the Discord link. If I just change it to join Rabbi and then put the Discord link, like basically the word Discord will give me a few characters that I might need. Um, okay, so this bitch is going. Oh no. Oh, hold on a second. There is click, follow, spam, if image, if image. Okay, this is the one I want. Fifth image, test it. False. Okay, interesting. Capture. Cancel. If image, paste, capture. Okay, save. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna change. It'll just take me a second to change that text. And let's see here. Uh, Click creator. Let's see here. Control X or whatever. Well, this is awkward. Refresh the stream. Let's try this again. Interesting. So last night we had my streak ended at 8 games, but we would have much rather had you there. Zoot is the person who beat me. Well, he didn't beat me 1-on-1. It was Riser and Zoot. But here we were playing. So Zoot comes in, and like Frank, I would just tell Zoot right now, I did not want to play. I wanted to work on these fucking bots, and but you know, I'll play. I enjoy it. So we go to play, and um, let's see, we go to play, and I ask Zoot. I had to restart my streams, and you know that takes me like sometimes like 20, 15 to 20 minutes just to get them all going. And Zoot's like, and I had some of the discords that I had to do. Anyway, so Zoot's like, oh shit. Damn, it worked, but it worked too well. I asked Zoot, hey, would you please ask Riser if he wants to play? And just would you message him? And he's like, yeah, I'll message him. So he messages him, and Zoot, it was like midnight or like 1 o'clock. It was pretty late. And because Zoot was like, he's not gonna want to play. I'm like, oh, you never know, just try it. So he's like, okay. And I have a feeling I didn't ask him, but he was in he was talking to Ass Munch because they're friends. So Riser comes in. Riser tells Zoot, well, hold on. So Riser comes in, and he was like, Riser comes in and was like, hey, or he messaged Zoot, yeah, I'll be in a few minutes. So when he came in, that was cool, and we're like gonna play. Well, Ass Munch comes in with some other people, and I told Ass Munch this previously. I mean, this is just how I am. This is how any normal person is. I don't want to talk about pedophilia. I don't think it's cool. I don't think it's nice. And the first words out of his mouth are diaper sniper. And I'm just like, dude, I'm telling you right now that that's not cool. And Zoot's like, I don't want to talk with this guy. So Zoot doesn't know him. He's like, I don't want to talk with this guy. Like, all he does is talk about sex and show me your cock and playing like Marvin Gaye music. And it's like, dude, I asked Munch nicely. I said, Ask Munch, I like you. I think you're a funny guy. And when we talk about normal things, I think you're very intelligent. He is very intelligent. He was valedictorian of his high school. I mean, he's a sharp individual. But when you get into sexual discussions with minors, I don't think that's cool. And I'm just letting you know right now that I don't want you to do that. And Zoot's like, I'm gonna just mute these guys. There were other people who came in from that server. I mean, and Zoot's like, I'm just gonna mute these guys. They're annoying. And I'm like, no, I know. And I'm kind of stuck in the middle. I don't necessarily want to kick Ass Munch and his friends out, but really they're just like, this is a synopsis of what they said. Show me your dick, like all this just stupid shit. And so even Riser was muting them, and I'm like, look, I'm telling you right now, if you continue to like leave yourself off mic and just I hear just you moaning in the background or playing these kind of music, I don't want that. We're playing a game here, guys. And I got to the point where Ass Munch kept doing it, and I was like, dude. So I kicked him for a week, and I didn't want to do that. I like him, and I told him like straight up, very nicely, hey, do not do this. And I mean, you're making the other people in here feel awkward. It's not the kind of discussion that I want to have. If you want to talk about anything but sex, I'm fine with that. But what happens to you is, and I think I don't know, he's just obsessed with it. And that's fine if that's your thing. But you start to talk about children, and I don't think that's cool. And I don't think it's funny. And then I explained to him in as nice a way as I could and gave him enough warnings. So once we booted them, then he started coming back with alternate accounts. Now, if this happened to me with anybody I know, I would say, look, Rabbi, I took it too far. Don't ban my account or don't kick me out. Like, I just know that like I'll be good, you know. but it wasn't like that. It would just be like, oh, rabbi, and it's like, dog, this is immature. Like, even that's what Zoot kept saying. You guys are just being so immature. We're just literally trying to play a game right now, and you just are moaning and doing. No, it's not. And I had it with him recently, like within the last 4 days or so, because he came in here and he would be like, um, he was using this phrase, diaper sniper. And I'm like, what is, I didn't even say that. He would just say it. And he said, Rabbi, do you know what a diaper sniper is? And I'm like, no, I don't know what that is. And he's like, it's a pet. Exactly. Zoot's here. He's a Zoot. Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot. Zoot, how annoying were those guys who came in, ass munching those guys? And to the point where Zoot's having, that's right. He's too sexual. I hate to say it, but yeah, exactly. And the sad thing is he's a very intelligent individual. He's very talented, and but he just can't get his mind off that. And then he brought in the other people in here who were annoying as fuck. And Zoot, I was just telling him, telling Caspian C Zoot that you were saying, like, I'm just gonna mute these guys. They're so annoying, and you were having to, and eventually it was getting in the way of the game where I'd have to leave the game, ban them or kick them, because I didn't want to ban him forever, but just kick him and then come back and the game would freeze and I'd have to close it and reopen it and lose a shot and all this other shit. And it's like, that's not how I want this to go. But yeah, Zoot can vouch. They were annoying as fuck and they were over the top. Right. And as I said, if this happened to me, exactly, exactly. I mean, I consider him my friend, meaning like you guys, but meaning like I've known him on different platforms and I've gotten to get to know him a little bit better. But it's something that's always annoyed me about him. And when we talk about real stuff, he's very intelligent. But it always gets back to, oh, Rabbi, I want to suck your dick. Oh, Rabbi, show me your dick. And it's just like, dude, that is not exactly. And the alt accounts that he used were Rabbi, um, Cockchild, and like shit like that. And it's just like, okay, now you want to mock me. I mean, that's fine if you want to do that. That's I can see why you think it's funny, but if you're my friend, the first thing once I kick you, because you know that I have a lot of, I give people a long leash, is hey, I apologize. I was out of hand, or will you please let me back in with my other account? I didn't mean it. But instead, you want to just do the same shit and be quiet in here. And then when we're playing the game and just be like, show me your cock and all this other shit, it's just like, no, dog, that's there's no more of that. And I that's why I only banned him for a week. I just kicked him for a week. I hope he recognizes that I it's nothing personal, but I don't like, especially when I've told you the kind of conversations that I want to have, and you literally go to one that is just I feel I want to protect children. I don't want to hurt children, and same with everybody I know. And if you think it's funny, I don't think that kind of stuff is funny. And when I've warned you about it, and then that's how you want to come in with your entrance, it's like, no, we've got other things to do and better things to do. Zoot, what's good in your neck of the woods? You ready to get your ass kicked? Okay. The best way to do that, I would tell you, is on YouTube, they have videos of how to learn the California accent. But there are different parts of California that have accents. Really, there are different parts of Los Angeles that have different accents. So you have Valley Girl accent, you have Surfer Dude accent, and you can even get into like California Asian accents. Um, but the best way to do that is to go on YouTube and listen to the different accents that are specifically in Los Angeles. Well, you know what? Yeah, but we don't necessarily have too much of an accent in comparison to stressed accents. Yeah, so if you really if you really want to land the California accent, at least today's one, it's known as an it's up talking, so that like every sentence that you have kind of sounds like a question. Like so it'd be something like, you want to talk like someone from California? Is that something that is of interest to you? And but that's the more modern one. Um there are Well, here's the thing, Zoot. If you really want to know what words you use, if you want to drop your accent, and I don't think it's a bad thing to have your accent, it's one of the most desired accents in the world. There are just a few words that you use that are dead giveaways. The way you say no, you don't enunciate the O as much, and it turns into no. And that's a big one. And if you can drop like a few words that are your giveaways, it will allow you to transition into a more neutral accent. But even a California or an American accent isn't necessarily what's considered like English. I mean, that would probably be more British accent, which is closer to what you already have. But in my opinion, the best if you and Caspian Sea mentioned this, there's also a rural Californian accent that is like you'll find in like more central and northern California. That's like a prospector or gold miner. And that's very similar to the Nevada accent that he's saying. It's really almost southern. There are some words as well that are giveaways. People from California don't call it Cali. Uh, people from people don't like people use the word like a lot. They use the word so a lot. I would tell you a good and keep in mind if you came here and spoke to people, they would love your accent. They would think it's like one of the most endearing things about you. So it's not as if you would want to use this accent when you're here, but if you just go to YouTube, speak like a Cal. Oh, all right. So then, literally, just type into YouTube, speak like a Californian, and watch every video that they have, and then practice Californians. But yeah, it's very similar to a lot of different discussions that people will have, and also what like how people describe things, like just the roads. Very well. I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom. Zoot, you want to play? Okay, just give me. Yeah, just one moment. Zoot, you're young enough. You're gonna have some investment in crypto. That's just gonna be like, I don't know. You'll buy like 50,000 coins of just some shit coin, and it's gonna take off for you, and it's gonna make your bag for the rest of your life. All right, Kes. Dogecoin. Zoot, I think it's Dogecoin. It's gonna be huge. That's your coin. Oh no, yours was kangaroo coin. Koalas. Like koalas and kangaroos are the two biggest things outside of that an outsider thinks of when they think Australia. And they're mean and they're big and they can kill you. Doug, what about rabbits? Doesn't Australia have a huge problem with rabbits? Right, exactly. What's that like? I haven't seen many Australian movies, but I have seen Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Do you know that movie? It it's like a no. I understand. I had to watch it for a class. I had to watch it for a class. No, I know it isn't, but I had to watch it for a class, and it was like a gay cultural. Icon. It was nominated for a an Oscar. Oh, what a fucking terrible miss! What are you talking about? That's what I'm saying, Caspian Sea. But what are you talking about, Zoot? That Mel Gibson isn't Australian? I gotta look this up. I don't trust anybody. There you go. He was born in Peekskill, New York. Damn, you learn something new every day. Good job, Zoot. Crocodile Dundee. That's basically what people think of when they think of Australia and the United States. Sydney has a beautiful skyline. So does Melbourne. Melbourne's a lot like San Francisco here. No, nobody thinks of that. They all think of the Sydney Opera House. Wow, Zoot. Zoot's been playing out of his mind the past few games. Hit my ball. I disagree with you on that. I'll agree with you on that. I would say South Beach is pretty famous. And Venice Beach. What a fucking miss. Venice. And there's Huntington, Newport. You get into a bunch of them. Right. South Beach, I would say. It's in Miami. When you think Miami, all of that is South Beach. Did you ever play Grand Theft Auto, Vice City? You didn't? Okay. Well, that's like South Beach. I'm trying to think. I guess Long Beach is pretty famous too, but it's not really right. Oh, hit my ball. I'm in agreement. Hit my ball. Somebody hit my ball. I'm in a great position to get knocked. Agreed. Well, yeah, one. Quake 3? Not Quake 3. Yeah, Quake 3. Is it called Quake? Quake or Half-Life? Half-Life 3. That's it. Hit that fucking tree. That sucks. That shot is terrible. I know. I know. I'm just trying to make an argument, but it's moot. Dude. Caspian Sea is going to do everything he can to get Zoot to tie me. Oh, shit. Zoot. Big shot here for the win. No surprise. It's a lot of pink, baby. Caspian Sea's going to shove his ball through. Oh, no way. Great shot. Yo, big dog. How do you like that shot, Zoot? For the win. Zoot for the win. Zoot for the win. Slow, 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 slow. Caspian Sea can bump him in, though. Caspian Sea's going for the win himself. You know, a beach that I didn't mention, Atlantic City. That's pretty big. Like the Jersey Shore. There's Pebble Beach, but that's like a golf course. California beaches. What's the most famous? Probably Venice Beach. Muscle Beach is Venice Beach. I don't think it's a smart move. Even even if you get it through there, the benefit isn't overwhelming in my opinion. Oh fuck. Yo, big dog. Actually, Zoot's got a pretty good shot. A very good shot. Give it to me. Caspian Sea is going to be able to blast himself into the open area. Hits a very good shot. Zoot's kind of fucked because of that tree. He's going to hit the tree. No, he's not. That's the shot. That's okay. I definitely am now. Just one. Zoot, do you know the name of this hole? What's the name of this hole, Zoot? No, it's the S hole. Thanks. Bump, big dog. It can be difficult. The hole is hard. Caspian Sea has a nice shot. They're hard. Improved it. Wow, what a miss. What a big miss. There goes the lead. Fuck, I hate this hole. This is my least favorite hole. It's my least favorite hole when you're playing with Riser because he has that fucking iPad and he can just always make it. That looks good. It looked good. No, I'm not. No, not good. You're too far to the left. Yep. I wasn't. It all comes down to this Caspian Sea. Zoot's got a tough shot. Oh. We take the lead. It's a tough shot. I'm not good at this hole. I could go at it. Stop. Oh, shit. Wow. Easy water bump for Caspian Sea. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Bravo. Bravo. Absolutely. You've got the lead. Fuck. And then it's just a bunch of misses in a row from Zoot and me. Oh, look at Zoot. Shit. I have to make this shot. And I don't. Caspian Sea takes the lead. I am so bad at this hole. I am so bad at this hole. I hate this hole too. It sucks going first on this one. Wow, just about perfect. Yes, sir. He's not going to water. You're not going to water bump me. Now, Caspian Sea might water bump me. Oh, wow. You fucked me, though. No. Yo, big dog. Fuck. Is it a water? No. Caspian. No, I'm going to straight up win. There you go. Rabbi won. Caspian Sea went from doing really well to not in one hole. Dude, you're the one who water bumped me. Wait, I water bumped you. Oh yeah, that's the spot. Stop. Caspian Sea's got a shot at it. Zoot. Be the shot. Ooh, go for it. All right, I understand. Great shot, Zoot. All right, dog. Yes, sir. Wow. Grade my shot, Zoot. Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe if the hole is like right there. Yeah, 100%. Thank you. Boy, did I get fortunate. All right, here we go. Stop. Wow, Caspian Sea, you fucked me. Zoot, perfect shot. Oh, I fucked myself. I fucked myself so badly. I'm guaranteed the win. At least a tie for the win. I'm pretty good at this hole. Unless you block my shot. Hit my ball. Oh, that's the shot. That's the shot. 10 out of 10 from there. From there, absolutely. That's an excellent shot. No, if I would have gone in, it would have been. Bank it off the trees. That's the only real 10 out of 10 opportunity. This tree is kind of in my way. Oh, well, yep. Champion again. 365 wins. Caspian Sea, exactly. Caspian Sea's got another one in him. Well, I definitely do. All right, Zoot, Caspian Sea. I got a hole in one on this hole. I will always say that because it was so fluky. Zoot, almost. Be the shot. Off there. There we go. Too hard. Too hard. Too hard. I don't think so. No. Oh, look at this. How is that a 7 out of 10? It went in the hole. Caspian Sea. Prom night. All lip, no hole. Yep. You both got a Okay, interesting. Yep. Or a terrible water bump. I got that little wood piece that's going to protect me. Yeah, it should have. Oh, The Godfather. Mad Max would be tight too. Or like Goodfellas. Either one. Because I don't make musical stuff. Wow, Zook put his ball in the most difficult position for you. Because the Godfather has 3 of them. So maybe there's a little more content. Oh, fuck. What's that, Big Tom? Mini Golf the musical. Oh, that was terrible. I'm kind of fucked here. Get there. Oh, wow. I was not expecting that to go in. Oh, great shot, Zook. Oh, Caspian Sea, apologies. Great shot. It does suck. How did I miss all of that? Somebody can fuck me over. Get in the hole. I could make it in both holes. That's what he said. That's what he said. Oh, not now though. Zook's gonna end that. End that plan. Get in the hole. Stop. Man, those gnomes were just perfectly positioned for me. Zoot has the ability. Am I your best friend? You want me to be, baby? I don't know who you talk to, probably outside your family, more than the three of us when Riser's here. No way. It happens. Easy water bump. Easy water bump. Easy water bump. Oh, he water bumped him. Oh, maybe. He did. Ooh, not what I wanted to do. Oh, that's a good shot. I feel like the actual hole, moves, but on some holes it does not, like this one. Perfect game. All right, boys. Well, whenever you have the time, feel free. I want to lose. I want somebody to beat me. I piss that song. Wake up and piss that song. Caspian Sea, without me even really paying attention. Let me do a check and see. Zoot, I'm gonna go viral from. Um, I built a robot that automatically spams people on um, Twitch, not Kick, and it creates clips of them and all kinds of other things. So you should know that that's pretty bitchin'. I'm going viral because of it. Perhaps we'll see. Well, he really cared. That's cool. The amount of ads that are on Twitch is just unbelievable. I can't believe people use this site without an ad blocker. They have 5 different ads just to watch one person. It's absolutely ridiculous.
It's a German esoteric by the name of
really well, I think.
Okay.
So
His real
I
name.
just changed it to just spam popular people. And normally just a brand new account can't come in and spam somebody, but that's fine. It'll get on their clips, and I'll start taking over their clips slowly but surely. And once that happens, it's basically game over, because they Kick does not get rid of old clips, so they'll be on there for years. And I just say to myself, it may not be a day, it may not be a week, but maybe a month or two, and somebody's going to fucking take notice. Somebody's going to come in here and be like, yeah, like just like Affirmatia, hey, I found out about you because you created a clip, and I clicked the link, and now here I am. And then it's home free.
Rudolf Blauer, adopted by a German nobleman and got the name Oldendorf. And I like to say that name. So I have this real thing about vague, mysterious characters who show up and do things. And trying to figure out who these people are. So we're working in the years prior to the First World War. So in the decade or so prior to World War I, spends a lot of time in the Ottoman Empire. Turkey, isn't it? The Ottoman Empire, which was a fairly tumultuous place, because in 1908, 1909, there was the Young Turk Revolution, and a kind of military coup, which effectively overthrew the Ottoman Sultan and installed a military junta, which would go on during the First World War to make its greatest achievement in the Armenian genocide. Eventually, he created a genocidal military regime, which would lead the country into disastrous First World War, which would destroy the Ottoman Empire, out of which modern Turkey emerges. Yada, yada, yada.
And by the way, we should take a tiny tangent here, which is that you refer to the intelligence agencies as being exceptionally successful. And here, in the case of the Young Turks, being also very successful or in doing the genocide, meaning they've achieved the greatest impact, even though the impact on the scale of good to evil tends towards evil.
It's one of those things that often comes out of revolutionary situations. Revolutions always seek to make things better, don't they? We're going to take a bad old regime. The Sultan is, and the Sultan was bad. I think it's fair to say that Abdul Hamid II was not wasn't called the Red Sultan because of his favorite color type of thing. And the idea is that they were going to improve. They were now going to, the Ottoman Empire was a multinational empire. They were going to try to equalize and bring in the different groups, and none of that happened. It became worse. In the same way that you could argue that the goal of Russian revolutionaries was to get rid of the bad, old, incompetent, medieval Tsarist regime and bring in a new, great, shining future. And it became even more authoritarian. The crimes of the Imperial Russian regime pale in significance of what we follow, in the same way that the crimes of Abdul Hamid paled when we get to the Young Turks. But that wasn't necessarily the intention. But Bettendorf is a German businessman who's working in this period. And the whole point here is that the Ottoman Empire in this period is a hotbed of political. There are all kinds of interesting things about it. The Young Turk Revolution is essentially a military coup, but it is plotted in Masonic laws. And technically, Masonic lodges are never supposed to be involved in politics, but they are. The lodge meeting breaks up, and then you plot the revolution. So, same group of people, but it's not technically. But yes, there's the Macedonia Resorta Lodge in Thessaloniki was ground zero for plotting this military coup that was supposed to improve the empire. So Bettendorf is in one way or another mixed up in all of this, or at least he's an observer of it. Plus, he's initiated into the Masonic lodges. And interestingly enough, the fellow who initiates him into one of these Eastern lodges is a Jewish merchant by the name of Termudi. And who's also a Kabbalist. And also, Bettendorf is very, very interested in the occult. He's initiated into Eastern Masonic lodges in a period when those same lodges are being used as a center for political intrigue. He also apparently is involved in gun running, which in revolutionary periods is a lot of the money to be put out for that. So he's connected to various dark businesses in a tumultuous time with connections to politicized Freemasonry and the occult. Now, in the course of the First World War, he returns to Germany. He just shows up. And it would be my operative suspicion or theory that Bettendorf was working for someone. I don't think he just pops up immediately on his own accord. Why did he leave the Ottoman Empire or return to this place? Who's behind it? Well, maybe no one, but maybe someone, because he doesn't have money. And he comes into Munich and he basically takes over this small sort of occult study group. Now, the interesting thing is that the Thule Society is really just a branch of another existing what's called Ariosophist order, a thing called the German Order or the Germanen Order, which is centered in Berlin. But for some reason, he doesn't want his group to be connected by name with the Germanen Order. So Thule Society, Thule in this case is a reference to supposedly a mythical Arctic homeland of the Aryan race. And they're all snow people who wandered out of the snow at some point. It's kind of like a frozen Atlantis. So I mentioned these people, the Ariosophists, who, I can't practice saying that. So what are they? Well, they're a kind of racist Germanic offshoot of Theosophy. And I know I'm explaining one thing to explain something else, but there's no other way to do this. So Theosophy was 19th century, very popular and widely modeled occult belief. It was founded by a Russian woman by the name of Helena Blavatsky. She was a medium, psychic, supposed to have channelings from the ascended masters. The basic story they're all of the ascended masters, which are mystical beings that may or may not have once been human. They live inside the Himalayas, or they float among them on a cloud, and they guide the spiritual evolution of humanity. What Blavatsky did was to take Western esotericism and blend it with Hindu and Buddhist esotericism, which became very, very sexy in the West. It still is. You know, Buddhism attracts a lot of people because, well, it's Buddhism. It's different. See? So, you know, the Mahatmas, the ascended masters, were sending your messages, despite the fact that she was later proven pretty much to be fraud and writing the letters herself. Nevertheless, people still went along with this doctrine, and it's been widely modified and common since then. So an idea in theosophy was that human spiritual evolution was tied to physical evolution. So in the case of Blavatsky never said that Aryans, white people, anything out of this were superior. She talked about the different root races, but it's just her version of it is total gobbledygook that seems to include everyone. I defy you to make much sense out of it. But in the early 20th century, there were different sort of, one of the things that became fashionable, not terribly popular. These are small groups. The idea that, Germany is a new upcoming country. And part of this thing was really trying to define who the Germans were. Because, remember, the German Empire, Germany, as a political state, doesn't come into existence until 1871. Prior to that, Germany was a geographic expression, a vague one, which described a large area in Central Europe where a lot of people who, wore leather shorts and or something like that, and spoke similar German dialects, were nominally Germans, but they might be Prussians or Bavarians or they came in all sorts of varieties. There was no German identity. Something very similar happened in Italy in the same period. I mean, there weren't Italians. There were Sardinians, there were Romans, there were Sicilians, Umbrians, spoke dialects of a similar language, but it never lived, not since the Roman Empire, under a single state, and really didn't think of themselves as the same. So you have to create this artificial thing. You have to create Germans. There's now a Germany with an emperor, and so we're all going to be Germans. Well, exactly what is that? Much of it is an artificial creation. You have to decide upon some sort of standard dialect. Okay, we'll decide what that is. Often dialect that only a few people actually speak, and then they will be drilled into children's heads through state schooling programs. So I think this is the kind of milieu that comes out of. People were trying to figure out what on earth Germans actually were, and need for some sort of common identity. And that leads to everything like Wagnerian opera. Richard Wagner wanted to create a German mythical music. So he went back and stripped mined old German myths and cobbled them together into a lot of people standing on stage singing. And that was his purpose. He was a nationalist. He was in many ways a kind of racialist nationalist. And this was his idea of trying to create, out of bits and pieces of the past, the new thing with the more of a German identity. So, on the more mystical end of this, we had the idea that, Germany must have been created for some special purpose, because Germans must be very special people, and we must have some sort of particular destiny, and then out of this, the direction this is heading, we're all part of some sort of master race, with some sort of ties to some sort of great civilization in the past, call it Tule, or call it whatever you want to be. They basically just invent things and try to attach those to the past. And so Ariosophy was the Aryanized version of theosophy. And what this did was take the idea that spiritual and physical evolution had led to the most advanced group of human beings, which were the Aryans, and the most advanced group of them were, of course, the Germans. And this attracted the people. Keep in mind, again, this was not a mass movement. This is very much a fringe movement. Most people weren't aware of it and weren't particularly interested in it. But it had an appeal for those who already had a kind of esoteric bent in some form or another. And this is where things like the Germanen, the German order, their other groups, it was only one of many, sort of grew out of. And what it was that the Thule Society, as a branch, the Thule Gesellschaft, was supposed to do was to study this. It was an esoteric study group. And so people would get together and they talk about things, probably make more stuff up, and all sort of work around this idea of German, most advanced advanced type of human beings, all the wonderful things that the future would hold. And the fact that this was a mystical war, it was Germany was again fighting as they saw it for its existence, heightened these kinds of tensions as well. So my suspicion, again, is that Zibodendorf, in terms of who was behind him, that he was essentially called back to Germany to work either for the Prussian political police or for some aspect of German intelligence and security to try to mobilize occultism or esotericism for the war effort. Because again, this is 1918. The war it's gone on way too long. Within a few months, Germany will collapse. It will collapse simply from the psychological exhaustion of the population.
So this is almost like to help the war effort being kind of propaganda, a narrative that can strengthen the will of the German
people. It will strengthen the will of some people. You have to try to appeal to different aspects of this. But the mystical aspect is one of those things that can have a very powerful influence. The idea is that we can come up with some kind of mystical nationalism. Maybe that's one you put it. A mystical nationalism that can be exploited for the way. At this point, you're kind of grasping at straws. And this whole period, the Germans are marshaling the last of their forces to launch a series of offensives on the Western Front, the peace offensive, which will initially be successful but will ultimately fail and lead to a collapse in morale. But among the leadership of Germany, it was a recognition that national morale was flagging. And one of the other things that was kind of raising its head was what had happened nearby a year well, the Russian Revolution, which had now brought the idea, which brought another solution to all of this, the idea of revolutionary Marxism. Here we need to remind ourselves where Marxism comes from. Not Russia, Germany. Where was the largest Marxist party? In Germany.
And Marx probably expected the revolution to begin in Germany. Where else? I mean, the Soviet Union is not very industrialized. Germany is, so that's where it would probably.
Russia, 5% of the population is industrial workers. In Germany, 40% of the population is. So, if any place was like made for Marxism, it was Germany. I think that's why it caught on and used Germany so well because it didn't have to come home. And it was a local belief. It was something imparted by the Russians. It was a German invention. So the Thule Society, one of the things we can see in this is the Thule Society was particularly involved in sort of anti-Marxist or anti-Bolshevik agitation. They saw themselves, Buttons saw them as this whole move. It was a counter to this. It was a kind of counter Marxist movement.
Can we sort of try to break that apart in a nuanced way? It was a nationalist movement. The occult was part of the picture, occult racial theories. So there's a racial component, like the Aryan race. So it's not just the nation of Germany. And you take that and contrast it with Marxism. Did they also formulate that in racial terms? Did they formulate that in national versus global terms? Like, how do they see this?
Marxism formulates everything by class. Okay, people are categorized by class. You're either part of the proletariat, or you're part of the bourgeoisie, or just, you're either part of the proletariat or just some sort of scum. Really? Needs to be swept into the dustbin of history. Only workers count. And that was what would take someone who was a nationalist would sort of drive them crazy, because their ideas we're trying to create a German people. We're trying to create a common German identity. But what the Marxists are doing is they're dividing Germans against each other by class. German workers hate the German bourgeoisie. German proletariat as opposed to German capitalists. We're all trying to fight this war together. So that was why Marxism particularly in the form of Bolshevism, was seen as unpatriotic. And of course, it was opposed to the war as a whole. I think the idea that parroting Lenin was that the war was an imperialist war. And the only thing that was good that was going to come out of it is that the imperialist war, through all of the crises it was creating, would eventually lead to a class war. And that would be good because that would reconcile all of these things. But think of this, the two very different versions of this. The Bolshevist version was just called the Marxist version of Germany is going to be a class society in which we're going to have some kind of civil upheaval, which will have Germans fighting Germans. Whereas the kind of mystical nationalism, the almost kind of religious nationalism, the Subbotendorf, the Thule Society, and his wagon to, held that Germans are all part of a single racial family. That's what must be the most important thing. And that these could be different ways of trying to influence people. It comes down to a matter of political influence. So in a sense, I think that what Subbotendorf and the Thule Society was trying to do, at least within Munich, was to use this idea of mystical nationalism as a potential rallying point for some part of the population to oppose these other forces, to keep people fighting. The war is lost in November. The Kaiser abdicates, and essentially socialists do take over Germany. It's things very, very close to following the Russian model. And you even get the Russian version or take on the Bolsheviks, which are the Spartacists, who try and fail to seize power early on. But you do essentially end up with socialist Germany. And that then leaves, in the aftermath of the war, the Thule Society is sort of the odd man out, although they're still very closely connected to the army. Now, here's one of the things that I find interesting. When you get into 1919, who is it that's paying Subbotendorf's bills? It's the army. The one thing the German army is absolutely determined to do is to preserve its social position and power. And they're perfectly willing to dump the Kaiser to do that. That's sort of this deal which is made. In November of 1918, Kaiser's abdication, the proclamation of a German republic, which, you just had this guy declare it. It wasn't really planned. There's the Ebert Groner Pact. Groner is the chief of staff, general staff at this point. Friedrich Ebert is the chief socialist politician, and they make an agreement. And the agreement basically is that the army will support Ebert's government if Ebert supports the army. And particularly that means the continuation of the officer corps and the general staff in one form or another. So a deal is made. And that, of course, is what will eventually help defeat the Spartacist uprising.
Now, was the army doing some kinds of things that we've talked about with the intelligence agencies? This kind of same kind of trying to control the direction of
the German intelligence landscape in the First World War is obscure in many ways. There are lots of things that are going on. You've got Germany has a military intelligence service called Abteilung, or Section 3B. That's just plain military intelligence. They're constantly trying to collect military information before the war about the weaponry and plans of the enemies, and then about the operational plans for during the war. It doesn't really go much beyond that. The German Foreign Office runs a kind of political intelligence service. And that's the one which is much more involved in things like subsidizing subversion in Russia, which is one of the things that the Germans sign on to fairly early. Little diversion here. In 1915, there's a Russian revolutionary who's lived much of his life in Germany, who goes by the code name of Parvis, and he essentially comes to the Germans in Constantinople, in Turkey. He's hanging around there at the same time as both of them, which I find curious. So Parvis, or Alexander Hellhand, get his actual name, comes him and he goes, look, there's a lot of revolutionaries in Russia, and there's a lot of mistrust with the regime. We think the war will increase the contradictions in Russian society. And if you give me a lot of marks, I can finance this revolutionary activity. And through subversion, I can take Russia out of the war. Well, the Germans are facing a two-front war. That sounds great. We'll use money in order to... But notice what they're doing. The German General Staff, a very conservative organization, not a bunch of revolutionaries, are going to finance revolution of opposing countries. They are going to finance revolutionary subversion to take Russia out of the war, which basically works. So that gives you another idea as to what the German to do. They're not
Yo, how are you?
But they'll pay to subvert another regime. Now you got is that the revolutionary regime that your money helped bring to power is now threatening to extend into your country. So
Yo, big dog.
Question for the army.
How are you? Excellent. I'm well. Are you going to do some space trucking? All right. All right. Let's see you play COD. Word dog. Show it to me. Dude, we're getting there. I created a robot that automatically spams Twitch for me, and it also creates clips and follows people automatically. It's pretty bitchin', man. Word dog. Yeah, it creates clips of them and sends them a notification and all kinds of shit. Dude, I get banned for it all the time, but my bot creates new accounts and then just does it again. They don't have that, or if they do, I haven't run into it because they IP ban you, but they don't device ban you apparently. Oh, I'm in agreement, dog. Yeah, I mean, then I would try this way, then I would do something else. How's that? Excellent. There you go. What flavor? What is it? What's chocolate smell like? All right. Oh, shit.
workers in Germany in 1919 is how to keep Germany from going Bolshevik, from in a sense being hoisted by your own petard. So the Thule Society, I don't think is a huge part of this program, but it is a part of it. And it's all an effort to try to keep control, and that's why the army is financed. That's even why the army at some point then supplies them with its own propagandists. So the Thule Society begins to create, under Botendorf's leadership, what he called the Rings of Thule. And these are satellite organizations that aren't the society itself, but they're kind of controlled and inspired by it. And one of those is a thing called the German Workers' Party. The German Workers' Party, again, is local. It's not large. It's not terribly influential. But what does it aspire to be? It aspires to be a party that will bring German workers away from the seductive influence of the Bolsheviks and into a more patriotic, and the way that I describe this is that it's not an anti-communist organization, it's a counter-communist organization. So you don't create something which completely opposes it, you create something which mimics it, which is ultimately what the German Workers' Party will become, is the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Notice that term, socialist. And that is, in my view, what Nazism is from the beginning. It is a counter-communist movement.
And by the way, for people who don't know, the National Socialist German Workers' Party is also known as the Nazi Party. So how did this evolution happen from the complicated little interplay? We should also say that a guy named Adolf Hitler is in the army at this time.
Yes. Well, he's going to come into this because remember, so the army was going to supply its own propagandists to help the German Workers' Party and the Thule Society do their work. And the propagandist they supply them with is a man who the army trains, sends to classes to learn the art of public speaking and propaganda. And that fellow is Corporal Adolf Hitler.
So how does Adolf Hitler connect with the German Workers' Party?
Well, been in the army during the war, a regular job that he never had, kind of liked it. So you often get the views that, well, at the end of the war, he joined millions of other German soldiers who didn't have jobs. No, he stays in the army. He stays in the army until 1921. He's on the army payroll at the very time in which he is helping to set this up. What appears to have happened is this: Botendorf had organized the Thule Society. That didn't have, that had tried to oppose. There's actually a brief period of time in which the communists actually take over Munich, the Bavarian Soviet Republic, which doesn't last very long, and eventually the army and volunteers put this down. While that's going on, by the way, Hitler is actually sitting in the barracks in Munich wearing a red armband because he is technically part of the soldiers who have gone over to the Bavarian Soviet Republic. He seems to have had flexible interests in this case. So once order is restored, so to speak, the army comes in and decide that, well, one of the things we need to have people who can lecture soldiers on patriotic topics. And so there is a particular captain by the name of Karl Mayr who sort of spots Hitler. He later describes him as like a stray dog looking for a master. Hitler has a knack for public speaking. Other soldiers will listen to him. Yeah, some people can do that. Some people can't. Mayr decides that he's a good candidate for further training. So yes, they bring him in. They turn him into what's called a Wehmann, a kind of liaison man. He's an army propagandist. And then you've got this little outfit called the German Workers' Party. And essentially what happens is that Hitler is sent in to take over leadership of that, which is what happens. He shows up, he attends a meeting, There are like 50 people there. By the way, the topic of the first meeting he's at is how and why capitalism should be abolished, okay, which is not what you might well expect. And because remember, the German Workers' Party is trying to cast itself as a counter Bolshevism. So it's not saying that capitalism is great or support. Now, capitalism is evil. We agree on that. We just agree it has to be destroyed from a nationalist point of view, as opposed from some sort of strange internationalist point of view. So Hitler is essentially, as I see it, sent in by the army as their trained man to assume leadership within this small party and to use it for the army's patriotic propaganda campaign. And he succeeds in doing so, even to the name change to the National Socialist or German Workers' Party. I mean, really, what sounds more red than that?
So the interesting thing here is, from where did anti-Semitism seep into this whole thing? It seems like the way they try to formally counter Marxism is by saying the problem with capitalism, the problem with Marxism is that it's really Judeo-capitalism and, quote, Judeo-Bolshevism. From where did that ideology seep in?
Well, it's a huge topic. Where does anti-Semitism come from? Now, let's start with that term itself, a term which I really grew increasingly dislike because it doesn't actually say what it means. Anti-Semitism is anti-Jewism. That's all it is. I'm not sure whether there has ever existed a person who hated Jews, Arabs, and Maltese equally. Okay, it's kind of hard to imagine. I don't know. But that's technically what that would mean, because let's face it, most Semites are Arabs. So if you're an anti-Semite, then you don't seem to distinguish Jews from Arabs. Makes no sense. The origin of the term is invented by, guess what? An anti-Semite. A guy in the 1870s, a German journalist named Wilhelm Marr, who is, wouldn't you know it, part Jewish himself, and who decides that you really need a better term than Judenhass, Jew hate, which was the term that, because that just sounds so, inelegant, doesn't it? Okay. What do you want to call yourself? A Jew hater or an anti-Semite? See? Anti-Semitism, it's got that ism part of the end of it, which means it's a system of belief. Anything that has an ism must somehow be scientific and important. It's all part of the 19th century obsession with trying to bring science into something that we're the other. So we're going to get rid of Jew hate and we're going to turn it into anti-Semitism. And we're only going to be talking about Jews, but we'll never actually say that. And somehow, the invention of a Jew hater to disguise the fact that he's a Jew hater, even though he's partly Jewish, by inventing the term anti-Semitism worked, because everybody has bought it and repeated it ever since. So, I don't know. I just, maybe just because anti-Jewism would just be that, is it too direct in some way? We have difficulty confronting actually what it is we're talking about.
I do wish terms were a little bit more direct and self-explanatory. Yeah, Jew hate is a better term.
Well, the question becomes, what exactly do you hate about Jews? And a lot of this has to do with, if you go back prior to the 19th century, if Jews were hated, they were hated for religious reasons. In Christian Europe, they were hated because they weren't Christians. And they existed as the only kind of significant religious minority. But other than that, they tended to live separately. They had little economic influence. Jews tended to live in shtetls in the east, ghettos elsewhere. Yeah, they were somewhere involved in banking and business, but they sort of remained segregated from society. That changes when you get to the 19th century and with what's called Jewish emancipation. And that means that between about 1800 and 1850, most European countries dropped various ruler social restrictions against Jews. They are assimilated into the general society. So ideally, you stop being a German Jew and you become a Jewish German. Those are two very different important concepts. And what that does, of course, is that it opens up the profession, business world elsewhere. So Jews who had been largely within those realms to begin with, they hardly have to do experience in banking and business, and they move into those areas of professions and become quite visible. And that's what then creates anti-Semitism. Because in some way that is seen as part of the changes that have taken place. And there are a lot of things going on here. Part of it has to do with the kind of wrenching social and economic changes that took place with industrialization. So one of the things to keep in mind is that in the process of industrialization, just like today, whole classes of people were made extinct economically. Craftsmen, for instance. So when factories came along and began to produce things with machines, all the craftspeople who had made those things previously are now unemployed or go to work as wage labor in factories. So there are winners and losers in industrialization. And what people saw in Germany and elsewhere is that among this new sort of rising capitalist elite, among these new professions, among the bureaucrats that are coming out of these burgeoning states, there were visibly a fair number of Jews. So in some way, the rise of Jews, the minds of many people, were connected to all of the other bad things that were going on. You know, the world was changing in a way we don't like. And seemingly, the Jews are prospering, while I am not. And that was true in Germany. That's where Jews became highly visible in the professions. They became very visible in banking. They became visible in legal profession. They became visible in the medical profession. And those are people that a lot of people would come in contact with. Bankers, lawyers, and doctors. They were not the majority there, but, you know, vastly overrepresented in terms of the general population, and especially within the cities. So, in that sense, the roots of anti-Semitism is that Jews in Germany and elsewhere, and not just in Germany, by any means, France, Britain, everywhere else, became identified with the bad changes that were taking place. And he also found that Jews were not only prominent among capitalists, they were also prominent in the socialist movement as well. So one of the things you could look around, we returned to Germany in 1919 in the aftermath of World War I, and you look around area or elsewhere, you tend to find that there are a lot of Jews in visible positions on the German left. Of course, Luxembourg is but one example of that. You know, Eugen Levine, some of them came in from Russia. You know, the Soviets sent a representative to Germany in this period. It's Karl Radek, a Jew. So it wasn't difficult to exploit that, to argue that just as the ranks of capitalism was full of Jews, the ranks of Bolshevism or of the revolutionary left were full of Jews, because you could easily go around and distinguish a great many of them. They don't have to be the majority, they just have to be numerous, prominent, and visible, which they were. So this provided you in the case of the propaganda of the German army, the type of stuff that Hitler was spewed out, they could put all the anti-capitalist rhetoric if they wanted to. The army was never going to overthrow capitalism, and the capitalists knew they weren't going to do it. So go ahead, talk shit about us. We don't really care. That's not going to, because we know that the army would prevent that from happening. The way to then undermine the real enemy, which is seen, the revolutionary left, was to point out the Jewish influence there. I mean, look at Russia. Well, when is that? Trotsky, there he is. Look, there's a Jew. There's one. Radek is a Jew. It wasn't hard to find them in that regard.
You gave a lecture on the protocols of the Elders of Zion. It's widely considered to be the most influential work of anti-Semitism ever, perhaps. Can you describe this text?
Well, the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion is probably one of the most troublesome and destructive works of literature that has ever emerged. And yet, its origins remain obscure. So you get a whole variety of stories about where it came from. So the one story that is often is that it was the work of the Okhrana, the Russian secret police, and in particular, it was all crafted in 1904 and 1905 in Paris. There's a whole description of Pyotr Rothschild, who was supposedly the chief of the Okhrana at the time, was the man behind it. Another fellow by the name of Matvey Golovinsky was the director of it. And that they had this document written by a French political writer from some decades back called Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu, which they were then adapting. Usually it's argued that they plagiarized it into the protocols, and none of that is really true. I mean, the first part about it is that at the time this took place, Rajkovsky wasn't working for the Okhrana. He'd been fired. He wasn't in Paris, and the whole situation which is described couldn't have taken place because the people who did it weren't there. It's a story, but it provides a kind of explanation for it. So the protocols emerge. So you always have to go back. This is one of the things that I have found always useful in research is go back to the beginning. Find the first place this is mentioned, or the first version, or the first iteration. Where does it start? So you go back to St. Petersburg, Russia, around 1903. There is a small right-wing anti-Semitic newspaper published there called Znamya, Banner. And it publishes in a kind of serial form a work as a credit within the original author. And this is the first version of the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. But what it's actually describing is a Judeo-Masonic plot to rule the world. Those two terms are always combined together. And in fact, in the earlier version, there's far more mentions of Freemasons than there are Jews. And it's, the publisher of Znamya is closely connected to a thing called the Union of Russian Peoples and Russian Men, which was ostensibly existed to defend the empire against subversion, particularly against what they thought was Jewish subversion. And they also argued that the prominence of Jews in revolutionary movements somehow proved that this was in some way a Jewish revolution. But again, this is not a mainstream newspaper. It's not appealing to a mainstream population. Very few people saw it. But this is where it appears. Now, keep in mind, that's 2 or 3 years before it's usually said to have been written. Or the other version, there's this crazy priest by the name of Sergei Niels, and he wrote it, or actually appended it as an appendix to his work in 1905. Now, it was around before that. So Niels didn't create it, wasn't drafted in Paris in 1904, 1905. It was serialized, obscure, right-wing Russian newspaper, 1903.
And by the way, we should say that these are 24 protocols.
Well, it varies.
It varies. That are, I guess, supposed to be like meeting notes about the supposed cabal where the Jews and Freemasons are planning together a world domination. It's like meeting notes, right?
Protocol, which are Russian term basically notes of a meeting.
Yeah.
Well, it's notes of a meeting is these things that I've seen. Because what you've got here, it's not notes. No one takes notes from a meeting that way. what you've got is like the exposition of a Bond villain, right? It's all of this, oh, then we're going to do this. And then the last thing you want to do is lay out if you're going to plan for world domination, my suggestion would be don't write it down. So it's not notes of a meeting. It's another sort of narrative or story that's being told. It bears no resemblance to the dialogue between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. But what it is, the best thing, it's not particularly readable in some ways. There was an Italian writer named Cesare Michaelis who wrote a book translated in English called The Non-Existent Manuscript. And what it is, he takes the different versions, starting with 1902 and 1903 versions, and looks through the other ones, and he tries to reconstruct what he thinks the original might have been. But the other thing he does, which was fascinating to me, is that he takes this whole sort of initial text and in bold type he indicates the paragraphs, but more often sentences or phrases that appear to be identical from the Joly work. And they're just scattered throughout it. There's no particular rhyme or reason to it. You don't plagiarize that way. I mean, who does that? It's here, it's there, which is led to a peculiar theory of mine, which of course I will have to expound upon, which is that I think that the original author of the protocols was the same Maurice Joly. I think what someone stumbled across was a work which he wrote and never published, and which he just drew is exactly what someone would do working from your own kind of material. Because I've written things and then taken what I've written and then sort of repackaged that into something else.
And the
same sort of thing comes out. Only sort of bits and pieces of it remain. So why would Joly have done that? Joly was, we're talking about a man whose career basically spanned the 1850s to 1870s. He's an obscure figure. I'm not even totally sure he existed. I mean, it's one of those things you go looking for him.
I love that you're a scholar of people that just kind of emerge out of like the darkness.
They just come from nowhere.
And there's a crown in there. So, but we should also say this was, I guess, the original would be written. I mean, what's the language of the original? Russian.
But my hunch is that that's adopted from French. First of all, they're constantly harping on Freemasonry, which wasn't nearly as a big idea there. If you go back to France in the 1890s, there's some big scandals. Well, there's the Dreyfus scandal. We got that, all right. You've got a Jewish officer in trial for being a traitor, all right. So that was part. So you bring in the whole Jewish element, Jews as disloyal, Dreyfus case, 1894. Earlier, you had the Panama scandal, which was this huge investment scandal when the Panama Canal Company in Paris collapsed. And again, many of the major players in that were Jewish financiers. And then you've got the Taxel hoax. So the Taxel hoax was the work of this guy. His real name was Jogan Paget. He was kind of a French journalist. He started out writing porn. So when he wrote things like Sex Lives of the Popes and the erotic Bible and various things of that kind. He was a Catholic, wrote with the Catholic Church, wrote bad stuff about the popes, and apparently became a Freemason for a while, and then supposedly recanted his ways, went back to the church, and then under the name Leo Taxel began writing these whole series of articles, basically arguing that there was a Masonic Satanic Conspiracy, run, by the way, by an American, Albert Pike. And this also included child sacrifice. It's got Pizzagate, as well, by a high priestess, Diana Vaughn. And so there's like child sacrifice, weird, ropey, Bohemian Grove stuff. And the Freemasons were devil worshippers going back to the Knights Templars. And so there's a thing called the Devil in the 19th Century and the Secrets of Freemasonry. And this became a bestseller in France. So France is obsessed with all these kinds of conspiracies. Evil satanic Freemasons, evil Jewish financiers, Dreyfus. This grew where all of this comes. So I want to figure out how Freemasons and Jews get connected together. France is the place where this happens. Now, Taxel, or Jobin Paget, eventually pulls another interesting thing in this. Around 1897, critics argue that he's making this stuff up and demand that he present Diana Vaughn, supposed satanic high priestess, toddler killer. And he says, we're going to have a press conference. She'll appear and say all of this stuff as she returns to the church and possibly becomes a nun. And so people show up. High figures in the Catholic Church shows up. He does no Diana Vaughn. And Dogan Poster goes, it's all a hoax. I made it up. You're all a bunch of idiots for believing it. Okay, you member of the especially, just what gullible morons you are. And that's it. He confesses. To this day, however, you find people who insist that it's actually true because they desperately want it to be true. But this is, I think, the milieu that this comes out of. This is this whole kind of unhealthy mix. So France is the only place in the decade preceding it that something like this would be concocted. So it was either created by some sort of unknown person there, but I still think that even though he dies in like 1879, that in Maurice Joly's troubled career, he went from being an opponent of French Emperor Napoleon III, which is what the whole dialogue was written against. And then he was, for a time, a close political ally of a French politician by the name of Adolphe Cremieux. So Adolphe Cremieux, what's he got going for him? Well, he was kind of a radical politician. He was an opponent of Napoleon III. He was a Freemason. Oh, and he was Jewish. In fact, at one point, I think he was actually the head both of the Scottish Rite in France and an important figure in the Alliance Israelite, the Jewish organization in France. So he was publicly very prominently Jewish and Islamic. So someone else would have linked it together. Joly did with basically everyone. This is a guy whose life largely consisted of dual threats and fistfights. So he gets angry at Cremieux. And it's exactly the type of thing that he might write to vent his story about it. But he died, probably a suicide. It's kind of difficult to tell. In obscurity, his son seems to have inherited most of his literary works. And his son then became a journalist for newspapers in France in the 1890s, but was also associated with some people on the fringes of the Ochrana or the Russian press in France. So one of the little things that had happened by this time is that France and Russia had become allies, even though their political systems are completely incompatible. And so the Russians were using money to subsidize French newspapers that were championing the alliance between the two, Russia and Italy. Now, we're just paying to have the right kind of newspapers come out. So there's this whole connection between the kind of Russian journalistic world, French journalistic world, and all of these scandals which are going on, and Joly's son, and then, 10 years down the road, this thing pops up in the newspapers in Petersburg. That's where I think the origins lay.
Why do you think it took off? Why do you think it grabbed imaginations? And even after it was shown to be not actually what it's supposed to be, people still believe it's real.
Well, it doesn't take off immediately. Okay, never receives any kind of wide. Nobody much reads the first edition of it. When it's re-edited, it keeps getting, there are something like 18 or 19 different versions it goes through. It gets, people leave this protocol out or leave another one. As time goes on, there's more and more emphasis on Jews and less on Freemasons. So it's sort of, and the whole thing could have begun as an anti-Masonic trap. You could leave Jews out of it entirely and just turn it into a Masonic plot. But let's just throw them in as well, since the two things are already being combined elsewhere. It doesn't become a big deal until really the World War, because the initial versions of it are all in Russian. And let's face it, that's widely read in Russia. It's not much read anywhere else. It's a different alphabet. You can even see what it means. So it has no particular influence outside of Russia. But then you get to 1919, and you get all these different versions of it. So suddenly you get two English versions in the U.S., an English version in Britain, a German version, a French edition, a Dutch edition. Everybody's coming up with these things. So it's not until the immediate aftermath of the First World War that this metastasizes, and it begins to show all these different foreign editions. And I think that has to do with the changes that have taken place during the war. One of the things that people began looking for was, why was there a war? We just had this whole disastrous war. The world has been turned upside down. So there has to be some kind of explanation for that. I don't know. And one of the things is obviously there's this evil plan. There's this evil plan that's put into motion. And this could possibly explain what's taking place. The reason why the protocols were, I think, widely bought then, and why they still are in many ways, is the same reason that the Taxol hoax I was talking about was, because it told a story that people wanted to believe. So in France in the 1890s, there was widespread suspicion of Freemasons. It was seen as a somewhat sinister, secretive organization, certainly secretive. And there was also, the same sort of generalized prejudices about Jews. Clannish, disdain, too much influence, all of the things that went on. So it was sort of easy to combine those two things together. And even though Taxol admits it was a hoax, there were those who argued that this is just it's too accurate. It describes things too completely to be a hoax. And then you get the same arguments. In fact, I've heard the same arguments with the protocol. I don't even buy this as an example of plagiarism, because you can't actually prove what's being plagiarized. To me, the protocols are a prime example of what I call a turd on a plate. These things crop up. I have to explain that. I have to do that. I have to. What is a turd on a plate? Well, a turd on a plate is a turd on a plate. Suppose you come in and there's a plate sitting at the table and there's a turd on it. Yeah. Now the first thing you're going to put is that a turd? Is it a human turd? Where did it come from? Why would someone poop on a plate? There are all these questions that come to mind. It makes no sense. But that's what you do. It's just there. Right? I don't know where it came from. I don't know why. But there's a turd on a plate. And that's what the protocols are. They're just there.
But the reality is, just like with the turd on a plate, you take a picture of that in modern day, and it becomes a meme, becomes viral, and becomes a joke on all social media, and now it's viewed by tens of millions of people or whatever. It becomes popular. So wherever the turd came from, it did captivate the imagination.
Yeah.
It did speak to something.
Does it provide an explanation?
Can you just speak to Jew hatred? Is it just an accident of history? Why was it the Jews versus the Freemasons? Is it the collective mind searching for a small group to blame for the pains of civilization? And then Jews just happened to be the thing that was selected at that moment in history.
It goes all the way back to the Greeks. Let's blame them. So one of the first occasions you find the idea that Jews are a distinct, mean-spirited, nasty people goes back to a Greco-Egyptian historian named Manetho. This is around, I think, 300 BC. Early. Can't even work the Romans into this one. So Manetho is trying to write a history of the dynasties of Egypt. I think his history of dynasties of Egypt still is one of the basic works of this. But he tells this whole story, which essentially starts the kind of first blood libels that the Jews, to celebrate various religious holidays, would capture Greeks and fatten them up in the basement and slaughter them or drain their blood. Yeah, it's just sort of a bigger version of that guy. Also, I think it repeats the sort of Egyptian version of the Exodus out of Egypt, which is quite different than the biblical version. In this case, the Egyptian, they worked as, they stole all the stuff out of the Egyptian houses and ran off into the desert.
The Jews stole all the stuff from their house.
Yeah, Hebrews robbed the Egyptians. They were taken in. We took them in and sheltered them, gave them jobs, and then they stole all the jewelry and ran away. We didn't even chase them. We were glad to see them gone. So it's a different narrative on that story. But it essentially portrays the Jews as being hostile. They don't like other people. They're contemptuous of other people's religions, the rest of it. And see, the Greeks tended to think of themselves as being extremely cosmopolitan. Now, the Greeks run across people worshiping other gods. They go, well, that's just our gods and your different names. Everything was sort of adjusted to their landscape. So you end up with that kind of hostility, which was there at the time. And that was probably influenced also by some of these earlier rebellions that had taken place in Egypt. During the Roman period, you not only had the Judean rebellion in 70 AD, but you have a couple of other uprisings in North Africa. And they're very bloody affairs. In some cases, Jews begin massacring other people around them. They start killing the Greeks. The Greeks start killing them. So there was a fair amount of, from that period on, a certain amount of bad blood, of mutual contempt between Greeks or between Hellenes, between the people who became Hellenized as the Romans would be, and the Jews. And the Romans also sort of developed that idea. The Judea is to be a horrible place to have to govern, inhabited by a stubborn, obnoxious people. Not well liked. So that's really where you see the earliest version of that. And the reason for it would be complicated. What you could say is that going back to Manetho and to the Roman period, Jews, Judeans frequently experienced difficulties, conflicts with other people living around. And part of that probably had to do with the diaspora, which was the movement. Well, you get the idea. The Romans came in and kicked everybody out, which they did. The Jews had been leaving from Judea since it was a poor, limited area. It moved to areas like North Africa, Egypt, Cyrenaica, all the way into southern France. They moved widely around the Roman Empire. So that sense of both distinctness and hostility existed since ancient times. So it wasn't just the attitude of the church towards Jews was mixed by, well, one of the ideas, of course, is that at the end of time, just before the second coming, one of the signs, how are we going to know that Jesus is going to return to the world's going to end? Well, the Jews will all convert. There will be a mass conversion, sort of see the light. Now, so there have to be Jews around to do that. We won't, it's like a canary in a coal mine. You really have to have them to keep it on. So that was one of the arguments as to why within the church is why Jews would not be forcibly converted. Beyond the fact that it's just kind of bad policy to forcibly convert people because you don't know whether it's sincere. But they need to be preserved as a kind of artifact, which will then redeem itself at the end of time. It's not something which is encouraged. It predates Christianity. And then Christianity, of course, in its own way, just sort of plagiarizes the whole Jewish thing, doesn't it? I mean, I hesitate to use that term, but that's what you do. It's just like, well, we're the Jews now. Okay, you used to have a unique relationship with God, but now it's been passed over to us. So, you know, thanks for the Bible. I can remember that. And my mom's side, I was periodically exposed to Sunday school. And pretty much the Old Testament was always presented as if somehow it was the history of, like, for lack of a better term, Europeans in some way. It was sort of a Christian history. It was all the prequel to that. And there'd be some sort of knowledge. First, the term Hebrews always used, never Jews. So, the ancient Hebrews, somehow the Hebrews just sort of became the Christians, and I don't know, the Jews just they didn't get a memo or something.
So it's basically like Christianity, the prequel, is the Old Testament.
But they just sort of take over. Okay, we have a special dispensation now. Thank you very much. You're an artifact.
So it's interesting. So this whole narrative that I would say is kind of like a viral meme, started, as you described, in 300 BC. It just carried on in various forms and morphed itself and arrived after the Industrial Revolution in a new form to the 19th and 20th century, and then somehow captivated everybody's imagination.
I think that modern anti-Semitism is very much a creation of the modern world of the Industrial Revolution. It's largely a creation of Jewish emancipation. It's the nasty flip side of that. And all of the restrictions are thrown off, and also you become the focus of much more attention than what you had before. Prior to that, you had the kind of ghettoization, which worked both ways. I mean, there were rabbis who praised ghettos as a protection of Jews against the outside world, because inside we can live our life as we wish, and we're unmolested. Whereas if we were, the great fear is that if we were sort of absorbed into this larger world, we lose our identity. That sort of question comes up in the 18th century and things like the Haskell movement in Germany. Because the German Jews were always at the sort of cutting edge of assimilation, modernity. Moses Mendelssohn is an example. Arguing that, we just need to become Germans. So, as much as possible, synagogues should look like Lutheran churches. Things should be given in good German, and that's the way we need to become Jewish Germans. We don't want to become a kind of group of people who are apart in that way, and that is creating great tensions ever since. One of the essential points, it seems to me, in anti-Semitism, anti-Jewism, is that all the Jews are together. Isn't that one of the things? Okay, they're always talking about as if they're collective. Jews this, Jews that, as if it's a single, undifferentiated mass of people who all move and speak in the same way. From my personal experience, not being Jewish, I've incredibly diverse in many ways. Really. One of the things that anti-Semitism proposes is a continuity or singularity of Jewish identity that never existed.
Just like you said, in one hand, it's a good story. In the other hand, is the truth. And oftentimes, the good story wins out. There's something about the idea that there's a cabal of people, whatever they are. In this case, our discussion is Jews, seeking world domination, controlling everybody, is somehow a compelling story. It gives us a direction of a people's fight, of a people's to hate, on which we project our pain. Because life is difficult. Life, for most, is full of suffering. And so we channel that suffering into hatred towards the other. Maybe we can just come out. What do you, this particular discussion, learn about human nature that we pick the other in this kind of way? And we divide each other into groups and then construct stories and like constructing those stories, and they become really viral and sexy to us. and then we channel the hatred. We use those stories to channel hatred towards the other.
Well, Jews aren't the only recipient of that. I mean, anytime you hear people talking about Jews, this or that, white people, this or that, black people, this or that, Asians, this or that, where they're an undifferentiated mass who apparently all share something in common. Well, then nobody's really thinking. And the other thing you'll find is that people who will express those views in the press will argue that, oh, well, this, if they actually know anything about those groups, those are okay. It's like Nazis. Oh, they go, this is an okay Jew. They're all right. They were always been constantly making exceptions. And what they actually met an actual human being, and they seemed to be fairly normal. Well, they were okay. So what it was, they hated weren't actual people for the most part. It was just this kind of gollywog vision that they had. You're not even talking about real people. I don't know. What does that tell you about human nature? Well, okay, 70 odd years. One, I don't actually understand them any better than I ever did less. I would say that when I was 17, I thought that I had the world much more figured out than I do now. Completely. But, it seemed to make much more sense when I could categorize things. Basic take on human beings, most people, most of the time, are polite, cooperative, and kind until they're not. And the exact tipping point and moment in which they go from one to the other is unpredictable.
God, it's really good. Speaking of the tipping point, you gave a series of lectures on murderers, crimes in the 20th century. One of the crimes they describe is the Manson family murders. And that combines a lot of the elements that we've been talking about and a lot of the elements of human nature that you just described. So can you just tell this story at a high level as you understand it?
Manson, where do you begin? Charles Manson is the key element. And Charles Manson, for most of his life, until the time he was around 33, is an unexceptional petty criminal. In and out of prison, reforms from an early age, not really associated with violent crimes, did stuff like steal cars, write bad checks, became an unsuccessful pimp and drug dealer. So around 1967, he gets out of his latest stint in federal lockup in Terminal Island, near Los Angeles, California. By that time, he's learned how to play the guitar, has ambitions to become a musician, and also he's proclaimed himself a Scientologist. Not that he ever seems to brag, but that's what he would claim that he was. And, self-educated himself in prison to a certain degree. And so when he gets out of prison in 67, he was a model prisoner. He behaved himself, and see, you can sort of imagine his life is moving in a completely different direction. And here again, I'm going to say something kind of good about Charles Manson, which is that he actually was a decent singer. If you really started listening to some of the stuff he did, he's not a great singer, but he could have, other people got recording contracts with less talent than he had, and he could play a guitar. The Beach Boys actually do record one of his songs without him.
How would you evaluate his painting compared to Charles Manson?
Well, you're supposed to say it's terrible. Okay. It looks average to me.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if you didn't know it was Hitler, would you? I don't know what to say about it.
Sorry.
It's just, it's an average painter. That's what it was. Nothing like crazy genocidal maniac. You don't really have that. So Manson, he could have done that. He probably could have, he made certain inroads into the music industry, and if he hadn't been such a weirdo, we might have gotten further with it. But his life could have taken a different turn. So this is one of the questions I have. Where did a guy who's an unexceptional career petty criminal, suddenly emerge into some sort of criminal master, a spin dollar? who can bend all these people to his will and get them to go out and commit murder. That's a real shift. Yeah. So the first thing it kind of could tell you that something odd is going on is he gets out of prison in LA County, and he's supposed to get, it's not parole. Parolees are supposed to have a job, not supposed to leave the jurisdiction of their parole. He heads straight to the Bay Area, violates parole right off the bat. 2 weeks later, he drifts into the parole office in the Bay Area, whereupon he should have been arrested and sent back to Terminal Island. But instead, he just assigned him a parole. I don't know, maybe things were easier then in some way. So he gets assigned a parole officer, Michael Smith. Michael Smith is initially handling a number of parolees, but after a while, once he takes on Manson, he only has one parolee he's supervising, Charlie Manson, which is odd. And you also find out that Michael Smith, in addition to being a parole officer, is a graduate student at the University of California, studying group dynamics, especially the influence of drugs on gangs and groups. And he's also connected to the Ashbury Free Clinic, which is a place where the influence of at Ashbury had lots of drugs, lots of groups. So, Charlie Manson never gets a regular job, hangs around with young girls, ex-cons, engages in criminal activity, is repeatedly arrested, but nothing ever sticks for the next couple of years. So who gets that? Who gets to get out of jail for recall? Informants. So here is what, again, this is speculation, but Manson at some point after he got out of prison is getting this treatment because he is recruited as a confidential informant. That's the interesting question. So, probably not very local police departments. My best suspicion is probably the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, precursor to the DEA. Federal parole officer come graduate student in drugs and group dynamics, and eventually with permission he goes back down to LA. And what is he part of there? Well, he's on the fringes of the music industry. Not so much yogi. There's the Wilsons and elsewhere, which also brings him to the fringes of the film industry. So one of the things you're sort of looking in terms of Hollywood music industry, at least in the flow of, and he's also dealing in drugs and girls. So an early Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Manson attracted lots of underage runaways and trained them, used them also associated with biker gangs, produced the drugs, etc. So that's part of what he's an informant in the movement of drugs, basically within the film music industries. And he's given pretty much free reign at that point. What then happens in August of 1969 is that there are these murders. First Sharon Tate and her friends, Cielo Drive. I think everybody has probably pretty much heard that story before. And of course, the question is, why Cielo Drive? Why Sharon Tate, and the rest of it? Manson was familiar with the place. He had been there before. Members of the family had been there before. So he knew where it was. It wasn't an easy place to find. I mean, the way that the original house is no longer there, but the same sort of property and house is built there. And if you didn't know where it was, it's not some place. Let's just go for a drive in the Hollywood Hills and murder people in the house. Well, that isn't what you would come across. There are lots of connections there. Wojtek Frykowski, who was one of the people killed at the Cielo Drive house, was involved in drug dealing. That's a possible connection between the two. Probably a fairly likely one. Probably not unfortunate Sharon Tate at all. She was probably in the wrong place at the wrong time. Her husband might have been. You never know. And then the next night, after the slaughter there, which, by the way, Manson did not act This is one of the interesting things about it. Charles Manson doesn't kill any of these people. His crime is supposedly ordering killings to be done. He supposedly thought that the killings at the White House were sloppy, and he was going to give everybody a crash course on how he apparently committed random murders. So the next night, he takes a group of people over to the Bianca's house in a different section of LA. And you got Rosemary Bianca. He's a grocer. His wife runs a dress shop, upper middle class. And, they're bound, gagged, and hacked to death. And, as at the tape residence, various things like Piggy here, but, various messages in blood, things that are supposed to look like cat's paws, because one of the groups trying to be framed for this, the idea was the Black Panthers. So the general story that comes out in the subsequent trial is that this was all a part of something called Helter Skelter, which Manson supposedly was an idea that sounds like a Beatles song. That's where he got it from. He thought the Beatles were talking to him through their music, and that there was going to be an apocalyptic race war. And this was all part of a plan to set this off. So this is why Black Panthers were trying to be implicated in this. Although how it was supposed to do that is never really explained. Here is what I think was really happening. What really happened, I think, we get it. Before Sharon Tate and her friends, where the Biancas were killed, there was a murder by members of the family of some of the same people involved in the later killings of a musician, drug manufacturer named Gary Hinman. So Manson was involved in the drug trade. And Hinman made them. He was a cook, basically. And he brewed them up in his basement, sold the drugs to Manson, who sold them to biker gangs like the Straight Satans, which was one of the groups that he used. They distributed them elsewhere. Well, one day, Straight Satans show up and complain that the last batch of meth, or whatever it was that they got from Manson, had made some of their brothers very, very ill. And they were quite unhappy about that. And they wanted their $2,000 back. Manson had gotten those drugs from Gary Hinman. So he is unhappy. And he sends Bobby Beausoleil, a couple of the girls, to Hinman's place to get the money from him. Yes, the story is related, I think, by Susan Atkins. Hinman denied that there was anything wrong with his drugs and refused to pay up, which led to a interrogation torture session in which he was killed. And the idea was there, what are we going to do with that? Well, one of the other groups that Hinman had sold drugs to were, guess what? People associated with the Black Panthers will weave these things up and it will make what they will do. So it's Bobby Beausoleil who then takes Hinman's car and decides to drive it up the coast. By the way, with a bloody knife with Hinman's blood and hair on it, and blood on the seats of the car, and then he pulls it off the road and he decides to sleep it off, and he gets busted. Right? So, find Hinman's body, find Beausoleil in his car with a bloody knife, and he's arrested. So, Beausoleil was very popular with some of the groups. There's consternation in the family that Bobby has been arrested. So, how can we possibly get Bobby out of jail? Copycat killings. So if we could kill more people and we make it look the same, and see, Bobby couldn't possibly have done it. No, see, he just borrowed the car. Well, okay, he stole the car, but the knife was already, he didn't have anything to do with it. So that, to me, makes the most sense out of what followed.
How often do people talk about that theory? That's an interesting theory.
Well, it's there. It's just not the one that nobody else wanted to go with Helter Skelter because it was, again, it was a story that people could understand.
Yeah.
And it was sensational. It would catch on. Also, another probable issue in that is that his star witness was Linda Kasabian. Linda Kasabian, she was present at both the Tate and LaBianca murders. She didn't participate in the killings, according to her. sort of drives the car, but everybody else talked about what had happened. Well, okay, she turns state's evidence and gets total immunity. And it's largely in her testimony that all the rest of the case is based. Now, if you start throwing into the equation that she proclaimed her love for Bobby Beausoleil and and that she, according to others, was the chief proponent of the copycat killings, well, that would get messy. Now, there's one guy for this. It's Charles Mitz. He ordered all of this done to ignite a race war, even though how would any of that do it? Okay.
So that doesn't make sense. But he is nevertheless at the center of this because he's the glue of the family.
He exerts a tremendous amount of psychological control over them.
How was he able to do that? Like what? Because he said he was a petty criminal. It does seem he was pretty prolific in his petty crimes. Like he did a lot of them.
He had a lot of access to LSD. Okay, which he started getting at the free clinic in San Francisco. So lots of floating around. Some descriptions of family spawn ranches that people were basically taking acid on a daily basis, which, by the way, was also a potential problem with Linda Kasabian. His testimony is that she also admitted to being high most of the time and also thinking she was a witch. All right, so you want to put her, okay, where do you want to go with that? See, if Manson wasn't Manson, if he hadn't acted like such a complete, if he hadn't actually acted like the crazed, hippie, psycho goofball that Bugliosi painted in this painting, then Kasabian's testimony wouldn't have been as strong because the first thing against her is you've gotten immunity for presenting the story the prosecution wants. That's a little iffy. And we won't even bring in the witch and the drugs, being in love with Bobby Beausoleil there. So if Manson had been dressed like you, sitting here and behaved himself and spoken normally, things might have. This isn't to say that he wasn't guilty as hell. So what he supposedly did was to inspire all of these killings. And I think that probably sort of beginning with the Kidman killing. He told them to go up there and get the money, one way or the other. I don't know whether it's clear when they told them, don't get the money, kill it. But Kidman's dead. And you might also see the value in terms of having copycat killings as a way of throwing off any other kind of blame. The other story again is that one of the people who had lived at the Cielo house where Sharon Tate was before was a record producer. His name was Terry Melcher. Melcher supposedly, as the journal story goes, had welched on a deal with Manson in terms of a record contract. He screwed over Manson on some sort of a record deal, and Manson wanted to get revenge and sent them to kill everybody in the house. Which again doesn't make much of sense. One, Manson knew that Melcher wasn't living there anymore. He probably knew where Melcher was living. If he wanted to get Melcher, he could have found him. It wasn't that difficult to do. And so it's not revenge on Terry Melcher that drew him there. He was familiar with the house, so the idea was to simply commit random killing. It would muddy the whole waters, killing. And you might pick some place you knew of, the place with the running out, there'd be someone there and you really didn't care. In the same way that the La Bianca seemed to have been. Manson was familiar with that because it supposedly had been the scene of creepy crawling. This is the interesting things that family would be taught to do. Creepy crawling is when you sneak into somebody's house at night while they're there asleep or when they're not there, and you move things around. So when they get up in the morning and they come home, they'll suddenly notice that someone has been in their house, which will freak them out, which is the whole point of that.
But it doesn't seem like the murder or the creepy crawling was the creepy crawling maybe. But it doesn't seem like the murder, like some of the other people you've covered like the Zodiac Killer. The murder is the goal. Maybe there's a psychopathic kind of artistry to the murder that the Zodiac Killer had and the messaging behind that.
Yeah.
It seems like with at least the way you're describing with the Charles Manson family, the murder was just they just had a basic disregard for human life, and the murder was a consequence of just operating in the drug underworld.
The Mansons set up the kind of base called the Spawn Movie Ranch, which was an old movie ranch out of the northwest edge of LA. And they just kind of camped out there. He used the girls, in particular Squeaky Chrome, to get the owner operator, George Spawn, to let them hang out there. They're basically, she slept with him. He was perfectly happy to let them hang out. They also had a place out of the desert that they dealt in credit card fraud, stolen cars. It's kind of a chop shop. So, he had a fairly good criminal gig going, which with the protection he had probably would have. One thing they couldn't cover him on was murder.
So you think there was, if he was an informant, you think there was still a connection between DEA, FBI, CIA, whatever, with him throughout this?
Yeah, the real question is, there's a book written on this by Tom O'Neill, Chaos. And that sort of thing is the easiest thing to get through. There's a lot of material there. I don't think O'Neill necessarily knows what to make of some of the stuff he came up with, but he does a very good job of demolishing the whole Bugliosi narrative. And one of the people he mentions is a name that I had run into elsewhere, because I really paid attention to it when I saw it again. And the name is Reeve Whitson. Reeve Whitson shows up at the fringes, even though he has no judicial function. He sort of hangs around Bugliosi and the prosecution with some sort of advice. He's just kind of there. In the same way that he was one of these guys, his hair kind of long, wore bell bottoms, hung around the music community and elsewhere in Hollywood. No one could tell you exactly what he did. I know what he did later, but a decade later, he shows up as the CIA officer in Central America. So, Reeve Whitson, later in his career at least, is CIA. What was he in 1969? What is he doing in this? The other thing about it is he appears to have been the person who called. This whole question was when the bodies at Cielo Drive are discovered. So the general story is that Sharon Tate's housekeeper shows up around 8:30 in the morning, finds the body scene, he goes screaming next door. But there was another fellow who knew, I think the owner of the house, he's a photographer. I was thinking it'd be Tommy. He gets a call earlier in the morning saying that there have been murders there. And the person who was calling him is Reeve Whitson. So, discovered, called the police. So, I don't know what's going on. It's kind of situation. And Manson, in a lot of ways, just kind of self-immolates himself. I mean, his behavior at the trial is bizarre. It's threatening. It's disruptive. He's got his girls out on the street carving X's in their forehead, carrying knives. One of the attorneys, initially his attorney, Ron Hughes, becomes Van Houten's attorney, and he figures out that the three girls, supposedly on Charlie's insistence, are going to confess. And they're confessing the idea that Charlie had nothing to do with it. Hughes doesn't like this because his defense for her is that she was under his influence and therefore not responsible for her own actions. He was having psychic control, so he refuses to go along with it. There's a break in the trial. He goes camping up in the mountains with some friends, disappears during a rainstorm, and then some months later his decomposed remains are found. Rumors, always the rumors. Okay, what would history be without rumors? Yelled at see, members of the family they were pissed off at Ron Hughes because he messed up Charlie's idea to get him off, and so they killed him. Well, maybe they did. Maybe he drowned. That's absolutely possible to say. You got that kind of story. There's a guy named Juan Flynn who was an employee at the Spawn Ranch. Didn't like Manson. Held Manson responsible for the murder of his boss. He would testify that Manson told him that he had ordered all the killings, and that Manson also admitted that he had killed 35 people. Maybe he did. On the other hand, Juan Flynn didn't like it, and he had no, other than his word, had no real proof of what he was saying. So please understand me in this case is that unlike some people who argue that Charles Manson got a raw deal, I don't think that's the case. I think that he influenced tremendous influence over the people there through drugs, through sex was another frequent component in it. He had a real whammy over a lot of these people's minds. I'm not sure how. That still kind of puzzles me. He was a scrawny guy, and he wasn't physically intimidating. I mean, even a lot of women would be physically intimidated by him, but he nevertheless had this real psyche. And
welcome. How are you?
The male.
How'd you find out about me? What language do you speak? Excellent. Do you speak European Spanish or American Spanish? Do you speak Spain Spanish or Mexico Spanish? Un momento, por favor. Oh, man. Well, that's some shit.
Followers he had, wasn't they? They were fairly big guys. So he could get people to do what he wanted. And again, to me, the simplest explanation for this is that it began with a human killing, and probably on Manson's instigation, the others were copycat killings to throw off what was going on. That would, if I was a cop, that's what I would focus on, because that seems to make the most sense.
It still is fascinating that he's able to have that much psychological control over those people
Anti-Twitch.
without having a very clear
Motherfucker's
ideology.
still going.
It's a cult.
Yes.
Can't stop,
great
won't
focus
stop,
on
Rockefeller.
Yeah, the excessive devotion.
But there's not like a maybe there's not an ideology behind that, like something like Scientology or some kind of religious or some kind of
Come on, bitch.
utopian.
That's one. 5 people looked at that one.
No, I think that
Amazing.
Manson was essentially a criminal. He had a sociopathic mindset.
5 people
He
looked at
did a
that one.
pretty good deal.
That's fucking
but,
phenomenal.
how
Those
do
are
you
crazy
convince
numbers.
anybody of anything with the
All right,
cult?
what about
Usually
Black
you have
UFA?
either an ideology, or you have maybe
No, this
personal
guy
beliefs
sucks.
and sex and drugs. But underneath that, can you really keep people with
How about
sex
this
and drugs?
one?
You have to kind of
Rezo FN.
in some deep sense. Like there's
You still going, dog?
like a
Clips.
commune of love.
Show me them
You have a lot
clips,
of people
bitch.
there that go, they don't. They have some sort of what we like to call dysfunctional families. A lot of the females in particular seem to have come from, more or less middle class families, but those are full of dysfunction. Their parents didn't love them. They were semi-runaways, and now they had this whole.
These are all within the last 24 hours?
A lot of the younger women had children. Some of them by Manson, some of them by the others. They sort of bonded together.
And again, we return to that pull towards belonging that gets us humans into trouble. So it does seem that there was a few crimes around this. So the Zodiac.
Well, California, where I'm from. Okay, so I remember this period vividly. Okay, so, by the way, the Tate LaBianca killings occurred on my birthday, the year I graduated from high school. So I remember this.
Happy birthday.
A term which has been used for that, there's a writer by the name of Todd Wood who's coined, I wish I'd come up with this, Killerfornia. And it's just sort of a chronicle of these serial killers and disappearances in the late 60s and 70s. So you've got the Zodiac, you've got other ones. I mean,
Pre-sale.
I hate to say it, I'm not trying to be flippant about it, but I mean, young female hitchhikers were disappearing at an alarming rate in Northern California. There are bodies that have never been attributed. Some think that the Zodiac victims, but it was a dangerous time. Edmund Kemper, the co-ed killer, was another one. There were a lot of
how could I do this?
creepy psychopaths running around. I don't know if it was something in the water or what was going on, but it was a
Live 3 recent.
menacing in some cases.
Live 3.
Hitchhiking, especially if you were alone and female, was not something you wanted to do in much of the Golden State. Certainly not around the Bay Area.
Create.
So a lot of these strange sort of killings that were going on, the Zodiac it's one of those things where you have these people who have theories about it. And if you don't share their theory, and you're part of the problem in some form or another. So I'm not sure, for instance, Zodiac killings were all committed by the same person. I think there might have been multiple people involved.
Live 3.
And the first killings are all of couples. Very sort of clear that I remember in my examination of it, one of the things I was looking at specifically, what else is there to say about the Zodiac killer? So what I was going to look at is that there are all of these accusations that there's an occult aspect to it. There's some sort of ritualistic aspect. So I looked at different things: locations, victims, phases of the moon. That's always worth looking at. I didn't find much correspondence in any of those. In one of the killings, I think the one in Lake Berryessa, he does appear in this kind of weird hooded costume. He's got this symbol, this sort of compass or aiming reticle, circle with a cross through it. It can mean a variety of things. He used guns and he used knives, but he certainly had a thing for couples, except in the last of the killings, which is of a cab driver downtown San Francisco, who he shoots in full view of witnesses, which is completely atypical.
And also, when he was stabbing the victims, it doesn't seem like he was very good at it. Or if the goal was to kill them, he wasn't very good at it because some of them survived.
Yeah, he's not particularly thorough about it. He seems to have much more of the violence seems to be directed at females than males.
So, I mean, there's a couple questions to ask here. First of all, did people see his face?
There's a composite drawing of his face, which I think is based upon the Stein killing, the cab driver killing, where there were people who saw him or who claimed that they saw him. The other ones were all when it was fairly dark.
Right.
I'm not sure that anyone else got to look at his face. The one that occurred in the daylight, Berryessa, he was wearing a mask. So there's something in common between the targeting of victims, which doesn't the last case. Then after that, there's just these different cases where there's a pretty good case to be made of a woman who claims, I think she and her small child were picked up. Her car broke down. She had a flat tire, and she was picked up by this guy who she got a very sort of strange vibe from. He eventually just let her go.
What's that? Fuck.
Well, it might have been the Zodiac. It might not have been.
You hear that in the chat? Well, that shit is tight.
Saying, okay, what is the actual facts that we know? Like, reduce it to the thing that we know for sure. And
Click creative.
Speaking about his motivation,
Click follow spam.
He said that he was collecting souls
for the afterlife. That's kind of a culty.
Yeah, I mean that's what I believe. Is it the Vikings and the Romans? They believe this in battle.
You're essentially making sacrificial victims, and they will be your ghostly servants in the afterlife.
You think he actually believed that?
Who knows? I mean, here's the question: was he making that up just to be scary,
Big Twitch
or
clip
is that
creator.
what his actual? But that's what he's saying his motivation is. So let's take him at face value, rather than trying to wish that into the cornfield. That is to get rid of it. Let's just take it at face. So he's claiming that he's killing these people in order to acquire slave service in the afterlife. He will subsequently go on to claim many more victims. I'm not sure. 44. Eventually, he will have 40. Just kind of vanishes.
Oh shit.
One of the really interesting clues to me when I was looking at that case, which I didn't find anybody else that could make much of it up, is that it all has to do with this kind of Halloween card that he sends to the press in San Francisco. And it's talking about sort of rope by gun, by fire, and there's this whole sort of wheel, the zodiacs. What's this drawn from? Where he got this from is from a Tim Holt Western comic book published in 1951. And you see the same thing in the cover. It's Wheel of Fortune with different forms of grizzly
Clip
death.
creator.
And all of the things that he mentioned are shown on the cover of this. So whoever put together that card saw that comic book. That's kind of an interesting clue. So does that mean he's a comic book collector? When would he? I mean, that is one, and also before he got the idea from. So he's incorporating these things really. Then there are, of course, these codes which people have, which aren't all that
Big
difficult to
Twitch.
decipher, probably because they were meant to be. The other thing that you find often with serial or psychopathic killers is they're toying with the press. This goes all the way back to Jack the Ripper. They get attention. And then he just disappears.
Why do you think he was never caught?
I think they knew who to look for. There's nothing much to go on. And there was a guy who was long a suspect, and then eventually they tested his DNA and found it didn't match any of the things that they found. Again, it goes back to, I'm not even sure that it's one person who's responsible for all of it.
But so one of the interesting things you kind of bring up here in our discussion of Manson inspires this, but there does seem to be a connection, a shared inspiration between several killers here. The Zodiac, the Son of Sam later, and the Monster of Florence. So is it possible there's some kind of underworld that is connecting these people?
Well, take the Zodiac, and you got his claim that he's collecting souls for the afterlife. There are other things that are occultish connected to that. He may have picked some of the killing sites due to their physical location, to their position in a particular place. If you look at the Son of Sam case, of course, David Berkowitz will on and off claim that he was part of a satanic cult that was carrying out, again, these killings, mostly of couples and young women similar to the Zodiac, and that he had only committed some of them and was witnesses at others. And that has really created the whole idea that, yes, there is some kind of satanic cult which engages in ritual murders. And if you go all the way to Florence, you've got murders who go on and on for a long period of time, again, focusing on couples in isolated areas, which Italian prosecutors ultimately tried to connect to some kind of satanic cult, although I'm not sure they ever made a particularly strong case for that. But that element comes up in all three of them. So you can, with a little imagination, argue that those similarities, those things should come up in each of those cases in different places. Either suggest that, oddly enough, psychopathic criminals are all sort of thinking the same way, or that there is some sort of higher element involved in this, that there's some kind of common inspiration.
Necros.
Here you come back to something similar we were talking before about, do pedophiles exist? Do pedophiles not say so? Do Do satanic cults exist? Well, they do. And there was one in my hometown. Apparently quite harmless, as far as I know. But there are people who, robes, every time again, robes, cut the head off the chicken, naked woman is an altar. You can get off on that, I suppose, if that's your thing. So, professed Satanists exist, satanic cults exist, serial killers exist, ritual murders exist. Are those things necessarily connected? No. Could they be connected? Yes. There's nothing. Don't ever tell me that something is just too crazy for people to do, because that's crazy talk. Right?
You study secret societies. You gave a lot of amazing lectures on secret societies. It's fascinating to look at human history through the lens of secret societies, because they've permeated all of human history. You've talked about everything from the Knights Templar to Illuminati, Freemasons, like we brought up. Freemasons lasted a long time.
Come on, don't be a douche.
Illuminati, as you've talked about, in its sort of main form, lasted a short time, but its legend
Never gone away.
never gone away. So maybe like Illuminati is a really interesting one. What was that?
Well, the Illuminati that we know started in 1776. If I can pin it down to a day, the 1st of May Day, in 1776, in Ingolstadt, Germany, founded by a Professor Adam Weishaupt. It wasn't initially called the Illuminati, because it's not really the name of the organization. It's called the Order of Perfectibilists. Apparently that changed. Weishaupt would say things like, never let our organization be known under its real name anywhere, which leaves wondering what's its real name. So Illuminati is simply the plural of Illuminatus, which means one who is illuminated, one who has seen the light. So in Roman times, Christian converts were Illuminati because they had seen the light. Anyone who thinks, and there have been organizations called, the term is not trademarked, not copyrighted. Anybody who thinks they've seen the light about anything is an Illuminati. So it defines nothing. The symbol of the order was an owl, which interestingly enough is almost identical to the owl which is the emblem of the Bohemian Club.
Oh boy.
Think of that. You will. I don't make that much out of it because one owl looks pretty much like another owl to me. But compare them, you got to kind of wonder about this. Just a little, maybe there's some kind of connection there. So, but that supposedly has to do with the connection to the goddess Minerva, the owl was sacred to her, the Minerva balls, those are brought in. The number of levels changed over time. There was a higher level to the order that the lower level didn't know about. Pretty typical. But the thing about Weishaupt was that he was a luminous correspondent.
Can't stop, won't stop Rockefeller.
Illuminati, both during the time that it legally existed in the area later on. So Weishaupt himself lives in 1830.
Damn, this bitch is taking forever.
Dies in Gotha, which was ruled by an Illuminati prince. But nothing
A
ever
little
happened.
bit more time.
No Illuminati ever put to death, arrested, in prison for a period of time. What happened is that their plan, well, what was his plan? His plan was to essentially replace all existing religions and governments in the world with one world order governed by the Illuminati. So to do this, we had to subvert and destroy all the existing order. And, the argument
Can't stop, won't stop Rockefeller.
We wish to make men happy and free, but first we must make them good.
All right.
So that's what the order is all about. Of course, he
Come
also
on, close as shit.
Oh man, is there
Where's the fucking app? Dude, what the
fuck?
fuck?
Used in that. Also thought women should be brought into it. Had rather interesting people about that. Is that we should appeal to women. In part because women have a chip on their shoulder. Because they're left out of things. So we should appeal to
Can't
their
stop,
vanity
won't stop.
and offer them the future.
Dude, no one wants to
All
see this
things
shit.
open and they will be emancipated. So you
Rose
hold
is
up the
bullshit.
prospect of female emancipation to attract them, because he argued the short term is no better way to influence men than through women. Get women on our side by promising them emancipation, but it makes sure we'll never actually deliver it to them, because the
Buy
future
and
world
sell
will be a
skins.
boys'
No one
club.
gives a shit.
So he talks about these things.
Can't
fairly
stop,
open.
won't stop. Rockefeller.
This is where you get this
Hydrangeas,
idea of some sort of a
HYD.
new world order, which is to be based upon the destruction of the existing order. So there are those who argue that there is a
Roll.
trail.
How about go fuck yourself? How about that, bro? How about motherfuckers start
Illuminati,
listening up?
Communist
There's a new
Manifesto,
sheriff in town,
and
baby.
communism itself. That Marxism was simply
Can't stop, won't stop.
restating
Rockefeller.
this idea. And you
All
can
right, get him. Get this
draw
motherfucker.
some sort of connection.
Get this
The idea
motherfucker.
entirely goes away.
Followed him.
The Bavarian
Okay.
gets a hold of the
Come on, bitch.
inner texts. So the story is there.
Whoa.
Delivered to them. I think that Weishaupt gave them. I think he engineered the exposure.
Can't stop,
of his
won't
work
stop.
because he gave
Rockefeller.
him publicity. By being exposed in Bavaria, you gained great renown, and they continue to recruit after that. And the Bavarian government actually bans the Illuminati 4 different times.
Juju lag.
Why?
Juju
Because
lag.
apparently the first 3 times it didn't work. So the fourth, you notice that it's like Apple bans Freemasonry. They just go on and on and on. It's clearly
You actually highlight
Apple.
the difference between, speaking of publicity,
Can't
there's a
stop,
difference
won't stop.
between,
Rockefeller.
visibility and transparency. That a secret society can be visible, can be known about, it can be quite popular. But you can
God,
still
what
have
is
a
that
secrecy within it.
bullshit?
You have no idea what's going on inside. Yeah. It's like a black box. If I set a black box on this table, we can see that there's a black box.
Can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller.
Who knows?
In fact,
Can't
secrecy
stop,
might
won't
be the
stop.
very thing that makes
Rockefeller.
you more popular.
Adam Weishaupt again, there's no more thing convincing that it can steal
Can't
history.
stop,
If people can steal
won't
history from
stop.
us, then we need to make it more
Rockefeller.
mysterious. That
Like
exact
sucks.
reason. Always look up the possibility
Next.
that
Oh wait, Juju lag.
knowledge, special knowledge that no
It's gonna make it
mortals
so
have,
it's
other than
shitty.
you, will have
Follow.
anyway. So he says a lot of things.
Follow,
the use
bitch.
of vanity and ego to recruit people to influence both
Come on,
men
dude.
and women. It's
Dude.
quite sophisticated.
Get him.
And
Nothing.
you might expect from a professor on trained by Jesuits.
Nothing. This is
So-
horseshit. How about this guy? Whatever the fuck that is. Fucking
I
chicken
certainly don't
scratch.
think that it ceased
Bullshit.
when it was banned in Bavaria.
My
Because
dog.
everybody just
What is that? How do I even
like
search that?
Paris.
1.5? Is that a fucking name?
And then you have the French Revolution.
So the idea of the Illuminati,
That's
put it
not.
crudely, the branding is really powerful.
Just 1 second.
It-
How about you
and
kiss
so
this
it
fucking
essentially
Ashkenazi ass,
There's a
motherfucker?
thread connecting it to
Fasuluka.
this day.
FASOOLKLKA.
Adopt
Hey
it.
guys, hey, TurboTax, go fuck yourselves.
And if you're affected at it, I think it does attract
Is this bitch gonna take her top off? Come on, you little shit.
powerful people that have gigantic egos, and people with gigantic egos tend to like the exclusivity.
Can't
of
stop,
secret
won't stop,
societies.
Rockefeller.
And so, like, there's a
Can't stop, won't
gravitational
stop,
force that pulls powerful
Rockefeller.
people to these societies.
Exclusive. Only certain. And you also notice something goes back to
Get
what
him.
we talked about much
Get
earlier,
him.
But intelligence.
Get him.
Nice ego. Ego
Get him.
is recruitment and control. That's a great seal in human beings. The exploitation.
Can't stop, won't
of
stop,
ego.
Rockefeller.
And of course, if we go back to the
Fuck
conversation
yeah.
intelligence,
What up, baby?
we would, the,
Who gives a shit? But that guy, I need a reason to talk about myself. Exactly. Yeah, it's basically paradoxical, or it's like an infinite loop. Well, Reddit's where it's at when it comes to, but they're also it's fucking toxic too. The moderators on Reddit suck dick, the admins on Reddit suck dick, but there are some places, like some subreddits, that literally a stand-up comedian could just go to the top comments and get the best things and be very, very funny. I know people used to do this on Twitter. They would just find the top comments to funny to like anything and then just use that as their material, because there are a lot of funny people at it. Well, yeah, how convenient of that guy to be a narcissist. Yeah, like dog. Right, right. And you basically, I don't know, it's an issue that I have with this psychological community. In order to continue, they need to keep diagnosing people with shit. And so now you empower someone with reinforcing their thoughts, and now they think that that's like an excuse to act badly, or I mean, I don't know. I think that uh, like I could feel some sorrow for someone who said, "Look, I've been a diagnosed narcissist and I'm trying to improve. Ask me anything." Okay, that's a little bit better because it shows that you're not just like leaning into this fucking um diagnosis, but no, it's like I'm a narcissist. Let's talk about myself. No shit, really? It. There you go. Okay. No, no major updates for me. Oh fuck. Um. Well, actually, one. I had to change my robot. Before, the robot would go like this. It would go follow, spam, create a clip. It does not do that anymore. Now it creates a clip, follows, and spams. Here's why. If you get banned from a chat, you can't create a clip on the person. So I do the clip first because they don't know that's coming. And then I follow and then spam. And if they ban me, then who gives a shit? All these like little intricacies, though, I mean, you just have to learn before your bot is fucking unstoppable. We had one guy in here. I don't know from where he learned about me. He spoke Castilian Spanish, but I have a feeling he was from Twitch. I could be wrong, but um I've been in a lot of Spanish Twitch users. Um Not purposefully, it's just kind of how the cookie crumbles when it's randomized. But one day, I think it may be today, but if it's not today, it's hopefully this week. Somebody's like, "Yeah, quit making fucking clips of me, dude. I'm fucking sick of it." And I'll be like, "Yes, you are the winner." Oh, I did see this. I saw my bot spam, and somebody was like, "What again? What is this guy's problem?" And I'm like, "Oh, kids, you ain't seen nothing yet." So, like, the fact that they're like, "Hey, this guy again," means like I'm starting to work into the zeitgeist, the neural network of the Twitch universe. I'm basically like seeping into the global consciousness of the Twitch universe. That like just like to the point where anybody on Kick, if you ask them about me, they know who I am. Now, I ask myself, well, if everybody knows about me on Kick, why didn't I go viral from that? And it's just not that big of a platform in comparison. Like I see I see how big Twitch is now, and like I know Kick well enough that if they're an English speaking, like I could name like the top 50 English speaking Twitch user, Kick users. Apologies, I'm used these interchangeably because I just use them so much. Anyway, um, I've just seen them so much, and I've gotten to know what their streams look like and all this other shit. But I don't quite know that on Twitch yet. But I will. I'll learn it once this shit starts just repeatedly showing me their platforms. I'll know who I'll be able to spam, who I won't be able to spam, and all that other shit. And it's just a matter of time. So I've got the 2 bots going right now, and they are they're pretty they are pretty independent, or they I don't really have to do anything to them. I have one of them that kind of, I don't know if it's timing out because of um RAM, but I've kind of got to keep an eye on. I have to keep an eye on both of them, but um, as of right now, and the other thing is I'm spamming big people. So I know I started with spamming small people because it's like, well, then my spam is already always there. But if I look at exactly, exactly, it's 100% right. And once I got it down, then I can move it to the bigger people. Because if you do it on the bigger people while practicing, they have so many things in there to stop you that you don't know if it's working or not. Um, that's exactly right. And then another thing that I did is I checked to see if anybody had viewed any of the spam that I've created, and or the clips. And yeah, the first one I did has 5 views on it, and I did it like a couple hours ago. It wasn't even like, so I know what's going to happen is over a few days, just like what happened on Kick, is I'll just become like this, the most annoying motherfucker on the platform. I don't know how else to describe it. And exactly, we'll get. So the thing that since they give me 100 characters to use, I can really make a long message. It says join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord, discord.me/rabbi, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, #viralrabbi. Now I have to find one of these motherfuckers. I'll work on it where I know that they allow that thing that you said, like automatic uploading to their TikTok, and then we'll see if that #viralrabbi is like connected. I mean, it should work in the search function. Usually with the hashtag, you have to like put the hashtag and then space, and it's got to be like a different color. I don't know. It's like hyperlinks or something. But even if not, on every single platform that these are uploading to their social media, when you search it on the social media, it should show up. And Viral Rabbi is the thing that I always use. So we'll see how it goes. In fact, on some of these platforms, if you type Viral Rabbi, because I'm like the only person who uses that. I mean, good luck if anybody else does. You're fucking done. But it's like it's thousands of posts just from that. If you just type that in, just in like Instagram, and if I type it into TikTok, it should be a lot more. #ViralRabbi. Videos. Use hashtags. There we go. So on TikTok alone, If you type viral rabbi, it has 13.4 thousand posts. So that's that's a lot of fucking content. And that doesn't even count like the thing where I have the most amount of content is Instagram because I created a robot years ago that just uploads my life. So my Instagram posts are like an hour long, which is a lot of content in itself, and there are just tens of thousands of them. I just don't tag them all because it just would have meant that the bot would have to do more things, and I wanted it to be as efficient as possible. When you add more shit to it, it's more things that can get fucked up or crash it or whatever. As we were talking, I noticed one of my bots is not it's not perfect and it needs to be perfect. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just like not loading correctly. And then I have another one. So let's see how this works. Like if I if I go in Twitch and look up a user, MAZ. Oh, one thing that Twitch has that Kick does not have, which is somewhat disappointing but not really, is they have a thing you have to be following someone for a certain amount of days before they can create a clip on you, which that's fine. I mean, it, but nobody really has that turned on because no one's used this as like basically something to spam. So I'm going to be interested to see. Basically, I've only seen it on one person, and yeah, we'll see. Okay, here's this guy, MAZ. I don't even fucking know anymore. It's just in comparison to Kick, like Kick, I became a big fish in a small pond in comparison to Twitch. Twitch is just massive with the amount of people who are watching it at once. Like Kick doesn't have even close to these numbers. I mean, not saying that it can't happen in the future. You're good. Uh, the sheer numbers between Kick and Twitch is pretty amazing. Meaning, like Twitch has just tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of viewers. I'm not saying that they're real. I know they're not real. In fact, there's one guy who had 3,000 people watching him, and I posted my spam, and that spam lasted there for 2 hours. Like, you have 3,000 people watching you, and not one person chatted once in 2 hours. Um, I just thought that yeah. And I'm starting to remember who these people are. This is what happened on Kick, where I didn't know any of the guys on Kick, any of the women on Kick. I didn't know anybody, and now I can like name their usernames because I've seen them so much. And it's just gonna be like, okay. And once I start to notice these people and recognize who they are, then it's like I'll know. It just tells me I'm learning the platform better. Yeah, I think so as well. Um, let's see here. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hey, okay, what are you guys talking about? Oh, okay. All right. Well, the game. I'm going right now, big dog. I'll see you there, Doggo. He wants me to go to Aiden Ross's Discord and talk with them, so I'll do that.
Why? Because. Oh, there he is. There he is.
What's up, pimps? How you living, babies?
Good. How you living, pimp?
Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Oh, there's a lot going on in the neck of the woods up here.
Word. Where's my?
Cousin loves it and all that.
All right. Well, enjoy that. Hey, where's my man, Biggest Loser on the internet?
think he's sleeping.
All right,
I
well,
think he's taking a nap.
we need to get his ass in the game. He's my G. I like him. All right, friends. So I was asked to come here. Do you guys know anything about me?
Yeah, you met Aiden Ross?
Have I met him in real life? No. He's been in my stream.
I'm confused. You stream 24/7?
Word.
Oh shit, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Do you
Like
mind?
for how long?
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go for it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream live 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been streaming live for more than 3.5 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, things like faster than light travel, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, some really interesting things. Essentially, it's a time capsule for the world. So essentially, people can go back any day in my life for the last 3.5 years and see exactly what I did for everything, whether it's eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, my circadian rhythm, my behavior patterns. It's really an opportunity for the world to learn from someone and learn about someone. Has anybody here seen the movie The Truman Show?
No.
This sounds familiar.
Okay, it stars Jim Carrey. It's from the 1990s. Essentially, the story of The Truman Show is the main character, played by Jim Carrey. His name is Truman Burbank, and his entire life is on camera, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The only difference is that he doesn't know that it's happening, and I do know it's happening. So essentially, we have my consent to do this. But as of right now, I'm live on more than 10 different YouTube channels simultaneously. As you can see, let me give you guys a room tour. So you guys only see one angle, but I'll show you that angle. And, okay.
What kind of webcam do you have?
Well, I have 33 different platforms, so 33 different devices. So we have a ceiling cam. Let me show you the ceiling cam. Let me flip this just one moment.
Real quick, while you're showing your shit, you were just talking about like the gravity shit and shit. Did you see that thing that happened outside of Trump Tower?
What happened outside of Trump Tower? Wait,
The V-bit, yeah, the Cybertruck.
oh yeah, I saw that.
So did you watch the Sean Show episode with? He sent emails out before he did all that shit and was telling people why he was doing it. The FBI, Homeland Security, and everyone was tracking him down.
Very interesting.
So they wouldn't do nothing about it.
Interesting. I did see that he charged his Cybertruck and had some kind of weapon with him, perhaps. Not exactly sure what happened there. You said Trump Tower, so I was thinking in Manhattan. So I believe that's the one in Las Vegas, correct? The Trump Hotel.
Yep.
Excellent. So what we have here, I'm live on 33 different platforms right there, essentially. Over here, you can see I've got a bunch of devices up there and down there. So up here, there is a Telegram that I'm in. I've been live in that Telegram for more than 1.5 years, and they're a community that has supported me. It's a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It essentially is worth $300 million. When I started, it was worth pennies, but it's an excellent cryptocurrency. It's a cryptocurrency, so essentially.
How much money did you make off of it?
Oh, enough. And no, I mean it's been around for more than 1.5 years, which is a lifetime in terms of cryptocurrencies, and it's only going higher. Its ticker is Bitcoin if you're interested. But what I think is special about it is it's backed by data. Literally, it's been in my conversations 24/7 since the beginning. Pardon me. Let me show you these other devices I've got. Actually, let me show you the camera you guys normally watch me on. Okay, so over here we have too much to count. So this is the device you usually see me on in Aiden Ross's stream. Here we're in KSI's stream. Here, this is live on Instagram. These are YouTube and Rumble, and also Twitch and all these others. This is live in the socialized Discord. Just for a moment, I have a ceiling cam. So if you can see, there's a ceiling cam up there. Let me switch it so I can see. Okay, yeah, there's a ceiling cam up there. And then over here, you see all those devices. I made a bot recently So kids and ladies and gentlemen, whoever's watching this, if you didn't know, I'm going viral soon. And why do I have so much confidence in it? I created a robot for Twitch just recently. I'd done this on Kick. What's up, Pimp? How you living? Excellent. So essentially what we've got going on, I'll show you my bot that I created. It automatically spams people on Twitch. I did this on Kick for 6 months, and everybody knows about me. Aiden knows about me. Amaranth knows about me. Eddie Craven knows about me. Eddie Craven and I are friends on Discord. So what's... Can you tell Aiden Ross I said hi? What up? How are you, XO8? What are you talking about? Beautiful. Because I'm his little brother. Excellent. So what you'll see here is it will open up a random Twitch user, and then it will essentially open it in a new tab. And as you see, like, this is all hands-free. So it opens a new tab, and what it's going to do is it's going to create a clip of them, and then in the clip it puts my Discord, it puts my link tree, and then what it does is it follows them and it spams them, and then it moves on to the next person. And it does this so well that once it does it enough times, then it will create a brand new account and just do it over and over. So it's essentially an infinite loop. And I've got a bunch of these accounts with which I'm doing this. So yeah, it's just a matter of time till we go viral. Now, for you guys, why is this important to you guys? Well, I mean, anybody who has supported me along the way is going to be rewarded. And I can tell you that data is Earth's #1 resource. That's not Rabbi saying that. That's The Economist magazine saying that. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data online archived than any person ever. I mean, literally, I'm live on 10 different streams going back for 3.5 years. So what does that mean? I'm going to be able to monetize this, and when I do, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. I mean that. I mean this. I'm saying this live on camera. So what does that mean? That means that I'm going to give you money in the future. I don't want anything from you guys, just your support. But I'm going to give you money, and I want you to give it to your friends and families, and then I want you to start charities with it and help people who are less fortunate. That's what I'm about. I'm about positivity and spreading love to the world. So just know that you're part of a very cool project, and just by your mere presence in Aiden Ross's server, you guys are going to be made rich. So that's pretty tight.
Exactly. Yo, Rabbi, happy, bro. I see you all the time. I see you for like a year or 2 years.
Absolutely. Hey, if you would add me, so I know exactly who it is. You all add me, and then we'll be connected.
Wait, how long have you been on that server for? Jaden, look at my screen. Look at my screen.
How long have I been in this server? I've been, well, at the very beginning, it was difficult for me to stream in Aiden's server consistently because people kept kicking me out. So I created a robot that whenever anybody kicked me out, it just let me back in. And eventually my robot basically wore down the moderators who kept kicking me out. And then I started to become kind of like a old reliable in Aiden's server. And so in answer to your question, I've been live in here since May. I am the #1 streamer in the history of the Aiden Ross server. I'm the #1 streamer in the history of the iShow Speed server. I'm the #1 streamer in the history of KSI stream server, and quite a few other major.
Is it making you money?
It does make me money.
Like, does it pay off all the money that you spend on this place?
Is it like enough bread for you to like be comfortable while doing it?
Yeah. Pardon me?
At least like $80 a day.
Perhaps some days are more than others. I don't want to put a solid number on it, but it does generate me money every single day. Some days more than others, but not enough to be able to take over the world yet. But what's gonna happen? I get people who donate crypto to me. Yeah. I wouldn't say every. Yeah, I wouldn't say that happens every day, but it does. When it does happen, sometimes it's many people in a day, and people hear about them. Exactly, and it turns out to sometimes hundreds or thousands of dollars at points. I can tell you that people are very positive towards my message. I mean, I don't say anything really that people don't like. I'm about world peace. I'm about everybody coming together. I'm about ending world hunger through the use of different technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I really think that with some of these ideas, within a generation or two, we are going to be able to end world hunger. Now, one of the things that I mentioned that is really one of the most exciting things about this is the idea of mind uploading technology. So before I get to that, I'm a major um, um, I'm a major promoter of life extension technology. So things like human growth hormone, stem cells, steroids, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things that make your body last longer. And basically, everybody in here had a life expectancy of about 80 years old. And through the use of life extension technology, we'll be able to get you age 100, 120. But then at 120 or whenever, your body's going to start to break down. You're going to say, Rabbi, what can you do for me? And that's where the next type of technology comes into play. It's very exciting. It's known as mind uploading technology. What is mind uploading technology, you may ask? This is essentially the type of technology that allows us as humanity to scan someone's brain like an MRI or a CAT scan into a computer, essentially knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm making you all aware of, and I truthfully mean this, is I don't think you all will die. And there's an opportunity for digital immortality. So it's a very exciting future. You got it, my man. Absolutely. Well, I don't want to take up all your guys' time, but if you have the opportunity, send me a friend request and I will be sure to accept it. And if you guys ever need me, I'm here for you. I'm here to support you. And I just appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all.
Sir, it was nice talking to you and have a good stream.
Absolutely. Peace, babies. That's how it's done, son. Thank you, my friend. We just got a bunch of friend requests, so that's cool. Nice people. I go by the George Costanza philosophy: leave on a high note. Do not over keep them wanting more. Exactly. Um, this robot, I can't believe I didn't fucking do this earlier. Like, I'm kicking myself that wow, I was on uh, Kick for so long and I didn't do this on Twitch. But I mean, you live and learn. I recognize that it's a lot more difficult to uh, create a spam bot on chat on Twitch, but now that it's working, it's it's pretty solid. I mean, it's like with any. Oh, it's totally slow. So I use a bot that's called um oh, what is it called? Streamer. It's a Chrome extension called. If you want it, I'll get the real name for it. But it's basically a Twitch ad blocker, and it works pretty well. Um, but even still, it's very slow to load. And I think it has to do with they're loading ads, which is always going to take a long time. Then you have to avoid the ads with your ad blocker. Then it's got a chat that it has to load that is usually like tens of thousands of people. It's usually a lot of people in there. And then um and so all this has, and then they have stuff that like Twitch doesn't have, like, or I mean Kick, apologies, doesn't have, like oh, this is interesting. um they have things like you can donate to certain like charities, so then that shit has to load, and if you want to subscribe, that shit has to load. They have just so much more running that it can just cause issues. But I I'm pretty stoked about just having a new project, basically. Like um I think it's it's exciting for me to build something. And this is, I don't know, I get a great amount of joy just that, like, hey, if I press the right buttons on a computer, I get somebody in here. It's like that's like almost like magic to me. And I think that's really, really cool. And how'd you got 100 of them, you said? How did you get all the people to pay attention to you? Yeah. Can somebody send you Bitcoin to an ETH address? Really cool. Right. That's tight. Right. That's really tight. Right. An excellent point. Well, I'm glad that somebody else goes through this shit because I get these, I don't know, probably a dozen times a day, and I don't ever. Nobody wants to just give me money right off the bat for no reason. Maybe if you hear me speak and we become friends, like the Harry Potter Sonic 10 Inu group, they have. I'll say this: when I would do Twitter Spaces, people would give me money, but I wouldn't ask for it. I would actually be like, "I know it's fine, keep your money." They'd be like, "No, please give us your address. Like you're saying really good things, and we want to make sure it continues. Just please give us your address." I'm like, I really don't want your money, and I'm glad that I took it because it has turned out to be like it grows. You know, it just for nothing. I should say one guy came in here at one time, and he was like do you have Phantom wallet? I don't know. I think that's what it's called. And I'm like, no. And he's like, just download it, and I'll give you Solana. And he did, and it's worth a lot of money. It's had like some major growth. So I say to myself with these guys, like, but they have met me. If you're just randomly like, I get these people all the time. They have the same fucking messages. It's um people who say, would you rather have $1,000 in Bitcoin, a $2,000 Visa card, or like a a like a trip anywhere in the world or something like that? And it's like A, B, or C. And then they're like, well, how about I just give you Bitcoin and you can have all three or whatever? And it's like, dog, I don't want your I block those people. Or I get people, they're not ladies, they're fucking guys in India and Nigeria who are like, do you want a sugar mommy? It's like, dude, no. I want somebody to watch my stream, but I don't want dude who's playing the part of a lady. Then I get people who are like, um, uh, they'll they'll be like, can I have your Bitcoin wallet? And I'll be like, no. And they'll be like, please, I really want to help. I want to, what did they say? I want to bless people, or I want to send blessings. Or there's this word that they use uh, that when they gift something to someone, and it's like almost like the same message. The big way, at least on Discord, that I can tell if they're a bot is if they've made their account within the last like month. 99% of anybody who messages me has an account. 99% of anybody who messages me within the last month is a bot. It's almost 100% of the time. Weird ones, dog. Right. Let's against Instagram, which was like 1.8 million. And yeah, and then his message was a little like, I don't know, that's weird. I've heard like stories of this happening. Like there's this famous story. I don't know if it's true or not, where it's like it was just like a tweet that I saw one time that went viral. It was even just like a copy of a tweet. But it was like this one day I was at a Wendy's eating a value meal or whatever they call them at Wendy's, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Bill Murray walks up to my table, takes a French fry off of my, dips it in ketchup, eats it, and says, "No one will ever believe you." And okay, so you know that, and that kind of shit happens. Like exactly. There you go. Well, okay, so you know of that story too, and whether yeah, definitely, and I get it, and I get it. I get it. It's I want to think if any celebrity has gotten me, like there's somebody playing it up like a celebrity, and um, I don't think so. I've had people. I've gotten. I don't want to say. Oh yeah, the closest I want to say I got fucked to getting fucked, but I fortunately did not. Was and I told you about it. Some guy was like, "Hey, I want you to be on my podcast," and he sent me the link, and the link was a virus or something to drain my wallet. But that was the closest that ever anything ever came. I get a lot of people who um, they'll be like a lot of people who are just selling like OnlyFans shit, and so I sometimes entertain these ones just because I'm bored. So if somebody will be like, um, "Hey, are you lonely?" like or something like that, I'll be like, "Do you have a menu?" I just get straight to the fucking point. Do you have a menu? And I actually like to see how they price themselves and price whatever it is. And so somebody will send me their menu like I don't know, but pictures $5 and I don't know like topless pictures $10 or whatever. And then I'll be like, um, do you want to meet for real? And they'll be like, yeah, where are you located? And I'll be like, are you near LA? And they'll be like, yeah. And I'll be like, okay, how much for an hour? They'll be like $30. I'll be like, no chick in LA is gonna spend an hour with you for $30. Get the fuck out of here. And so I like it that these guys, I mean, generally I think it's dudes who are just what do they call it? Picture there's a name for it, like where they just go to some hot chick on Instagram, get her pictures, and then they say that they're that person. And then if you're like, oh, or like they get some OnlyFans chick, and they'll just send you that. Oh, they're called picture brokers. That's what they're called. Anyway, I'll ask them. Um, I'll be like, oh, okay. I'll be like, send me a face pic, and they'll send me some super hot chick from Instagram, and I'll be like, all right, so send me a pic with your like I'm like, oh, send me a pic with the date and your username. And they're like, oh, I can't do that right now. I'm really busy. It's like, you stupid dumbass. You are literally on Discord typing to like thousands of people. And, because I'm on there and I'm like, I have nothing else to do many times, I will entertain them. Many times I've gotten to the point now that I'm just blocking people. I had this strategy. It's not a strategy, it's a philosophy. When I first started, that I'm not going to block anybody. I don't want to have to block anybody. But man, there were just some people who would just send me swastikas all the time or really mean things. And it's entertain it. I'd be like, oh, cool story, bro. But when you're getting that shit all the time, it's like, and then what happens is I'll show my phone like on camera, and then people will be like, "Why the fuck do you have a bunch of swastikas on?" It's like, no, somebody fucking sent me these things. That's definitely not my jazz. And it's just it's random ass people. Now, Discord, I was gonna tell you this. If you were in like if what's his name? Ass Munch had a Discord, I would tell you to get out of it because there's a like if a Discord gets nuked, you lose your account. Um, I wouldn't tell you to do the same in his Telegram. Feel free to stay in there if you want. I still have a bunch of accounts in there, though not my main. Yeah, but like he's the kind of guy who would get something nuked and like he'd get your Discord nuked, and he fucked. I'm not. I'm. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Like he he fucked me over with Amaranth. I was able to spend a lot of time in her Discord talking with her. She would do these streams, and she would have 25 people who would be in the stream with her. And this one time, I was bored, and I was like, "Hey, uh, Aspen, you want to go in there?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Okay, well, don't whatever you do, don't don't blow my cover. I'm going to try to be funny when I have to be funny." And he goes in there within 5 minutes and is like, "Amaranth wants to suck Rabbi's dick," and she bans us both permanently. I'm like, dog, I should have fucking read the writing on the wall at that point with this guy, but I don't know. I kept giving him chances after chance, and um, I'm not saying I'm necessarily mad at him, but he and I just don't vibe. Right? Yeah. I used to bring girls into his. Well, I used to bring friends into his whatever ass munch, Bitcoin ass munch vision or whatever. Um, and the reason why is he had that robot that would generate AI images for you, and it was basically exactly. And so I thought that was very cool. I still think it's very cool, and so it's cool, but um, it's not cool enough for me to want to have to stay in there. But at the time, it was pretty. Um, it was unique because I hadn't seen that before, and it was doing basically like I'd seen the AI ones, but they wouldn't do anything uncensored, and that one would. So I thought that was pretty cool about it. I met some of his friends. I met this one This is not a weird story, but kind of weird. He introduced me to there was this one girl who was in his chat or something. I don't remember her name, but this was the weirdest story. Okay, so this is her deal. She's in crypto, and she's a mom, and which there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think that's very cool that she's a mom. But I say that because I feel like she was looking for someone to basically start a new family with. Not a new family necessarily, but like, complete her family. And if I recall, she was a mom. I think so. Anyway, she met this guy, and he was he was kind of actually like a huge loser in my opinion. And he's like one of these guys who like doesn't pay attention to the girl, and the girl's like all gaga over him. And so I got to asking her, like, um, how'd you guys meet? And she's like, actually, that's the funny thing is we haven't met. I'm like, what? You haven't met and you're like head over heels for this guy? She's like, yeah, but we're gonna meet in, I don't know, it was like April or something like that. And we have all this planned out and all this other shit. And I was like, wait, so oh, her name was Roller Girl. Now I remember because it was like from oh, what is that movie? Boogie Nights. Anyway, um, and she just had this. She was so head over heels on this guy that I figured, like, oh man, this guy must be pushing the right buttons. But instead, it was like, oh, you haven't even met yet. There's no way this is gonna work. Anyway, shout out to girl. She's out there somewhere. Hopefully she found love somewhere else because this guy was just mean to her. Oh, that's what it was. So I was live streaming. Oh, I remember what it was. Okay, so she was gonna have me on a podcast, and this is when I was like actively looking for podcasts and crypto and stuff. Though I shouldn't say I ever really actively looked for them. I because usually the podcast game has turned into you pay the podcast to be on their podcast. Podcasts rarely accept people for free nowadays, unless it's like Joe Rogan or something like that. Or basically, if you want to be on a podcast, you have to pay them money. I know I have had to pay money to be on podcasts before, and it's not a lot, but it's like $20 or something like that. And I understand. Anyway, but she wanted me to be on her podcast, and or this podcast with which she was helping. And she told me that she had a Telegram and invited me to stream in it. And so I did, and I streamed in it. And this one day, this loser dude is in there with her, and he's just being so mean to her, and just like very, very mean. And when he left, or at another point, I want to say I said to her something like, you can do so much better than, like, you can get a guy who would treat you so much better than that. I don't know where he is, but it's not that guy. That guy is mean. And she's like, no, he's just having a bad day or something like that. I'm like, I heard he was just very verbally abusive. And that's when I was like, how did you guys meet? And she's like, oh, well, we haven't met yet. And like, you tolerate that? That's incredible. Anyway, I met them. What I'm trying to say is everybody I met in that ass munch, Bitcoin ass munch or whatever vision, uh, basically I don't want to say something was wrong with all of them. It's in no means by no means true, but something, you got to be kind of fucked up to be in that Discord or that Telegram. Apologies, and I can see why if you're Ass Munch's friend. Now, I've had long talks with Ass Munch before, and if I can keep him, I shouldn't even say I can keep him focused, but we can talk about things like he's a welder, and we've talked about like social media and things like that. But whenever we start talking about it, he'll be like, "Yeah, daddy," and I'll be like, "Dude, it's just two dudes here." And I'll ask him, I'm like, "Are you gay?" And he'll be like, "No, but for the right price." And I'm like, "Dude, I don't. That's not my thing, dog. Like, if that's your thing, that's cool." But he's like, "No, I'm actually like kind of married," and he is. Um, and so it's like, ask much. So yeah, exactly. So how did this work? Well, let me explain. He goes into depth about it, and here's what I can say. um he we would be in a conversation and we'd be talking about welding. I remember he's a welder, and he would be like, "Yeah, daddy," and I'd be like, "Dude, are you gay?" And he's like, "No, actually, I've been in a relationship for like many years. In fact, I have an ex-wife." And I'd be like, "Oh, you've been married before?" He's like, "Yeah." Now he could be just pulling my leg, doing anything, but he just had so much to say about this that I didn't think he was lying to me. So I was like, "Oh, okay, so like, so you have an ex-wife?" And he's like, "Well, kind of. We got married at the local courthouse, but it didn't work out or whatever, and she just left, and she said that she filed the paperwork to get a divorce." And like, as I say this, I'm like, do I really still believe that he was telling me the truth? At the time, yeah, I still do believe that basically he either got had like he had like a story about it, and like he told me, I forget what kind of background she had, but basically like he would have had to make up a really long story about this, and then I heard him talk about it with other people too. Basically, like he's single, but it was something like he was married and the paperwork for the divorce didn't necessarily go all the way through. So he might still be married, but he just considers himself single. Something like that. It's not like he's currently married. No, I know he's not currently married, but maybe there was a relationship in the past. He got married and then it didn't work out, but he just never went through with the paperwork. And maybe she did, maybe she didn't. Not exactly sure. Um, it could be a huge. There you go. And he didn't get that letter, basically, from what it sounded like. And so but he was expecting it. And so it was just like a yeah, good. There you go. Well, you're you're good. Don't worry. As Frank said, as Frank Sinatra said, the best revenge is massive success, and you're going to experience that. So I wouldn't sweat it off. Um, at least in um the I mean, I don't know if this is. I say that what's his name? Um, Ass Munch is he's very smart, and he told me he was valedictorian of his high school, which I actually believe. I mean, he's smart enough to have been in that he got into Brown, but he did not go for whatever reason, and he could have just been lying. But that's the weird thing for him to lie about. That it's not like he wants me to think he's really smart. He's never came off like that. But I could see him just being like a naturally smart person who just perhaps didn't go to Brown or whatever. And and he that's why he moved to Northern California is for this girl. Apparently. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I don't really care anymore. All I know is I've met a lot of people on the internet, and he's probably one of the hornier dudes I've ever met. And um, right, and it's not he and Riser exactly. He's never done anything necessarily to purposefully hurt me, but and I just haven't really liked that. But Riser, that's how I met Riser, and he's become a pretty good friend, and so it's kind of one of those things like I don't want to be like, oh, I don't ever want to see that person again. Don't bring them around when I know that that's that person's friend and that they hang out a lot or whatever virtually, and yeah, I know he got banned from Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and that's a very easy thing to happen though. If you send any link in there, it's an automatic ban. I've tried to talk to these guys, and I've tried to tell them, can you put like an appeal server on there or something? And they're like, look, if you're in this Discord, you're gonna know, or if you're in this Telegram, you're gonna know somebody, and you'll be able to get back in. If not, we don't want you in here. And it was one of those things like, okay, well, I understand that, and at least the people in the Telegram were the people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. I think they let him back in, but knowing him, he probably could have possibly been banned again. I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, I don't know how I think I met him in I met him in the in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. That's how I met a lot of these people. Um there was one guy, his name's Apollo, he comes in here, he was in here the other day, and he is a really good guy. He has a very good heart. Of any person, I mean, he came, and he's a very good truck driver. He's been driving 7 years. Dude, you don't want that job. You do not want that job in the middle of the winter, and you're in Boise, Idaho, and there isn't somebody around for 100 miles. Tires are down, and you're on the side of the road. Those guys are like the cowboys of today, where it's super dangerous, and and at any given point, the cops are trying to get them because that's a big ticket. And I know I could not do that job, but yeah. So he was in here 2 days ago, and he was in here for like 3 hours. What did we talk about? Well, it's really interesting. He was this was like a year ago. He would always complain to me about being tired and being thirsty. And I said to him, you should really get your blood sugar checked, because that sounds like diabetes. And he's only like in his late 20s. So that would be early. But nevertheless, we would talk about his diet. And it's like, when you're a truck driver, you can't get fresh food. Everything's at a truck stop. And you know, and his life is so stressful. Like, he would be, like, he's got to get to the place by a certain time, and he's like fighting GPS. Like, there's no way you can gain time on GPS, basically, if you lose a few minutes here. And it was just extremely stressful. So he tells me he was in North Carolina, and he had this dog with him. His dog's name's Romeo. Well, I didn't get a chance to meet Romeo when I met him. Romeo um, he's always with him. Like, that was like his partner in crime. So he was gone for a couple days, and or weeks really, and he comes into the Telegram one day, and he's like, "You're never gonna believe this." I'm like, "What?" He's like, I went into a diabetic shock in North Carolina, and fortunately there was another truck driver who could take over his route or whatever, and dog sit for him. It was like this like very fortunate situation, but he was hospitalized with diabetes, and it was just this weird thing. On this, I haven't told anybody any medical advice, really, anybody. If you have an issue, I just tell you, go see a doctor. But with him, he was just, I remember him saying he was so thirsty and tired all the time, and I told him to get that checked out. Anyway, it turned out it's true, and he's on insulin and all kinds of stuff now. Well, he's dealing. Yeah, that's one I fucking nailed, and I did not expect to be that correct. And I just figured maybe, I don't know. Those are just two symptoms of diabetes that I know. So he was in here playing some game, I forget what, and just chilling as we were listening to a podcast together. But he truthfully, he's a very good person. I mean, I can just tell you, he's very sweet. And this one day, I was just, I was in bed, and well, here's the thing: people would come into the Telegram all the time and talk to me, and I wouldn't really put two and two together with who they are or whatever. And especially if they change their name, their username, it's like then they're a brand new person to me, and I have to get that whole backstory from them. But Apollo would and just talk to me about his life and his just like what was going on, and I would listen to him and talk to him, and it would always be like really late at night, and we would talk for a long time. But it wasn't ever at a point where I genuinely like I cared about him, but not genuinely cared about him, where I, you know, check in on him and things like that. And then this one day, he was like, "Rabbi, I'm gonna drive 8 hours today, and I'm gonna come see you." And I was like, "Yeah, right. There's no way this fucker's gonna come see me." Like, okay, if you want to come see me, here's my address. And he's like, okay. And wouldn't you know it, he came. He gave him a tour. We went to the local park, and we had a picnic, and we live streamed it. And it was just like, he was just a really, really genuinely nice person. And I told him, he even met the guy who owns the house, or the manager of the house. And I just remember being like, oh, this guy, he has a heart of gold, basically. And I didn't get the same off of Ask Munch. Like, they're different. And I've helped him. Well, so there are dreamers in this world and there are doers. And Apollo is a doer in a lot of ways, but he's a dreamer when it comes to his token. He's got a token. I gave him a really good rate at what I would create his social media at. And because he was a friend of mine, I told him I would do it for free. But he's like, no, I want to pay you. Like, I want to at least give you something. I know it's going to take your time. So we came to I gave him a really discounted rate, and and I got everything ready for his token. So it's like all over Google and YouTube, and it's all over Instagram, and it's ready to go, but he hasn't launched it yet. And when he was going to launch it was when he got diagnosed with diabetes or whatever, and he still hasn't launched it. So if he ever talks to you about his coin, don't hold your breath on it. I hope he launches it someday. Oh, and that's what we talked about. He's going to change it from maybe Ethereum to Solana or something like that. I told him, because I see people, like, at least on TikTok, who are very popular by doing their truck driving streams. So basically, it's just a truck driver who's driving the open road, and they take a camera and they just point it at the road, and they get a ton of people watching them because it's entertaining and it's soothing, and you're not putting yourself in danger, but you get to see the whole United States. And I told him, if you're interested, he was interested in doing social media and stuff. I'm like, that's what you should do, because that's really interesting to people. And he was a little on the fence about it, but I mean, he just concluded that's not what he wants to do. And I recognize, like, these truck drivers, if they're like, they have to basically lie on every single form that they have. Like, not saying he does, but I watched a documentary this summer about truck driving, and not that I didn't know what they do, but it was like really in depth. And basically, they were like, yeah, I'm a new truck driver. I've been doing this for like, a year or two or whatever. And not once have I ever put the truth down in this book. And the guys under whom I was trained, they told me that's just the policy. So basically, like, let's say you have to make it from, I don't know, Albuquerque to Santa Fe. And I don't know, maybe that's X amount of miles. Well, you have to make sure to do all these checks on your vehicle, and they're supposed to take X amount of time. And it's basically like, you don't have that much time to be able to do that and still get to the destination on time. So you have to kind of, falsify some of these things. And Apollo is like, like without saying it. I mean, I basically was able to say it to him, and he's like, well, now you understand why I don't want to show everything that I do on the road. Like if he speeds, he would be speeding on camera, or if he has to falsify something, somebody can go back to his stream and be like, you didn't do that this way or whatever. And it made me appreciate what those guys do. It is, I'm glad that you didn't do it. I'm glad, but it is very nice that he offered you a position. But he lives a dangerous life, a very dangerous life. You got to think that like at any time he could be attacked at like some parking lot. He's got to sleep. But he has shown me his rig though. It's super nice, but that doesn't mean I necessarily want to do that all the time. But it is super nice. Meaning like it's very comfortable. He's got a laptop, he's got a television, he's got DVD player and all that other shit, or not even DVD player, but like, yeah, exactly, tablets and all that kind of shit. And at least it pays really well. So, like, that makes me feel good that, he's at least not doing all these sacrifices for nothing. But he would tell me, like, I would say to him, we would talk about food, and he would be like, I would be like, he would be like, I'm just so thirsty and I'm so tired all the time. And I would be like, okay, well, do you eat vegetables? He'd be like, no. And I'd be like, why not? And he'd be like, because I've got an 18-wheeler. I can't drive that into town to a Whole Foods. It's just like, it's illegal. And it's like, yeah, that's what I figured. And like, you can't get to a farmer's market in an 18-wheeler. You literally have to like stay on the main highways, and they don't have fresh food there. He'd be like, the best I can get is like a banana and an apple at the cash register of a 7-Eleven. And like, even when he came to visit me, he had to park his 18-wheeler in some other city and take an Uber to me, because it's just like they're not going to allow me to have an 18-wheeler outside my house, unless, I guess, like if you're moving, there are maybe some exceptions that can be made, but they don't have the ability to turn around and all that other shit. So long story short, I'm glad that Paulo has the ability to provide for himself, that he got his health taken care of. He's a very good-hearted individual. I really mean that. I can't say enough good things about him. And I think he's a cool person. I agree. While Aiden Ross hasn't streamed in a few months on Kick, he still hasn't streamed on Kick. Did I tell you what happened with Drake? Yeah, I did. Where Drake called Kick a Ponzi scheme. Exactly. Exactly. Do you know who Martin Shkreli is? To give you an idea of who this guy is, he's the guy who was the head of a pharmaceutical company, and he raised the price on an AIDS medicine like 10,000%. Yeah. So I've spoken with him. At least I've spoken to him on Twitter Spaces, and he was very nice to me. And like basically, if you really get down to what happened, it was his fault, but not necessarily. Like he was being pushed to raise the prices on these things, and he just basically became the scapegoat of this. Oh, one thing, um, Elon Musk, maybe within the last week, posted a bunch of times about this guy named Adrian Dittman. Do you know who this person is? If you don't, that's fine. Yeah. So this guy's all over Twitter Spaces. The reason why he's famous is because he sounds exactly like Elon Musk. I mean, exactly. To the point where people think that it's an alt account of Elon Musk's. It is not an alt account of Elon Musk's. I can basically guarantee you that because I've heard them talk to each other and they sound exactly the same, like they're talking to each other. But it's not like Elon Musk would be able to pull that off, even like on some random person's Twitter space. Um, anyway, so um, Elon Musk posted recently because there were all these theories that they're the same person, and they are not the same person. When I started my Best Rabbi Ever account, I had 3,000 followers. Adrian Dittman had 3,000 followers. Now Adrian Dittman has like 170,000 followers. And we used to get in the same Twitter spaces all the time because they were crypto. We're into the same shit. We're into like crypto and, nootropics and advanced technology and shit like that. Um, this one guy I know, I think his name is Chris Turner. I say I know. I mean, I knew him on Twitter Spaces. He used to do these nightly crypto calls, and this is actually how I met the people from Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tedino in one of those calls. And basically, um, one day, like I would go and I would talk about the future of technology and all these other things. That's how Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tedino found out about me. That's how I got in their community. But this one day, they were like, "Hey, Adrian Dittman's in here. Rabbi, will you debate Adrian Dittman?" And I'm like, "Sure. You name the topic. I'll debate it. I'll take both sides on any topic, and I'll be able to argue it successfully." So they're like, "All right. Well, I was talking about the hydrogen car and how it's superior to the electric car, and so Adrian Dittman gets in there, and they're like, Adrian, everybody says that you're Elon Musk because he's an Elon Musk fanboy as well, and they talk about like he basically backs Elon on everything. And while I think the electric car in some ways is superior to some gas powered vehicles, I think both are inferior to the hydrogen car. Um, the reason why the hydrogen car isn't more popular is because there's nowhere to fuel them. I know like 20 years ago, Arnold Schwarzenegger, when he was governor, had a hydrogen Hummer, but there was only like one hydrogen station in Southern California that you could use. So it's like if you don't have the stations, it's basically pointless. My next door neighbor had a hydrogen Honda Clarity, something like that, and you have to drive to like Tustin to be able to refill it. It's like you want to be like if they had hydrogen where all the gas stations were, it would be no big deal. If they had hydrogen where the electricity chargers are, it would be no big deal. Everybody would be on hydrogen. And the reason why is, well, I'll explain my argument. So they get this Adrian Dittman guy on who sounds just like Elon Musk. And they're like, okay, and they kind of pit us against each other, which I was fine with. And I give my opening argument basically that the hydrogen car is superior to the electric car. Why? The electric car does not, well, hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. So there's more hydrogen in the universe than there is anything else. You don't need lithium batteries. You don't need to mine these things. You don't need poor people in Africa to, sacrifice themselves for lithium and cobalt and all this other shit. It's perfectly clean. It gives off water vapor, which isn't dangerous at all. I it has it goes farther, it lasts longer, and it works in the cold. I don't know if you're aware, if you've seen, but like electric cars don't work in the cold. So if you're in like Canada or something, it's like not a realistic vehicle to have. Anyway, exactly. And so I name all these things, and this Adrian Dittman was like, Well, I'm busy right now. I'm making dinner. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning or something. And he's like, yeah, he just, I did not like how he debated me, because he really couldn't debate the idea of the hydrogen vehicle. He just would be like, there's nowhere to charge it. And I'm like, well, 20 years ago, there were no places to charge the electric car either. You have to understand exactly all you need is water. And so we end up having this. Still, it's very easy to get that. That's true. You can even just take it from the air. I mean, it's everywhere. So, so I and he's like, I think the argument, because people think, oh, hydrogen, you're going to need like a huge tank in your car, and it's not true at all. But he'd be like, oh, and then when they get into an accident, they explode. Well, like any car will explode at high enough speeds, and look at what happens with electric cars. They explode, they burn down your house in your garage, and you can't even use water on the fire. It's like you have to use this special kind of like product to be able to put them out. Anyway, this guy and I debated like a year and a half ago or so, and I find it very funny now that Elon Musk is tweeting about this guy regularly, and so when this goes viral, perhaps someday, that debate will be, I think, one for the annals. At the end of it, I knew I had won, and a lot of people told me afterward that I won, and I took it and I recorded it and reposted it, and a bunch of people just said that I had won on that one. Not everybody, but a lot of people did. Most of the people did, at least who responded. And then this week, he becomes like, Elon Musk posted about him like 2 or 3 times in a row. There's even an article. If I put the two names together, Elon Musk, Adrian Dittman. And the only reason why this guy is famous is he sounds exactly like Elon Musk. Um, who is Adrian Dittman? Like, this was in Newsweek. Like, this guy is a Newsweek article, and everybody says that it's Elon Musk's burner account. Look, I've heard Elon Musk. Like, I knew this guy wasn't Elon Musk, um, because, well, I don't think I would have debated Elon Musk. I mean, that was like my proof. Like, he sounded like a real person. I remember he was making dinner at the time, and he kept talking about his walk, and I just kept mocking him, like, you know, just, why don't you debate me and stop paying attention to your walk, or whatever I said. Anyway, he um he had an interview. Well, there was an he finally got the chance to speak to Elon Musk, and even Elon Musk was taken aback, like, wow, you sound like me exactly. And but now if you type in that guy's name, it's all over Google, at least. Like, oh, I remember. So I looked at a I looked at a I looked at a what was it? I looked at an interview that Elon Musk did, and they asked Elon Musk if he okay, so they were talking about pushing updates to Twitter, and Elon said something like, I have multiple accounts. Or he said, I only have one multiple account, and that's to test things on Twitter. And everybody kind of wondered, oh, is Adrian Dittman his alternate account? Well, I came to learn that his alternate account, I believe, was at E, just at E. Um, and I think he has a child named Little E or something like that. He has X, but then there's like either another child or something, Little E, and or perhaps it was just, maybe Elon Musk one day wants to go by E. Just mark my words. The shorter your name is, the more perhaps influential you can be. So he's got X for his kid. And then remember I was telling you that his ex-wife or whatever, ex-girlfriend, Grimes, was going by C. She was going by C. And so he went by E. And somebody had already had the username E, but they never posted anything. And Elon Musk just took it away one day. And this person complained because they were like, hey, I had that for a long time. I was just at E, and then it got taken away. And basically, because it's Elon owns the site, he can do whatever he wants with it. So as I understand, exactly. Though I disagree with that, if they ever have to take any federal funding for anything, if it gets one dime from the government, then all of a sudden it needs to have some public discourse. But if it's perfectly private, then you do with it what you want. And he did. He took the username, and he says that he uses it to test the site right before they ever do any kind of major update with anything. He uses that. I think it's that account to test it. Anyway, if you've ever seen, I'm just going to go to Elon Musk's Twitter right now, and just to prove my point, Elon Musk, who is always in the public spotlight every single day. Okay, the last things that he wrote were, I could just probably search it faster from his account. Just type in Adrian, and okay, in the last 5 days, he's mentioned him. In the last 24 hours, he's mentioned him 3 times. In the last 24 hours, Elon Musk has written, Adrian is me 1,000%. No, Adrian is definitely me. I am Adrian Dittman. It's time the world knew. And I just don't believe this. I think he's trolling everybody. If he's not, then I had a fucking debate with Elon Musk and I whooped his ass. But I don't think that's true. But yeah, so if I look, I don't believe that. I'm telling you, I would think that the way this guy spoke, I mean, I've heard Elon Musk speak about electric vehicles before, and Adrian Dittman at least did not know that much about them. And I don't know. I'm very suspicious of it. But for Elon Musk to have, he's a busy person, and he has tweeted about this person 3 times in the last 24 hours. And I didn't even know that. I just know that he tweeted about him like twice within the last week, and not including these most recent ones. There's something, well, I'm not going to say there's something there. I think he's trolling everybody, but you never know. The big, no, I haven't seen it. No. Is it just 666? Yeah, it's only got 2.6 thousand followers, though. You would think that I gotcha. Well, I mean, until these things can be verified, what to say? I get that. If I go to Adrian Dittman's thing and I search his shit, there was a there was a an article posted, and it has the sound bite, so you can hear how close these guys sound to each other. And that's it. That's the only thing. I think they just sound very, very close. Okay, here it is. Was it this one? I think it was this one. Okay, can you hear this?
Yeah, this is part two. You've met me at least 3 times. You're about to die of laughter, aren't you? Yeah, it's me again. Yeah. This is part three. I swear, honestly, there's nothing better than to hear you laugh this much. Like, I can only imagine the kind of stress you're under. Funny. For the past couple of weeks, I basically, oh god, I can't do this.
Can you hear that? Can you hear that? Can you hear that? Caspian C, are you in here? Caspian C, can you hear me? Yo! Maybe it's my device. Just a moment. I'm going to leave and come back. Yo! Yo! Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Yo! I see my thing lighting up. Maybe it's my other account. That's fuck. Yo! There we go. Can you hear me, Caspian C? Caspian C? Caspian C. Caspian C. Yo, dog. Yo. 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 Yo, dog. Yo. 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 There you go. Was something happening with your computer? Yeah, just one moment. Let me see. Yeah, for some reason it was like kicking me out and letting me back in. Wait, did you have an issue with Discord right now? Yeah, no, right, right, right. I understand. I know it's never going to be perfect. It's an old Chromebook, but I normally can hear myself on the other one as well, and I don't know. It was just Discord literally was just doing some weird stuff. So I don't know. I was asking you, can you hear this? Let me see if I can find. No, I know you can't. I know. I get that. Uh, yeah. Let me try that. Okay, good. All right. So here they are, um, talking to each other. Adrian and Elon. That's that's okay. So you switched it back, right? Yep, I got you. Okay, just one moment. And right, I I appreciate that. Um, so appreciate that. All right. Um, let me find. I'm trying to find the first interview that they did together. Yeah, I found it. Video recording of Elon Musk talking about um, today's the day I met Elon Musk. Video in thread below. Yeah, here it is.
Like melting out for me, isn't it? That's great.
What?
My heart rate is up at maximum level, even though that's not reflect like it. Yeah, I'm there. Dude, are you going to break the internet and give me a follow back, please, sir? Who are you?
There we go. Here we go. It's this one. Okay. All right. If you go to that link that I just sent you, you'll be able to hear them talk to each other. And it just would be too hard to throw your voice on two different accounts. They're two different people. They don't even sound exactly the same, but they sound very similar. But they talk over each other, which would be very difficult to do. Oh, wait. No, no, no. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. However, this happened like, I mean, you're right. You're 100% right. If anybody could do it, it could be done then. But this was done a while back, meaning, but you're right. So this was done last summer or 2 summers ago. So I get that. I get that. Yo, how are you? Just one moment. How are you? Hello? 100%. How are you? What up, Wicked Tuna? What up, Mr. Person? How are you? What's good in your neck of the woods? What happened? I don't know what that person's doing. Anyway, um, you're right. If anybody had that, and Joe Rogan talked about this years ago, that he has so much content. Exactly. I've seen similar things, and they're quite good. They're yeah. If you told me that was real 10 years ago, I would have believed you. Exactly. Right. And the videos that they're doing now are very accurate. Um, but all I'm saying is that yes, that guy could have had a voice changer. He, which very well could have been. Um, but I don't know. I just think it's interesting that I have a very public debate with this person, and now Elon Musk is saying that that's him, but it's not. I think everybody knows it's not, but he's just trolling along. I don't think that that's that funny. I don't know. Trolling to me is basically sometimes like public lying, and I just don't think that that's always that cool. Look, if you have to lie because your life depends on it, I'm cool with that. Say whatever the fuck you have to do to just escape whatever you're having to do. But if you're just trolling to be a douche, that's being a douche. That's not like right. I get that. Thank you. I agree with you. Of any like, well, we talk about it with. Yeah, I agree, and I just don't think that that's necessarily cool. When people are trying to figure out the real, like what's really going on, and then you're leaning into it. Basically, you're like, yeah, I am Adrian Dittman. Then that makes people actually think that you are when it's pretty obvious that you're not. I don't know, and I just think that's immature. But I don't know. What do I know about it? I can say that if anybody is going to troll me, they have enough um, data or enough content to be able to do it. So I'm waiting for it. I almost invite it because I absolutely do. Yeah, yeah, that's absolutely that's right. We will look it up. That's I don't take eccentricity. That's right. That's the greatest thing in the world that you can say. Right. That's right. Well, I think you can have an opinion on it, just like you can have an opinion on anything, but that doesn't mean that that opinion is valid because you don't have the experience. Exactly. Exactly. I'm in agreement with you on that. We have some friends. What's going on, friends in Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10? How you living, pimps? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay, well, do everything that you can in your life to improve it. Pardon me? Caspian C, what? Who is that? I don't remember who that is. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I know who that is. Yeah, yeah, Laura. She, um, I haven't seen her in that community in a long time, and I think that's unfortunate. She's a really nice person, and she's the reason why I couldn't publicly, at least even under the covers, do things. She's not the reason why. She's the one who requested that I do things under the covers, and yeah, I think that people in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10, they got either jealous or they didn't like it or whatever. But that was December 18th of last year, so I can tell you, or of like 2 years ago. So I can tell you that that's approximately been as long. I mean, maybe I've seen her once or twice in there, but you know, especially with girls on the internet, once they get a boyfriend, they don't need this shit anymore. But she's a very nice person. I didn't know who you were referencing. Yeah, Laura. She's very nice, and yeah, she's a nice person. I don't know what happened to her. Hopefully, I mean, I'm sure I could send her a message and you know see what's going on, but I just haven't yet. How you living, pimp? Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Very efficient and beneficial for intelligence agencies to infiltrate the secret society, right? Because that's what people are. How the secret societies infiltrate the intelligence agencies? Oh boy. Well, I mean, there's actually in all the lectures, I kind of have a sense that intelligence agencies themselves are kind of secret society, right?
Well, it comes down, I'll give you my definition of secret society. One is that generally their existence is secret. What they do is secret. It's what's in the box as opposed to secret. So one of the most important criterions is that they are self-selecting. You just don't join. They pick you. They decide whether or not you're going to. They admit you. And that's how they recruit you. Once you have been recruited, you have to pass tests and initiation. And you also have to swear oaths of loyalty. Those are always very, very critical. So, broadly speaking, what entrance into an intelligence organization does, they decide whether you get in. You just don't automatically go out. You have to pass tests. A lie detector test, for instance. You'll training tests, a whole variety of tests. And then you're sworn to secrecy. You never talk about what you do. Ever. Or there will be dire consequences. So the method is very much the same. And also this idea of creating a kind of the organization is us. And Everyone else is outside of that. We are guardians of special knowledge. See, this is the type of thing that would generally happen if you questioned whatever any kind of intelligence agency did. Well, we know things that you don't. Why? Because we're the organization that knows things. We collect information. We know the secrets. We guard the secrets. Therefore, if we tell you, you must believe it.
I have this sense that there are very powerful secret societies operating today, and we don't really know or understand them. And the conspiracy theories in spirit might have something to them, but are actually factually not correct. Like, an effective, powerful secret society or intelligence agency is not going to let you know anything it doesn't want you to know, right?
They'll probably mislead you with any place. I think the question is, what's the most powerful or important secret society? Probably the one you don't know about, the one that doesn't advertise its existence, the one which is never known anywhere under its real name. You've got things like the Bohemian Club. You've got the Bilderbergers, which is another formed in the 1950s. Largely the creation of a guy by the name of Joseph Rettinger. Polish, mysterious, appears out of nowhere, a schemer for years. A man expelled from Britain, France, and the United States.
Welcome.
Even the Mexican labor.
How are you? What up, doggo?
Rettinger is mysterious. In fact,
How's your day going, doggo? You're tripping? We are watching the Lex Friedman podcast. Just chilling. Doggo, I think we've met, right? Haven't we? Oh, that's right. Okay, excellent. So you know all about me. Yeah, we're just watching the Lex Friedman podcast, having a good time. How about you? Excellent. How much more percentage do you have until it's complete? All right, so it's an uphill battle. That's all right. Back in the day, we used to wait days just to download a song, so don't you worry about it. It'll be here soon enough. Yeah, one song used to take days on Napster or LimeWire or any of the downloading sites that people used to use back in the day. So for you to be able to download a very high graphics game on the internet is like futuristic still. Are you excited to play your game? I wouldn't be either. I don't think you got kicked. I don't think Cass. No, I didn't kick you. Caspian C, did you kick him? I don't think he did. He would have told me. Are you sure it just didn't drop? That could be. Yeah, no, I didn't kick you. Are you excited to play your game? And you said no. So you're just downloading it and just it'll be something to do. Okay, very cool. What other games do you like to play, Doggo? What was that? Oh, cool. I'll watch you, man. Yeah, I like playing Madden. I like playing FIFA. I like playing Civilization. I like playing Age of Empires. I like playing some mini games. I like playing Fortnite. Oh, excellent. Are you good? Okay. Yeah, I go outside at least once a day just to touch grass. Usually it's just to take out the garbage. But yeah, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've streamed at the ocean, Pacific Ocean. I've streamed as far west as the mountains and the desert. I have streamed at Disneyland. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Santa Monica. I've streamed in downtown LA. You name it. If it's in Southern California, I basically stream there.
I mean, we're everywhere. My name's Rabbi Rothschild.
I used to, but generally it's just a quick. Well, like yeah, I can say like if I ever do anything special, like I went on a picnic. I went on a picnic, and yeah, we did that, and I streamed that. That was fun, but generally it's pretty expensive to do IRL streaming, and I don't have data anymore, so I have to stay within my Wi-Fi router.
I'm not understanding. Is this guy going to be eating the gum from the...
No, I used to bring 4 devices. I had 4 different Verizon lines. It's all uploaded on Instagram, and whenever I do any kind of IRL streaming, it's on Instagram. Well, yeah. No, it overwhelms my hotspot. If you want to see my IRL streaming, it's on my Instagram. You can take a look at it if that's of interest to you. But yeah, I mean, usually I just say where the Wi-Fi is the strongest, so that's with desktop computers and near my router. On Twitch, I have 50,000. On Instagram, I have 10,000. On YouTube, I've got thousands. So, Rabbi Rothschild, just RABBIROTHSCHILD. Yeah, I mean, no, those aren't pictures. Those are hour-long videos. Oh yeah, all the time. Yeah, I have over 100 Instagram accounts, over 200 Telegram, over 200. Let's see here, over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, even more than that now, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So basically, if I ever lose any of my accounts, 10,000 Kick. 10,000 Kick accounts, yeah. I created a robot that creates them for me. I don't get paid for Kick. That was just for spamming. I get paid on Rumble, and I get cryptocurrency donations and some other things. Enough. Yeah. Oh, by trade, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I generally, whenever I need money, I can complete projects for people. So, I last one I had to do was this summer, and I probably won't have to do another one until maybe this next summer. Oh, with cryptocurrencies, a lot of times a cryptocurrency will be launching and they'll want my assistance, perhaps with their social media or setting up the back end of their development. So I can oversee that project and we come to a negotiation and then they pay me when the job is done. No, I don't do that. I'm diamond hands. I've never sold any cryptocurrency. I've never sold an NFT and I don't have plans to. Yeah, because it could be worth a lot more if I hold on to it. Absolutely, but it's given to me. It's basically a gift. It's a slap in the face to somebody. If they give me a gift and I sell it right away, I don't think that that is a nice thing to do. I think what a nice thing to do is to hold it for as long as possible until it accumulates a huge value. And then after that happens, I can talk with the person who gave it to me and say, hey, I'd like to do this with it. How's that sound to you? They're going to say it was yours to begin with. That sounds great. And then I feel in a moral sense better about perhaps giving away the money than just if I do it on my own. enough, enough that I don't have to work. No, these are generally just people who have made good investments and perhaps they have a cryptocurrency that's made them millionaires. Like I'm part of one cryptocurrency. It's called Harry Potter Obamasonic 10 Inu. It's already made millionaires. It's the best cryptocurrency in the world. And the people there have been very kind to me. But I'm also in other cryptocurrencies as well that people have been very generous to me. Hey, GB, if you can hear me, I've muted all those guys. I don't know what they're talking about. As somebody else, I'm in a cryptocurrency Telegram right now. But yeah, essentially, crypto's the future, and I recognize that it's in my best interest to just hold. I'm as diamond-handed an investor as you can have. I mean, I don't ever sell. It's like people have given me a gift, and it's to me rude to sell their gift, especially when I know that yeah, it's um it's beneficial to both of us. It's beneficial for them to have me as a holder because I don't sell and I also promote it. And then it's beneficial for me because it's more money in my wallet. Perhaps. I've never bought it. People just give it to me as donations. It's going to be the world's reserve currency someday. The thing that makes Harry Potter Obamasonic 10 Inu special is that it is backed by data. And data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And essentially, it's been live for more than a year and a half, and every single moment of every single day has been of a telegram has been live. So you'd be able to go back on my stream and see when the ticker was worth a penny and when it was worth 10 cents and when it was worth 20 cents and when it was worth 30 cents. And it's just going to continue to go up over time, especially with the mass adoption of cryptocurrency that we'll likely see within the next half decade or so. Yeah, it's something like that. Right now, I think the spot is something like 20 cents each. And when I started, it was less than a penny. So it's up probably at least like 20 to 50x. I'm not exactly sure, but something like that. I can tell you this regular people who invested at the beginning are now millionaires because of it. I didn't even know about it at the very beginning. So it was launched in May of this version of it was launched in May of 2023. Let me make sure I have that right. Yeah, I think May of 2023. And let me make sure that's right. Is that right? Yeah, it's been a long. I've been in this Discord for a long time, and I got into it in like July of 2023. So I was like maybe 2 months off of the initial launch. And the way that I got into it, I was in a Telegram, and the people in the Telegram were, I'm sorry, I was in a Twitter space, and the people in the Twitter space thought that they were listening to me speak on some topics regarding futurology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, alien disclosure, cryptocurrencies, NFTs, that kind of stuff. And they thought what I was saying was really interesting. And they invited me into their Telegram. And initially I was like, okay, whatever, I'll join. And I had enough devices that I could keep one live in there. And they also wanted to give me cryptocurrency. And so I gave them my wallet address, and they gave me some then, and they've given me some whenever. I've never asked them for it, but just whenever they want, somebody will see an interview that I do, and they'll want me to continue doing interviews and talking about the coin, because I shill it to billionaires. So, like, you know who Eddie Craven is? I've shilled it to Eddie Craven. Aiden Ross, I've shilled it to Aiden Ross during interviews on Kick, and just basically want people to know about it. I haven't sold it to him. I've shilled it to him. So basically, I have promoted it. I've told him in interviews live on Kick that both he and Eddie should buy this because it's going to the moon. And I've done it in multiple interviews. I know that Eddie has accepted my friend request on Discord. So, I mean, we have that connection. Yep. He's a multi-billionaire. Yep. Well, I think he started off with perhaps a nice bank account, but he's turned that, I think, through technology, he's turned that into multiple billions of dollars and good investments. And then on top of that, he has Stake, if you know what Stake is. And Stake is the largest gambling site in the world, so online. So hey, you got to be 18 to be in here, doggo. Oh, okay, I gotcha. All right, well, I don't know if he'd be able to do that, but perhaps in a few years when you're 21, you'll be able to do that. What game are you playing, if I may ask? I see it's helicopters. Oh, this is Rust? Oh, okay. Everybody talks about this game. Okay, so what makes this? Go ahead. And you like to fly helicopters in it? Isn't that what this is? You're flying a helicopter in this person's level? Is it like Minecraft graphics? You're good. Okay. Is there a way to invest in Stake? I believe it's privately owned. Yeah, I think it started in Australia and then expanded, and now in some states you can use it for gambling. Man, you are having some struggles with this helicopter. I watch you. I see that it's not like a super duper helicopter though. It's kind of like a, oh, what do they call them? They're like, it's like a almost like a para helicopter. It doesn't have doors or anything on it, so I see that it's difficult to fly. So okay, so your goal is to go through all these squares, and then you keep losing control of it, right? I got you. Right. It's like a flight simulator. It's very touchy. Oh, it's not touchy enough. Have you thought of turning up your mouse sensitivity? Oh, wow. So it's super fast, but it's not following. Yeah. Can you shoot guns in this game? Very well. Do they have team deathmatch? Do they have King of the Hill? Very cool. Not Rust. It looks fun.